Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Sideshow. Now, will there be any demons in this pitch today? Let's find out from Aruj Mumtaz.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Day 3 in this Multan test, and England sitting well comfortable with a 281 run lead. Now we just continue to have a look at the surface. It is not going to change too much from yesterday. It will continue to remain a slow, low turner, and the heavy roller adding to the drop in pace as well. And if we can just have a look again, there's not much in terms of the cracks falling apart. There is a little bit of a rough where some of the balls turn. But then when you have a look at the way Pakistan collapsed, you ought to think there are some things in the pitch, some demons causing the ball to jump or spit. Well, there were a couple of balls of brilliance. The one from Ollie Robinson to Barber was an absolute peach. Got the ball to tail back in and dip and was through the gate. And the other one with Leach sort of turning Rizwan complete square, played down the long line with a spin in and the spin away, a moment of brilliance. Apart from that, you'd ought to put a lot of poor shot selection to Pakistan's downfall. So from where I see it, it'll continue to remain a slow, low turner.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Slow, low turner is what Aruj Mumtaz is saying. That's how the pitch is going to be playing out today. But talking about how this day is going to pan out, let's find out from our experts.
Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
All right, what do you think Pakistan is going to be chasing?
I don't
Putting you
think
on the
you were
spot.
expecting this question, were you?
Okay, well, now you've asked. I will guess at 400 plus.
400 plus. So they'll obviously pile on the runs. Bakal, what do you think?
Yeah, England shouldn't be, in any sort of hurry. It's only the third day, start of the third day, so there's so much time left in this game. So bat as long as you can. Pakistan need to pick up early wickets. If they'll pick up wickets, I think Pakistan might just pull things back a little bit. But if they get to anything, 320, 330 over that, then Pakistan will be chasing the game throughout the next 2 days if they bat.
So what's the figure that you're giving us?
Well, for the first session, oh my God, it's really
Just chasing.
Total to chase.
Total
Come on,
to chase.
Total to chase.
400 plus.
Right, 400 plus. There's a lot of 400s in the studio today. That was expert predictions for you.
Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
I think Pakistan will be hoping that they can get some early wickets, and your predictions go awfully
They
wrong
will.
once again.
Of course they will. And as we know full well from this job of predicting the unpredictable, something might well happen. Who knows?
In
Who
the
knows?
past, our prediction has not really come that good, so we hope that it happens and Pakistan sort of just sneak back.
I think you just want to play golf and have a day off. Bakal.
Can't
Yeah,
say
it
that.
would be a bad idea.
That's what it is. But yeah, thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen, once again. England, of course, will be looking to build that lead, and they've got Harry Brook out there with the Ben Stokes. You'll be seeing these guys in action just shortly after this break. It's day 3 here in Multan Cricket Stadium.
second day of the second test match from Multan.
Got him! Over mid-on, does it land safely? Anderson takes the catch.
He's cleaned him up. Completely squared Rizwan. England have their fifth. Comfortable in the end, a soft dismissal. England with their sixth. And that's another one. They've gone up, and so has the finger. Pakistan tumbling away now. Muhammad Ali goes for a duck.
But you'll get that, you'll get that, you'll get that. That's a beauty.
It's picked up and it's gone straight to that deep square leg. So not the bouncer, the little flick leg side, and Wood has the wicket.
Well, what a morning that has been for England.
Oh, he's bowling.
Exactly where the left-hander wants it.
And that is now 50 for Ben Duckett. Trouble here for Pope, and gone, surely. And that takes Harry Brook through to a very good 50.
It was an excellent day of test match cricket yesterday. England fighting back. Pakistan had a commanding position at the start, but Ben Stokes and his side fought back and lead by 281 runs. Welcome to the DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022 from the Multan Cricket Stadium. And that collapse yesterday from when Babar Azam got out. Pakistan lost 8 for 60 and were bowled out for 202. So a side looking to get a lead actually gave away a lead to England, and then England's second time round 202 for 5 with 2 run-outs in there, but they lead by 281 and they have 5 wickets in hand in their second innings. Well, it's a fresher day. There's a bit of a breeze. It's the clearest day we've had so far. What about the pitch? Bazid Khan's had a look at it.
So far in this test match, 25 wickets have fallen, 19 to the spinners, a couple of run-outs in there as well. So obviously a spin-friendly test match, and you look at the pitch that way. So once you're looking towards the media centre end or the Waqar Yunus enclosure, there's a bit more development in the pitch. There's bit of rough to work with just on the leg side of the right-hander, maybe very little outside the off stump. This pitch is evolving, but slowly. Yesterday something different happened. We saw when England were bowling, especially when Jack Leach was bowling, he got the ball to turn and turn quickly, and off the surface there was a bit of pace, and that dismissal of Rizwan sort of shows you how sort of the ball turned. And then England decided to get the heavy roller on the pitch. And that effect was that the pitch sort of slowed up. It would naturally have slowed up slightly, but that accelerated the process. So now Ibrar gets Duckett, and it's maybe the pace of the bowler being very slow, but also the fact that the ball never arrived off the pitch. So in turn, maybe the effect of that heavy roller has been that the pitch has gone slower, the pace has been knocked out of it. It would have naturally done that as the game would have progressed, but I think if you get the heavy roller on, it will make sure that it sucks out that little bit of pace that was in the pitch, which was helping, I think, the spinners more than anything else. I think it still gets slower and lower probably as the game progresses.
Yeah, spot on from Bazid. It looks like a slow, low turner now. And talking of spinners, and he mentioned him there, Jack Leach, who got his 100th Test match wicket. He's been speaking to Sikandar Bakht.
Morning, Jack. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. 100 wickets, 100 Test wickets. Great achievement. Just run us through how has the career been so far, and what these 100 wickets mean to you.
Yeah, I guess it's a nice little milestone to get to. Yeah, I can't believe it really. It's something that I never thought I would achieve, and very grateful, I guess, for the opportunities that I've had and the people who have believed in me. But yeah, just really focused on trying to win this game, and that's what's so great in this team at the moment, is it's all about what we're achieving as a team rather than individual success. So a nice thing to get to, but yeah, very focused on the team.
When your team is traveling to the subcontinent, you know somewhere the spinners will play a big role, and especially in this match. So how have you prepared yourself, and what changes do you make to your bowling when you're traveling to the subcontinent?
Well, I watched the Australia-Pakistan series, and I didn't think that there might be, I thought it would be more like last week at Rawalpindi, obviously quite flat wickets over here. But obviously they can make it spin if they want to. So I guess I've got quite a lot of experience of playing on those kind of wickets. You know, growing up, even my first little bit at Somerset back in England, we played on some spinning wickets. So I think it's something that I've kind of experienced from a younger age, and kind of just go back on that. I think it's not necessarily anything different. Technically, it's just more about mentally how you deal with the pressures, maybe of having to maybe play a bigger role than you usually would, say, in England on better wickets. So yeah, more mental than anything.
Okay, we have a big role over here. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, he's been through a lot on and off the cricket field. Jack Leach has been very well captained by Ben Stokes as well. Been a massive tick in the Ben Stokes captaincy, how he's managed his spinner. But it's going to be Ben Stokes, the batter, that's going to be out in the middle with Harry Brook. England, by their standards, were fairly subdued yesterday. They didn't go at it absolutely ridiculously hard. There was still a lot of sweeping and some hits down the ground. Harry Brook continues to impress. David Gower, I know it's early stages in his career and we tend to build people up, but Harry Brook looks a real talent.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I don't think it takes a lot to say that, to be honest, does it? I mean, what we've seen of him purely on this tour alone has been very, very impressive. If you've watched him before, maybe up at Yorkshire in all forms of the game, maybe here in Pakistan before in PSL, which I've done, you see a man who's hungry for runs, whatever the game, whatever the format. And the clever thing, of course, is he's adapted what people might describe as a sort of T20 style of game to this form of Test cricket. And the other thing that's impressed me, actually, just in this game alone, is the mistake he made in the first innings. He seems to have dealt with that very, very quickly in his own mind, played with the right sort of respect for Abrar yesterday, and took the time to learn all about him from the right place, which is 20 yards away. So I think that the signs are very, very good for Harry Brook. And we know from what he says when he speaks how much he loves the game, how much he loves batting, and the evidence is there in front of everyone when you see him out in the middle. So he has the chance, of course, to go from, without preempting too much, got to get himself in again, from 74 to yet another 100 here. Of course, Stokes at the other end. You know, we've seen a whole mixture of stuff from Ben Stokes to the bat in this series. At times he's been, shall we say, a little over-exuberant. Yesterday, he played the sensible style of cricket that we know he can, because that's exactly what the situation demanded. And England have so much time on their hands that they know they can basically go at any pace they want. All they really want is to be able to put Pakistan completely out of this game. Lead is already 281. If this partnership prospers and the tail wags, then, you know, something over 400 is eminently possible. If they lose wickets, of course, it gives a potentially just a slim chance for Pakistan to come back into the game, but already I think most people here in Multan feel that they are really up against it.
The pitch hasn't deteriorated that much. Remember, it's just a day 3 surface. The game has progressed so quickly, and England got their runs again so quickly in that first innings. It does mean it's still a decent surface. It's lacked any kind of pace, and those heavy rollers would have sucked the pace out even more. So if Pakistan can bowl England out for 300 because it's a day 3 pitch or a lead of 300, then they're still in the game. But this session, if England are still batting after lunch, you feel the game and the series will be drifting away from him. Abrar Ahmed, what a debut he's had. 10 wickets in the match already. And no surprise, he'll be starting off with the first over of day 3. A slip and a short leg, and he's bowling to the England captain, quicker to start with. Good morning, Bazid Khan. No surprise that it's a bra this end. Who the other end are you going with?
Yeah, morning. Has commiserations for last night. I've got a box of tissues if the emotions get to you. But yeah, abroad from this end, obviously he's been the one bowler that has picked up wickets. He's been ahead of everybody else. I think maybe in over of seam, I still go with Nawaz.
Just an early sign, and it's a very small sample size of 3 deliveries, but definitely trying to just push it through a bit quicker. Stokes was trying to play him off the back foot yesterday. So yesterday it was slow, slow, quick. Maybe he's adjusted and going quick, quick, slow today. And straight away the reverse sweep for a couple.
Yeah, well, Stokes is up and running for the day then. One of the spinner's arts is deciding on each and every day what the optimum pace is to bowl at. Stating the obvious, there are days where slower pays dividends and days where pushing it through just changes things back in your favour again. You have to kind of experiment, don't you? Start of a day, see what works best.
Yeah, the pitch has died, so slow will mean that Brook and Stokes can just play easily off the back foot. That's a good start from Abrar. One thing we haven't mentioned that much is his consistency, and that's exactly what he's had in the first over of the day, 205 for 5. Much clearer day this morning, no fog at all driving in. Little bit of a breeze that blew the fog away this morning. 4:45 is around about the time in the evening we go off for bad light. So all the talk about losing a lot of cricket here, thankfully, does not happen because of that breeze. Well, we thought maybe spin at both ends, but Babar Azam sees it differently. He's going to go with Muhammad Ali bowling towards the Waqar Yunis enclosure, the media centre end. Slip, a gully and a man on the drive on the offside for Stokes. On the pitch straight away, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, down the wicket, but with what we might describe as sensible purpose, not just trying to blaze it over the top first time round, but looking at it, trying to disconcert the bowler. And when he saw the length that it arrived at, he was just able to play through the line nicely and sensibly. So it's a disruption rather more than just blatant aggression.
The other aspect as this game develops is that the taller bowlers, the taller fast bowlers will be much more difficult on a pitch which stays low. So looking at Ollie Robinson banging it in, and the variation in bounce, if it stays low while he's bowling, he'll be more effective. Now Pakistan's, I think, tallest bowler is Muhammad Ali. So Abrar from one end and Muhammad Ali from the other. Babar has decided on the seamer will just bang the ball in.
It's a clip, that'll be a couple. Fine leg will cut that off. Yeah, and the ones that have really died have been the cutters, where seamers have rolled their fingers down the side of the ball. Anderson did it a couple of times yesterday. Just a word of warning, not an official warning, but a word of warning to Stokes for running up the middle of the pitch there. Alim Dar not happy with where Stokes ran. There you go. Just as Bazid was talking about it. Hit the deck hard, and the taller bowler will get a couple to keep low.
Well, it might be disconcerting for Ben Stokes right now as the batsman, but it's something he won't mind developing as the game goes on, because he knows his bowlers will be bowling in the 4th innings of the game, and if there are those vagaries and variations, that's good for him and his bowlers.
Yeah, you might think of coming round the wicket, actually. From over the wicket, it might pitch outside leg if you're hitting a length, and pitch, you know, going on to hit the stumps. Round the wicket brings LBW and the stumps into play a bit more on uneven pitches. And also the newer ball, when England come, when it is getting a bit low, the newer ball, you think it will bounce more, but actually if it hits a crack, can exaggerate the uneven bounce. This soft Kookaburra will just die slowly. Down the pitch again. Stokes wants a quick single. He gets there. Umpire again not happy with Stokes. Some of it was coming down the pitch, which is what Stokes is arguing. Stokes is saying, well, I was coming down the pitch to play the shot, Alim. And Alim says, get off as quick as you can, please. 208 for 5. And umpire Erasmus at the other end getting Harry Brook just to tap down the bits that Stoke ran down.
Yeah, you can argue there, looking at that. Yes, first of all, you come down the pitch, so that's absolutely allowable. What umpires will tell you to do, and they've done this for centuries, decades anyway, is they'll tell you to get off quicker. So if you run down the pitch to play the shot, fine. But then a couple of steps in, when you take that run, you're actually obliged, and it's quite within the umpire's rights to ask you to take a step off to the side of the pitch.
Been a couple of occasions in the game, actually, where in the last few years, where batters have been warned when they stand out of their crease. I think Keaton Jennings did it a few years ago. But this was running down the pitch and just may just disrupt the surface. Bowler's not allowed in the danger area. Batter's not allowed in there either.
So the penalty is 5 runs. There's also maybe something the umpires can make the batter take his shoes off. Isn't there? Or change his shoes or something like that?
Down the pitch. Again, that's just part of the shot. This is a good battle, actually. Good hands from Rizwan. He thinks there's a little nick on that. Bowler thinks there's a nick on that. Does the skipper? He's the important man. He does.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. It's close to the bat. You'll have to give me ultra edge to determine whether there's anything. Still building ultra edge, Murray. Ultra edge coming up now. Flat line, flat line, flat line, flat line, all the way, flat line. Bring it back. Let's bring it back. Right and forward. Flat line, nothing on ultra edge. Murray, you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen, signal now.
Flat line on ultra edge. Pakistan and their skipper lose a review. Good take from Rizwan, but nothing from the face of the bat.
VAR and DRS all the same, Nas.
I'd say DRS works better. 209 for 5.
As just a slight request. NASA's feeling a little under the weather. If you can just not mention penalties, that would probably help as well, okay? Thank you. Just look after him, okay?
I haven't mentioned penalties.
Just look
Rugby kicks maybe, but not
you did
penalties.
offer him the tissues, that's fine.
Yeah.
Got those ready.
But he's not told me that he's not feeling well, not yet, so I couldn't offer him
I inquired. He's
medical
just a
advice.
little bit down, okay?
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks.
It's definitely getting lower, this pitch, which, as David Gow said, not only will they not mind that simply because they'll be bowling last on it, but also with 4 seamers. And a tall seamer in Robinson and Anderson. Wood, the pace of Wood, it'll do it quicker. I think that's going to be called a no ball. They're just having a quick look at it. Third umpire, and it is a no ball. He was in slog mode there, Ben Stokes. He's had enough of hitting it off the toe end of the bat. That was white ball stuff with his right leg going out the way very early.
Right leg's in a different postcode. Yes. Well, this is the problem for him. You know, the ball with this keeping low and not coming on, he's just finding it very hard to time it. Problem with that is that if you try and keep it on the ground and time it, you might get there eventually. Trying it over the top at all, the biggest likelihood is a miscue, and that can end up anywhere.
Well, the way to put pace on it is by charging down the pitch. That's what he does. That's what he likes to do. This time he sits back and clips it. He might come back for 3 here because it's gone a lot squarer. It'll be up to Brook. Brook taps down and goes. Good running.
Just thinking of this whole thing about the pitch getting lower and slower. For the seamers, it's the variation that makes it tough for the batsman at the other end. The problem, of course, the other side of that same coin is that for the spinners, they want it to grip and go through, so they don't want it to get slower and bounce lower. That just makes the spinner's task, i.e. Jack Leach's task, potentially a little harder. Just saw those footmarks in the pitch there. There's definitely something coming out. Every time the sprigs, the studs, hit the turf, little bits and pieces coming up, hence the whole thing about running off the centre of the pitch, which Alim Dar was absolutely right to ask the batsman not to do it. And we saw this time round we're in the safe area towards the edge of the pitch. But every time the studs go in, there's something coming out.
And the problem for Pakistan is that Abrar has been so good. We've talked about him being the key man, but he's been the key man by a fair distance. He's got 10 wickets for 19.9 and the rest, well, look away. It's just been about him throughout the test match for Pakistan, and that, although it's a good thing, is also an issue for Pakistan because there's no contribution from the other end at all.
Down the pitch, and that's just brute strength really. There was no timing about that. Stokes realizing it's not an easy pitch to time it on, so he bludgeons it for a boundary.
Yeah, it is. It's just brute strength, isn't it?
Slow ball, a cutter, in the over, 218 for 5. I reckon that one will turn a little bit. That looks a bit dry. Couple of games going on there. Not quite the Maidans of Mumbai, but they're fitting in as much cricket as possible. Maybe just the one game. Get Bazit to do a pitch report from there tomorrow morning. In the air and past mid-off, over mid-off. It was like the shot he played to get out in the first innings, but he got a lot more of it this time round.
Yeah, similar but a lot better. In the first innings he didn't really get there, didn't really get to the pitch of the ball. This one is much more controlled. And it clears mid-off by some distance. He has got power, he's got natural power and great timing, so if he gets anything on it, you know, these are perfectly safe.
Comes again.
Yeah, and did well because when he didn't quite get there this time, that second line of defence comes into play. It has turned a little bit, but he's got bat and pad close together.
Oh, yes.
The lead just crosses 300 and you just feel the next 50 runs or so, Pakistan still hanging in there. They'll still feel they're in the game.
Googly, beautifully bowled. England have said that the slower one tends to be the googly, and that was definitely the case here. Look at the way this one just goes up and down a little bit. Nicely bowled. That is exactly what he does so well, Brooke. He picks length so well. That was just a fraction short, and he's pulled it away beautifully.
Well, I mean, that was extraordinary because, to be fair, it wasn't that short at all. It wasn't an obvious shot to play to that ball. Brooke has played it beautifully. You might almost say he's got away with it because actually it just stays on the pitch a little bit, but it's just those quick hands that get through that sort of ball very quickly. The misfield gives him another one. Becomes a very productive over. 9 runs from it, 227 for 5. I mean, not only is it not that short, it's also angled in. It's not the leg break, so he's gone with the angle for sure. Tell you what, though, I've got a suspicion that halfway through that shot, he might have thought, hang on a second, am I going to nail this? But those quick hands got him out of trouble.
Well, he's a hugely talented young man and he enjoys batting in Pakistan. We saw that in the T20s, we've seen it in the PSL, we're now seeing it in the Test series. Enjoys these conditions. That's gone fine. I reckon that'll be runs given. Yeah, 4 runs.
The Pakistan leaking runs, they wouldn't have wanted this at the start of the day. 29 already, we're into the 6th over, 5.1. That one just ill direction from the bowler and helped on its way. It's just England doing it quickly, doing it well, and just putting Pakistan under lots of pressure. David just warned me that Nasser's not feeling too well and he's been under the weather, but it's the anniversary of that test match in Karachi in the dark, so something to smile about. Feel better and recover from that loss yesterday too.
22 years today. Graham Thorpe cut it away. He went down to fine leg, but he cut it away and England won in the dark in Karachi. David Gow was on commentary, I think, for that moment.
Now you tell me, I had no idea what happened.
It was a long time ago.
I say that only because it was so obviously dark. I mean, it was not quite pitch black. But unlike this lovely day we have today here in Multan, clear vision, the clearest day we've had. In that commentary box in Karachi in 2000, it was, well, I have no idea what's going on. Are there people out there? Have they called the game off without us knowing? Almost.
The battle between Moeen Khan and Steve Buckner was the big battle that evening, that is for certain. Buckner was not for backing down about the light. Moeen was having none of it. It was an interesting battle.
Yeah, it was after sunset as well. It was Ramazan in Pakistan and people had broken their fast after sunset. And it was Pakistan's first defeat in Karachi.
I'll tell you a story about that game. We were walking off. We needed about 4 or 5 runs and over. So I knew as captain we would have to kick on and push on. And I went up to Michael Atherton as we were walking off and said to Athers, do you mind moving down the order? Because I think you're a bit of a blocker. And I cannot repeat what Michael Atherton said to me, because he was an absolute run machine on that trip. He played brilliantly, him and Thorpe.
Yeah, and he said he was so good in that series, got so many runs, but the glory moment was stolen by Nasser Hussain, as all those pictures of the test match as they get the winning runs.
Yeah, the bowlers for England in that series that were useful were Gough and White for their reverse swing. Ashley Giles, spinner, bowled really well. Real team performance. Loved that trip. Absolutely loved every minute of that trip. Nicely driven. It could well be a couple if the slide. No, just one. Good bit of fielding. So Brook will keep the strike. It's 232 for 5. There's the summary of that test. It was going to a boring draw. Some of the journos, one of the journos had flown home and filed his copy, said it was the most turgid series he'd ever covered. It was going to end 0-0, and it was right until about tea time on the last day, and that collapse from Pakistan in their second innings.
And you were all wrong. You said Atos was a block, 125 or 430 deliveries. How can that be blocking?
120. Imagine staying up and watching 430 deliveries of Atherton batting. My word. I think it just shows, bringing it in context to what they're doing now. I'm looking in Mazda. England's strike rate in the series would be 6, something like that, maybe going down. But in that series, England's strike rate was 2.1 throughout the series. And just on cue, the difference in styles, that's been hacked away. Brook moves into the 90s.
Well, this sort of approach at the other end to Abrar is probably something he's not seen much of at all. Leading wicket taker in Pakistan's first-class cricket this current season. I can't imagine that the players he's been playing against would do this sort of thing. He's played that ever so late.
Yeah, just got to be careful that that wasn't pad first. That's why Rizwan and Abrar were interested. They wanted it just to slide on to that right pad. And he's quick enough to get those hands through. Yeah, the strike rate in this series, 5.91, which is unsurprisingly England's highest ever batting strike rate in Test cricket in a series. Pulled again, same again. He picks up length so well. He moves to 97.
Great batting, absolutely great batting. Speed of reaction, speed of movement, the whole thing works for Harry Brook. It emphasises the point about the pitch, though. So slow now that you can do these things. If you're in this sort of form, as Harry Brook obviously is, you can do these sorts of things. It means that, you know, batting today, maybe tomorrow, you know, the batsman will have the advantage that the turn will not be as dramatic as people expect.
Oh, yeah.
The pace off the pitch for the spinner will not be as dramatic as people, well, especially the spinners themselves, would hope. 240 for 5. Just going back to that game in Karachi, of course, I know it's been said before somewhere, but it could never happen now, could it? That solitary stance, unilateral stance of Steve Buckner saying to Moeen that your time wasting was such that we're going to play come what may. I think Nazar told me earlier it was something like 7 overs in the first 40 minutes of your innings. So egregiously wasting time that Steve just took that decision.
Going to have a change. Going to be left arm spin, going to be spin at both ends. Mohammad Nawaz. Now the key for Stokes is the rough outside his off stump. See if Mohammad Nawaz can hit that rough. It's the one difference between Pindi and here, that nothing in Rawalpindi for the spinner as far as rough goes. There is a bit here for Stokes to contend with.
Not from there, though.
Mid-off and mid-on, hovering halfway. Barber says, come up mid-on. Mid-off saying, what do you want me to do, Skip? He stays there. The option of going over the top.
Well, Mohammad Nawaz is one of those slow lift arm spinners who does so well in T20s because he's good at maintaining a line, a restrictive line. So you're going to try and do that again, no doubt, here.
Oh, yes.
Wonder if Barber can tempt him and just bring mid-off up 5 more. Give him the option even more of going down the ground. Mid-off doesn't move, still halfway back.
Well, it's not compulsory for Harry Brook to go for it right now. Just play each ball on whatever merit he judges it to have.
Brings mid-on up a little bit more, but mid-off still hovers. Pulled up over mid-wicket. A first innings Test 100 in Rawalpindi, a second innings Test 100 in Multan. Harry Brook is a serious talent with a massive future in the game. What a 100 that is.
And what an impact he has made on this series. Dramatic events in Rawalpindi, that first Test match win for England. He's now helping England get into a super strong position in this second Test here in Multan. And he just loves every moment of it.
$137 deliveries. You get that 100. As easy as you like. What a talent. 245 for 5.
And it's Stokes this time with a majestic strike down the ground. England firmly in control here with Brook going to a second Test match 100 moments ago, and Stokes now belting Abrar down the ground for 6.
They've come out playing for shots. And they've got runs in quick fashion here in the morning. It's been lovely stroke play.
Well, 6 is a 10 a penny these days in the modern game, but that was a significant one because it equals the number of 6s that Brendan McCullum has hit in Test match cricket. The most. McCullum and Stokes, captain and coach, top of the 6 hitting list. 107, Mazza? Yeah, 107 apiece. Whoa. Just about 102 more than I hit.
Yep, and Stokes is not done. Very quickly, he will get a significant lead on that. 107 sixes joint with his head coach at the moment. Yeah, I don't see you in that list.
You'd have to scroll a long way down, Aruj. Ooh, good bit of bowling, bit quicker and slightly confused Ben Stokes. He was just beaten on length, actually. He wasn't sure whether to go forward, back. And that was because it was a little quicker through the air from Abrar, but the slowness of the pitch and the edge didn't carry.
Well, this time around, Stokes made sure that he covered the stumps and didn't allow the ball to just go and hit the stumps. Got the edge. I don't think it carried to Babar, but a little better technique. Just covering the stumps and maybe edging it, but safe. That also brings 100 partnership of 123 deliveries. 256 for 5.
Yeah, it was the wrong one. Just turned slightly, and it looked like it hit Barber on his boot. It was on the way down. Bounce in front. I was always dying the slow nature of the pitch.
The only thing that can be said in Pakistan's favour is that this pitch is not getting any worse. You get the odd bit of low bounce, as per the one that got Duckett yesterday, but if anything, I'd say it's spinning a little less than it was on that first day, when there was just a little bit of tackiness to the surface on that first morning. Stokes gets across his stumps and sweeps away to the leg side, and brilliantly taken. Muhammad Ali does really well in the deep. He had to make good ground away to his left, and that is an excellent catch to end the innings of the England captain.
Well, Muhammad Ali might have had a poor test match, the previous one, especially in the field. This one was a wonderful catch. He had to run to his left quite a bit, and then he was a little bit off balance, and then made sure that he kept his eyes on and grabbed it right at the end. Not easy when you're bowling out there and in the big field. That's a wonderful catch, and that really will lift Pakistan to an extent. Ben Stokes gone for 41, is 256 for 6 now.
Ollie Robinson replaces Ben Stokes, who was looking to leapfrog over Brendan McCullum and become the top of that six-hitting list when he fell in the deep. Ollie Robinson, I understand, was one of a couple of England players who stayed up late to watch England's football match late last evening. This is why he's here. Stokes across his crease looking to open up that leg side, and this was a superb running and then diving catch from Muhammad Ali. That is a rare bad ball. Mohammad Nawaz is generally a very accurate left-arm spinner, but he allows Robinson to get off the mark with a leg stump full toss. I respond. 6.
259 for 6.
Lost the block. Thought we could go, but couldn't get the minute.
Fraction, very little towards you. That's it, yeah.
The lead, a very, very healthy one for England, 338. Pitch still good. Conditions very good here at Multan. It's a kind of cooler, fresher morning, really. We've had no smog or fog here. And that will do. It's Robinson, and his stay is a brief one. Abrar has beaten him with what looked like a googly. He was down the pitch looking to loft over the top and loses his leg stump. 7 down, 259 for 7.
Benefit of bowling nice and straight. He was nowhere near the ball. The ball just kept going with the arm, didn't spin at all, hit the leg stump, and Abrar picking up his 12th. Wow, what a match he is having. It's Abrar against England at the moment. It's 259 for 7.
Mark Wood replaces Ollie Robinson. Wood made a very useful contribution actually in the first innings. He's no mug with the bat, and he helped lift England's score from what would have been around about the 230 range to the 280 range in the context of this more low scoring game than we had in Pindi. That was not an insignificant innings. Imagine if Pakistan's lead was around about, or England's lead was about the 280 mark now. You'd still be thinking Pakistan are not without a chance.
Yeah, he was sent out with a definite plan. It was the one that comes back into the right-hander. Abrar now has 4 in the second innings.
Yeah, 4 second innings, 7 in the first. That's 11 in the match. A quite stunning debut match for Abrar Ahmed. I'm just looking at the best figures on debut. Narendra Hawani stands top of that list with 16 wickets, and there was 16 for Bob Massey as well, the Australian swing bowler, and then 12, 3 bowlers with 12. So Abrar with 1 more will kind of start to get onto that list. Narendra Hawani, the wrist spinner from India, didn't really have the career that many thought he might have gone on to have, having taken 16 wickets on debut. Beautifully bowled, beautifully bowled, slower and spinning off the surface. I don't think either Babar Azam nor Mohammad Rizwan were particularly interested, or as interested as Abrar was, the bowler.
Well, that's a great variation. Normally when he bowls slower or gives more air to the ball, it comes back into the right hander. This time it just went away. And with some bite, more bounce. I think when he plays more cricket, it'll be a different ball game. I think he'll learn more, a lot more of Test match cricket. Yes, this pitch is supporting the spinner, so that's why he's having lots of fun. Once he bowl on a flatter tracks or the tracks which won't offer that much to the spinners, I think that's where he's going to learn a lot more. But so far, whatever we have seen of Abrar, I think is magic. It's beautiful.
Plenty of scouts out on the boundary now. And Harry Brook will have plenty of faith in Mark Wood. And it's not as though Brook has been dawdling in any case. He's went to his 100 with a flurry of boundaries, really, that took him flying through the 90s and to the 100 mark. This was some of the boundaries that dotted his innings. That cover drive was a beauty, wasn't it, from about 3 feet outside leg stump. Quiet start this morning for about 15 minutes and then started to motor. It's going to be some really interesting selection decisions for England when they get back to England and when Johnny Bairstow recovers from his broken leg. I pity the new selector, Luke Wright, who has to work out a way of fitting all these fantastic batsmen in his team.
It's not a bad problem to have. But he's an exceptional player, without a doubt. For such a tall man, he stays really, really low. And you bowl him a short delivery, he gets to you, he really pounces on it. Because he's played a lot of T20 cricket, so he's not afraid of playing shots. He backs himself playing big shots.
Yeah, like a lot of quite tall batsmen, he stands reasonably upright when facing seam, but then does crouch a bit lower when facing the spinners. The theory is that it enables you to pick up length a little more easily.
He picks up the length, but he's also very quick to get into positions, whether when he's coming forward or he goes back into his crease deep when he wants to hit through mid-wicket. His movements are very quick and very balanced when he does make contact.
This pitch is not offering that much spin what we saw in the first inning. It's a dying kind of a pitch because so much heavy roller going on that, and with the cooler weather it actually killed the soil and it slows down, and especially when the ball gets a little older, there's not much for the spinners. Even if it is spinning, it's going to might spin from that area, from that region where there's a lot of rough there, but anything in the middle, it is a little bit slow, but it's definitely battable.
I think that's right. I think naturally viewers in England who don't know the conditions here in Pakistan see a bit of spin on the first day and just assume that things will get worse, that in fact the ball will spin more as we go through the game, but often that's not the case here. That turn was because it was a little tacky, and in fact you'd say it's probably turning a little less for Nawaz now than it was. End of the 61st over, 264 for 7. Just give you a little bit of news that there's been an official warning handed out actually to the batters now for running down the middle of the pitch. That was Mark Wood on that occasion. I think there'd already been a warning given to Ben Stokes earlier in the day, and now this is an official warning. Get off the pitch, or words to that effect. Just don't think it's going to have much effect, though. I mean, I'm not saying England's batters should do that, but the pitch is so hard, it's just not going to have that much impact.
It's an old trick. When you batting in the third inning, you look to sort of use all the help, the maximum help you can, and Aleem Dar, a very experienced umpire, he will warn you. He will really come. Look at the chips coming out of those pitches. That's a legal run. That's because he's sort of running away from the area which is a danger area, which is right in the middle of the pitch. But what we just saw a little earlier was Wood running right in the middle of the pitch. That's what umpire's not going to like.
Yeah, and umpire's absolutely right to keep a beady eye on that and warn batsmen and get them off the pitch. Absolutely they're right to do that. Wood swings away. That is a firm sweep stroke. He really is a clean striker of the ball, actually, Mark Wood. Seen this on a number of occasions when he comes in down the order. He plays with a bit of freedom, but he's a very, very clean striker of the ball.
Well, he's a one batsman who hasn't really had much issues against Abrar. He's reading him well, and yes, you read him well, but to play big shots against him is something really, really quality. And he's that even last delivery, he knew exactly he's going to come in, and he played a very, very nice defensive stroke.
.269 for 7.
इसको ना जाने देना इब्रार को इधर बॉलिंग कर रहा है उसमें विकेट बने दे वीरे वीरे आजा सॉरी हाँ जा ठीक है ठीक है
Not a huge crowd here in Multan. The crowds have certainly not been as big as they were in Pindi. That's a view of the crowd snaking, a small crowd snaking its way in here on Sunday morning. The ground is quite a bit out of town, and of course there are a number of security checks that you have to get through to get in, so it's not completely straightforward to make the trip here.
And also when the teams come to the ground, they literally shut the whole city down. And one got to understand that it takes a long time for people to get back into normality first and then sort of come out of the city to watch cricket. Could be out, could be, no, yet. No, I don't think so. It was off the pad.
Zahid, the leg spinner, replacing Nawaz, the left armour. Remember, we were talking about how the pitch is almost kind of turning less now. Remember the sharp spin that Zahid got on that first morning, almost off the dampness. Whereas now there's just a little bit of spin there for him, but it's not extravagant by any means. Yeah, gone. Wood's not hanging around, so the change has worked. Good change from Babar Azam to bring the wrist spinner on. Wrist spinner's light bowling at the tail. Mark Wood just a little bit uncertain which way this was going. In the end, just manoeuvred it into the hands of slip.
Really surprised that that ball carried, because he went on the back foot. Yeah, he poked at it and beautifully taken. It went quite quickly and it was dipping on him. Babar is getting better and better in the slip, especially to the spinner. That ball was bowled almost 90 miles an hour, 90 kilometers an hour. So Wood goes now for 6. It's 270 for 8, England.
Well, Jack Leach and James Anderson didn't hang around in the first innings. Both departed very quickly to slightly ignominious reverse sweeps. It's not necessarily Jack Leach's game to try and get caught up into the Bazball craze. Let's see what approach he takes in this innings. And with Harry Brook there at the other end, I'd suggest that Leach's job here is to hang around for Brook and allow Brook to do all the funky stuff. So bowled. Good first over from Zahid, 270 for 8.
And a good catch from Barber in the end. I was dipping on him, fairly straightforward. Zahid Mahmood with his first wicket in this innings.
All have gone to spin so far. Can't think of a wicket that a seamer has taken for Pakistan yet. Four to Abrar, one to Nawaz, one to Mahmood. Of course, Abrar and Zaid Mahmood sharing all 10 in the first innings, so it's been completely dominated by spin here. For Pakistan, England, of course, have a different balance to their side. Their seamers will come into play. They're looking to do things slightly differently and utilise the reverse swing from around about the 30th over onwards. So Harry Brook with Leach and Anderson for company. What has he got up his sleeve?
Let's have a look at another angle from it was a little bit too full and the ball spun sharply. What a catch, brilliant catch.
It was a good catch, because when you go and see a batter play back as if he's about to cut the ball, sometimes a slip instinctively starts to come up, and Babar Azam did really well, because that was what, bootlace height really, that catch. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant again. Has it come off the edge, though? Or has it missed everything? It's Baba just leaping away to his right. He took an excellent catch, but I think it's just missed everything.
Yeah, Leach was fairly certain he didn't move. Moreira Erasmus said no. It turns out nothing really happened.
Another good catch taken, but not sure if that one hit the bat or the back leg. Review wasn't taken. He's getting a bit of bounce when he bowled that googly, that wrong on.
Excellent googly to finish. Leach survives. 271 for 8. The lead bang on 350. Good bowling from Zahid. I think he saw Brook coming there, who signalled his intentions quite early. Swept away by Brook, but there's a man there, and it's comfortably taken. Saud Shakil is at deep backward square. So another wicket falls to spin, a big wicket this time. There'll be no flurry from Brook with the tail, and England 9 down.
Yeah, brilliant 100. But he's undone by this. He's gone for the big slog. He's got it more towards the bottom end of the bat. A well-judged catch in the deep by Saud Shakil. Zahid Mahmood now picks up his second wicket, and it's the big one. A brilliant knock. Harry Brook 108. Well played by him. England 271 for 9. And just on that wicket as well, the players will break for a drink.
Well, the game is moving on quickly. England have lost 4 wickets this morning. They're 9 down now. Last pair, Anderson and Leach at the crease. As per the first innings, but with a little more success this time. Anderson reverse sweeps and picks up a boundary, so that lead stretches to 354. Boundaries are a little bit bigger here in Multan. They've been pushed back probably a good 10 to 20 yards or so bigger than Rawalpindi. That may have been a 6 in Pindi. But with Stokes and now Brook, 2 sweeps looking to go for the big shots. The rather bigger playing area here plays to the advantage of the spinner.
England lead by 3-5-4, and I don't think Pakistan is totally out of this game. It is a very slow pitch. This might be out. This might be out. It's given. Yes. Pretty straightforward decision from here where we are looking. But Anderson decided to go upstairs to the third umpire.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision on field is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on. Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge just to confirm that?
How many runs?
Waiting on ultra edge, Ali. There's a little gap between the bat and the ball, flat line. I'm satisfied that there's no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready, please. Ball tracker coming up now, Ali. Ball pitching in line, impact is in line, and wickets hitting. You'll be staying with your original decision. I'm out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen, signal.
Very good on-field decision, and that ends Jimmy Anderson's brief stay. It ends England's second innings. Pakistan have had a good morning, actually. They've taken 5 wickets for 73 in 1 ball under 16 overs. All wickets have fallen to spin, and that's the first time in a test here since Lahore in 1987 that has happened. So different strategy after Pindi, a slow turner, 1 extra spinner, Abrar, who's enjoyed a wonderful debut, and all England's wickets have fallen to the spinners. So Pakistan have had a decent morning, as what Bakar Yunus said. They're not completely out of this game. They'll have to bat really well, but the pitch is still good. That's how England's second innings ended, with that 100 for Harry Brook, 79 yesterday for Ben Duckett. Ben Stokes making 41 this morning, but nothing much from the tail there. 275 all out in the best part of 65 overs, and the spinners sharing the wickets. 4 for 120 for Abrar, 11 wickets in the game for him. Zahid Mahmood 3 for 52. He's enjoyed a better second test match than his first, and there was 1 for the left arm spinner Nawaz. So, match situation. It's been a much better balance between bat and ball in this second test match here in Multan, and Pakistan will need the highest score in the game to win and level the series. 355 is their target.
Welcome back to Multan. And England have been bowled out in their second innings for 275. Not a single wicket to a seamer for Pakistan in either innings. You have to go back to Lahore in 1987 against England. It was the last time Pakistan quick bowler failed to get a wicket in a test match. 355, the key stat there. That's what Pakistan will need. It was a seamer that was bowling for the first wicket, but it was Crawley that was run out by Abrar Ahmed at mid-on. He was a yard short. And even just the little gentle lob from Abrar showed what a poor run it was. And then Abrar Ahmed was into the action with the ball. The googly to Will Jacks, who'd been promoted to number 3, because Ollie Pope had been keeping for a while. And Abrar was into his work straight away.
Magnificent catch. Abdullah Shafiq first went one way and then dived the other. And that too fielding at short leg. One of the better catches you'll see at short leg. And then that ball didn't arrive. That looked all set to get to 100. He was batting so well. That ball just died on him. No pace out of the hand and no pace off the pitch. And ended up through the shot as the ball arrived.
And then another run out. Ollie Pope maybe forgot that Nawaz was left-handed. Dive, he didn't even get in with the dive. It was a poor run. Harry Brook had no chance at the other end to get in. Good bit of fielding from Nawaz. He's a good athlete, balanced, nice throw. Rizwan does the rest. And then Nawaz with the ball. Today, Ben Stokes has just hit a 6, and then the next over he just found long on. A very good catch. Sorry, deep mid-wicket. Ahmed Ali. Stokes way back in his crease there, way back. Hit it pretty well. But the bigger boundaries here in Multan just bring the fielders and the spinners into play more. Abrar Ahmed just running through Ollie Robinson. England now just looking to tee off and get on with bowling.
And this is a good catch by Barber, low to his right. Carried to him. He's trying to turn it down to third, but maybe a bit of a nick off the glove. And Harry Brook, after a fantastic innings, trying to launch it over the top, over that big outfield, found the man in the deep.
Yeah, Pakistan's fielding was good in that second innings, actually. They weren't great in Rawalpindi. But if you put in the 2 run-outs and then the 2 good catches in the deep, Barber's catch that slipped. Barber dropped a dolly yesterday, and that was the last wicket. Jimmy Anderson, having got a 4 with the reverse, went for the orthodox sweep, and that was absolutely plumb. The light roller, it is a bit cracked out there. It's still a very good pitch. It's only day 3. Often the final innings will start around about this time, if not later on day 4. Starting before lunch on day 3. So Pakistan have a chance. They'll need to bat out of their skin. They really will. 355 is a long way away. England will feel they have enough, and they'll definitely feel they have enough in the bowling department. Well, Rizwan's out there opening the battings. First time he's opening in first-class cricket in his career. Shafiq, the usual test match opener in the last year or so, is at the other end. Fabulous start to his test career, averaging 62 in 9 matches. Imam had gone for an MRI scan on his hamstring and hadn't fielded, so his right hamstring was a problem. So Imam's not out there. With it being an internal injury, he can't bat for the period of time he was off the field. So Rizwan, as he does in T20 cricket, is at the top of the order. I wonder if he'll play in T20 mode. Robinson we didn't see for a long time in the first innings. He has the new ball in the second innings. Two slips, a short leg and a short mid-wicket. Pakistan need 355 to stay in the series and level it 1-1. England need 10 wickets to take the series. Give it a chance to swing, but also with the newer ball, tall bowler hit the deck. Just a few cracks, more cracks on this pitch than in Rawalpindi for the seamer. Just a tall bowler, drag your length back, hit the deck, and get a couple just to skid and keep low, LBW and bowled. Especially Rizwan, who could drag it back onto his stumps. That sort of length. Just had a look at it before play, and definitely some of the cracks on the middle of the pitch are just slightly turned upwards, which tends to suggest they'll do more off those cracks there than in Pindi. Nothing dramatic, but I reckon the odd one might grub, especially the cutter.
Got really stuck in the first innings, did Rizwan. At the start of his innings, just couldn't get off the mark. He might enjoy this slightly more with the new ball, albeit in a position that he's never batted in, but new ball just skidding on slightly better onto the bat.
Yeah, be positive, Mohammad Rizwan. They went into their bunker, their shell after the wicket of Babar Azam in the first innings. Positive intent doesn't mean swiping, just positive in defence and attack.
You always get the impression with Rizwan that he's busy, to use that word. Even though it took him a long time to get off the mark in the first innings, you could call that studious reconnaissance. Here against the new ball, you've got the adrenaline of facing a new ball as well. That's the other thing that kind of helps that process once you've arrived there in this sort of circumstance where you're pushed up the order.
Slip comes out, second slip. Crawley goes to the drive man on the offside. Fraction full at the moment, Robinson. Bowling that English length where the ball is moving sideways. We've hardly seen any swing.
He opened with Jack Leach with the new ball, did Stokes in the first innings. Anderson and Jack Leach. Seems as if he is warming up, so Anderson will not get the new ball.
Just one run from the first over, 1 for none. Yeah, he got wickets with the new ball in both innings in Rawalpindi. Got Azhar Ali in the first innings, and then the wicket, the winning wicket in Pindi with the new ball when the light was fading, the one that skids on and gets the LBW. It's been a great combination, Stokes and Leach. Stokes really has handled his left arm spinner well. Test wickets for Leach. Got that milestone in the first innings here. Moved on to 102 now. Slip, a gully and a short leg.
Nice boy! Lovely Natta, bite that edge, boy! Good. Yeah, good. Just one, we'll go one to your right, just one. That's perfect.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty. What does that come off? Did it just flick the back leg, or was there bat involved?
Nice boy, nice
Run
boy.
given.
Hey boys, go start here. Swap, swap.
Yeah, the edge onto the thigh, Ollie Pope's thigh.
It was a big deflection, wasn't it? Big deflection. And the thigh, what Pope was hoping was it was ricocheted up in the air and Root or Crawley, two tall men, could grab it. Edge, knee, and above Crawley and Root. Yeah, keep an eye on Pope's glove work. He hasn't done it for a while before that Rawalpindi test match, and when it's spinning and bouncing, it's when you need your keeper to be right on it, and that didn't melt into the gloves.
And this should be interesting because normally with Rizwan in white ball cricket, he likes to take on spin right at the top of the order. Now, he started off with intent. He's tried to sweep one first ball.
Oh, very nice, mate. Beautiful, not beautiful, not.
Just confirming the edge, it was a big deflection. Sort of delivery that got Rizwan in the first innings, actually, when he was bowled and he missed it. Firing it in, Leach. And the pitch clips it, no mid-wicket, will only be a couple. Good start from Leach, very good, 4 for none.
Well, very encouraging for both England and for Leach himself. I thought in the first innings the new ball experiment wasn't brilliant. He bowled too many shorter deliveries, but he has been very consistent the last year or so, give or take, just under, in terms of those lines and lengths, and there's help, just enough help from the pitch at the moment.
See if Robinson can just drag his length back 6 inches. Just that in-between length, don't hang on the front foot. Perfect. Just a bit straight on line.
The Osaka boundary contest. Osaka yesterday presented 70,000 PKR to the players towards that Osaka boundary contest. It was 7 fours that were hit yesterday.
That's good now from Robinson. He's dragged it back. Some stage Stokes will give him a split field where he'll have an extra man on the leg side. Because if he's going to bowl this line, he might err leg side. That's perfect length. Now he just needs one of those to sneak onto a crack and just deviate, keep low. Five for none. A few in, but still not many. Great to see some youngsters in. But with the ground being out of town, which we've highlighted the last couple of days, not many have made the journey.
Oh, nice boy.
There are two different contests for Leach now. Abdullah Shafiq, well, he'll try and take him downtown. He'll try and use his feet and hit him over the top or straight down the ground. Whereas Rizwan, he'll go square.
Oh, yeah, boy.
Interesting that Stokes has a deep cover. That will go through, actually. Ollie Robinson diving over it. Will be a couple. Doesn't often have that position, whether he's asking just to try and knock it on the offside. Whether he wants to bowl at Rizwan a bit more. Long way down for Ollie Robinson.
Oh, that's a nice ball, Nut. Very good, that, Nut. Lovely bird. Oh, nice boy. Very nice, that boy. Very good, Nut. Oh, that's nice, boy. That's a nice ball, Nut.
With the new ball, that inside edge as well comes into play. The pad had one that's hit the outside edge, just one that skids on with the new ball. LBW still in play.
Oh, that's the ball.
That's played
boy.
nicely, 7 for none.
Yes, bowled nicely too. I think Leach knows full well that what he has to try and do is just maintain those sorts of lines, those sorts of lengths. At some stage something will happen. The odd one will grip, as it did the one that nearly produced the chance, or did produce the chance that wasn't taken. Decision will have to be made at the other end, so the sort of the Stokes brains trust, with the experience of a former captain, leading bowler, will just decide what the best tactics are at the other end, how long to bowl seam, whether you have another couple of overs of Robinson, try Anderson, what you do with the fields.
Yeah, I think it's more the field, whether to go split field No, I mean split field, 5-4, 5 offside, 4 leg side, and just bowl straight. You're not going to get many caught slip on this low one now. So just go LBW in bold with the odd short ball. He's going to keep it 6-3. And the only difference they've made is they've moved back a point down to deep third man. Maybe just to hope he runs it again, tries to run it down there and it finds the outside edge. That'll be a couple. Something we highlighted yesterday about Harry Brook is how he changes his stance from the seamer to the spinner. Brook has picked up length of the spinner really well. Why does he pick up length of the spinner? Look against spin how low he is, how he squatted down, and against seam he stands upright. Against the spinner, what it means is that he picks up length. Because he's low, shorter, he picks up that trajectory very quickly, and balls that are reasonably full, not short, Harry Brook picks up that length because he squats low. It's something that if you want to improve your playing a spin, it's not for everyone. You can stand upright. There have been some very good tall players of spin. Matthew Hayden was tall and slog swept, but noticed it in the nets the other day. Brook against seam, bolt upright, and against spin would squat low for a tall man. Root does it. He widens his stance and has a bit of a trigger movement to get lower. Brook just does it in his setup. Short ball.
I just wonder how Stokes will play this. He'll probably mark Ward into the attack sooner rather than later and test out that short ball and maybe scuff the ball up more for reverse swing.
Nearly an inside edge. On this pitch, you'll take anything. Not doing that much for the seamer, 10 for none.
Yeah, no more than the absolute merest hint of movement. Nicely played. Just hop onto the back foot.
I feel like the top edge of the stumps is a bit straighter. Yeah. Depends how straight it's going to hit. It's going to hit it square. It's going to be off the stumps. It's going to be.
It's an interesting position that Leach has with a leg slip. He bowled with this in the Caribbean for a while. Again, with a new ball, he's hoping for an inside edge. Down the pitch. Doesn't get all of it. Anderson tries to get back. And it just lands, and Anderson will try and stop the boundary. But that was well bowled by Leach. Nearly deceived Rizwan.
Well, if Jack Leach, you'll take it either way. If a batsman wants to sit and just defend all the time, you feel as though he can keep the pressure on. If a batsman starts to take risks like this and doesn't quite get there, you've got a feeling that if there is a worse miscue than that, you've got a possible chance of a wicket. This might take a little sorting out for the third umpire. Not helped by the shadow. Not often you see James Anderson in the shadows. I'm sorry, but life is too short for all this sort of stuff.
Well, Rizwan's at the non-striker zone, so Anderson has saved the boundary and a run. And the pitch, there's no doubt about that one. Third umpire doesn't have to look for that. That's gone straight for 6.
Yep, someone else might have to look for it. But that is beautifully executed. Absolutely classical. Great use of the feet, super balance. Nothing extravagant about the shot, just technique and timing.
Yeah. We've seen a couple of shots brook out the rough yesterday to the leg spinner, and now that shot from Shafiq. Classic shot, that. Check drive for 6. Leach comes back at him. Good battle, this.
That is his shot, not this one, the previous one. That is his shot off the spinner. He likes hitting down the ground. That's his release shot, does it beautifully. And that's his scoring area.
Oh, nice, mate. Very nice.
And he trusts his forward defense to be able to bide his time with just that type of delivery, to be able to then get to the pitch or just enough length to hit down the ground.
The one difference with this England side, I reckon by now previous captains would have a long off. Even protecting 355, they would have a long off just to take that shot out the equation. Stokes doesn't. And that's been clipped beautifully. I reckon that will go away for 4. It does. Expensive over. 23 for none.
Yeah, just a bit of drift into the pad, but the length too full. And just nicely, easily worked leg side, the timing perfect. So a couple of boundaries for Abdullah Shafiq in that over. He'll feel better. And Pakistan will just be slightly easier with this little start that they've had.
Round the wicket. Mohammed.
Robinson off, root on. Round the wicket with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. 2 wickets in 1 over in the first innings. Hard sweep, misses it. And Pope's interested, but not Root or Stokes. Not interested in the review, Ben Stokes. Much more intent from Pakistan and Rizwan. What did this hit? Where did it hit? Glove. Stokes has just moved the boundary man in 10 for the top edge sweep. And it goes past him because he's in 10.
Yeah, the promotion to the top of the order might well work for Rizwan. So far we've seen many sweep shots, a lot more intent from him in terms of getting runs. This time he backs himself with the sweep shot. Whatever field positioned on the leg side, he's always going to back himself with that particular shot.
Not timed perfectly, just be a couple. Back cut, and that will be 4 more. This is a good start now from Pakistan. Rizwan showing real intent. 33 for none.
Well, Pakistan have had an excellent morning. They've taken the last 5 England wickets in the best part of 15 overs for the addition of just 73 runs and a bright start now. Makeshift opening partnership with Rizwan pushed to the top of the order because of an injury to Imam ul-Haq. And it's a change that has benefited Pakistan here because Rizwan has come out with some intent. Shafiq likewise, and they've chipped away at that target to the tune of 37 already. We're only in the 8th over.
Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq looking very comfortable, very organized, very composed, and he's been getting into good positions. Pakistan looking to score, and they've been doing that at just over 5. This is good.
Oh, that's nice, mate.
I guess it's a recognition as well that while the ball is new, that may be the easiest time to score freely, that Stokes will want to wait until the ball is, 30 overs old and starts to reverse swing before his seamers come into the game, and England have got 4 of those. It's another good one from Leach.
Very nice, Nat.
He
Very
bowled
nice, boy.
a beauty like that to Shafiq in the first innings.
I like what I'm seeing from Pakistan. The intent is there. They're looking to score runs quickly, and I think that's the right way. They should have done it in Pindi also, but yeah, good positive start. You get a loose delivery, just put it away. Put pressure back on the bowler.
Very nice, that Natta. Oh, beautiful, mate.
Yeah, he got Shafiq with a beauty in the first innings. But, spun off the pitch and bounced just to take the edge, and it consequence of something I referred to yesterday, that right-handed batters to the left-arm spinner cannot play with their pad on the line of the ball anymore. So it means Leach only has to spin it, turn it, half the width of the bat. And that's a big change in the era of DRS.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Good over from Leach, 37 for none, Pakistan.
This is a pitch where you are going to get deliveries which is going to trouble you, which is going to make you uncomfortable out there in the middle. The best way to deal with it is just quickly forget about it and just move on and focus on the next delivery. The crowd's coming in, and that's very, very good to see. Come a little late, but they do.
The word is out, Vakar. The chase is on.
Oh, that's you, Joe. That's you, Ruta.
Yeah, the chase was also on in Rawalpindi. They were set for 343. And again, the openers looked out to come and play their shots, even in the first innings here. It just so happens every now and then the scoring rate completely dies.
Well, the key one there, I suppose, is the 314 in Karachi in 1994. That's the highest chase in Pakistan. They've made more, of course, but abroad. But this is a very good pitch still. There's something there for the spinners. The odd ball will turn, and we expect some reverse swing from, well, about the 30 over onwards, but generally it's a decent surface still for batting.
It also correlates nicely with what Bazid Khan said the other day in a graphic where he related to the degree of spin. You'd imagine the subcontinent to turn come the fourth innings. Well, we're still into day 3, but it spins or it turns the least in the subcontinent come the fourth innings.
Yeah, when you say subcontinent, I'd just perhaps, certainly Pakistan. I wouldn't necessarily say India or Sri Lanka, where pitches can really disintegrate. But my experience, and you've got far more experience here, Rouge, than me, but my experience is that that's exactly right in Pakistan, that they don't break up and get worse at all. 40 for none.
Right now, Leach is little bit more threat to Pakistan than Root, because he's looking to land the ball in the line of the stumps. It is tough to sort of just play with the pad. Good running, very good running. That's what you're going to get when Rizwan is in the middle.
It's been a cool, breezy morning here in Multan, and a Tapal tea moment with a Tapal tea cup. Perfect for the weather and the cricket.
It's definitely cooler than the first couple of days. This morning we were out there, and it felt like that the temperatures dropped a touch.
When Leach is on that line, Rizwan is fine. I reckon just outside off stump, Rizwan picks the length perfectly and is a good cutter of the ball. When Leach is in at around middle and leg, it's a bit trickier for Rizwan. He won't always get it to really bite and spin, but I think that's the line he should be looking to bowl to Rizwan, a bit straighter. Got him in the first innings, if you recall, with an absolute cracker. Spearing in to around about, what's that, middle? Maybe middle and leg. And then the first ball of this over was very similar line. And he's just a bit more uncertain when it's a straighter ball. Whereas Shafiq, that more off-stump line where he got him in the first innings, that's the line to Shafiq. So it's just a little adjustment to each batter. And Leach will know that. He'll get a sense of where the batters feel uncomfortable.
Oh, nice boy.
43 for none. Pakistan's morning so far, that target 355, and already that's been reduced by 43. Good opening partnership between Shafiq and Rizwan, pushed up to the top of the order. And both have played assertively. I'd say the tempo has been excellent at the start of this innings. Looking to score, not doing anything unduly risky, but putting the bad ball away and making it plain to England that they're not just there to occupy the crease.
When Pakistan chased down that big total of 377 in Palakili, I was there actually, and Yunus Khan was the man. Shan Masood, never seen Shan Masood played so well. What about that one? I think it's just pitched outside the leg stump and would have missed the stumps also, but Pakistan, they're running hard, they're looking for every run.
I don't think so. England will chat about this, but Root is very wide on the crease and he's got a low arm. He's had the sense that that pitched outside leg stump. Well, he delayed it, but has sent it upstairs in the end.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Seem to be no bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge? Flat line as the ball passes. Keep going past the glove. Right, it's past the glove. No bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready, please. Ball tracker coming up. Ball pitching outside leg. Murray, you will stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. The on-screen signal now.
Not a good review from England. I think it was Root in the end who persuaded Stokes to go for it. But it's that point that I made, the angle from where Root bowls with that low arm just makes it a bit more difficult for him. That pitched in line and strained, and he's in business there, but this one bounced too much.
Yeah, the difference there, look at his arm. It's much more upright, more closer to his ear there, over his shoulder. And he's got the ball to bounce because of that.
Swanee would have loved to bowl on this. Graham Swan, one of the finest off spinner England had in the late 90s and a bit of 2000. Exceptional bowler, bowls really with the high arm, spins it and takes the ball away from the right-handers.
Oh, that's a nice ball, Joe.
Comfortable there. Rizwan, 47 without loss, Pakistan.
Yeah, Swan was an interesting story really, because he was picked very young, as you say, around about the year 2000. It was a tour I was on in Sri Lanka. He was very, very young, maybe 20, 21. And then he didn't play for a long time. He was left out, and he came back in the team about 2008. So he had then a longer apprenticeship. When he came back for his second stint, he was a much better bowler, a much more mature character, and became one of England's best.
Well, he was still very good when he took the retirement or moved away from the game.
Yeah, he had issues with his elbow at the end. It was on an Ashes tour that was a very difficult tour for England in 2013-14. But he was an excellent bowler for a long time. One of those who benefited a bit from the thing we've been talking about, the advent of DRS. His second stint in the England team just coincided with that. But he was an outstanding bowler. He really spun it hard, had a very attacking and aggressive mindset.
Yeah, you could do with some Sensodyne after that, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. A lovely Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment.
Oh, nice boy, nice boy. Nice nut.
Lovely, lovely from Leach. The previous ball just running on with the arm, and this one turning off the pitch, and that's the problem for the batter. I'm not sure that Leach is exactly intending that to be the case. It's just natural variation. That's beaten Pope down the leg side. Leach didn't get the line right on this occasion. Just wait for Alim Dar. Wondered whether he was going to signal buys. No, there must have been a tickle there off the inside edge. So a couple and a 50 partnership between Shafiq and Rizwan.
Oh, nice boy.
51 for none. Yeah, finger spinners do have the slider, but I think on this occasion Leach was trying to get both to spin, but one didn't, and the second one did, and that's just natural variation. Some will go, some won't. Very hard for the batter to know. Talking of Graham Swan, actually, he was one of those finger spinners who had what you'd call an undercutter, which would get the ball to just slide on. So he'd almost get the seam spinning on its axis from east-west. And then he's the one that spun with overspin. The seam would be at 45 degrees. So he was a very skillful bowler. Enough of Joe Root, thinks Ben Stokes. After that shocking review, he's banished Stokes to the outfield and given the ball to Mark Wood.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shocker, wasn't it? The review, I reckon even the impact was outside leg stump, but it's time to face some pace. He's been quick, and it's been spoken about how quickly his muscle memory allows for him to clock up the speed. It doesn't take him more than a couple of deliveries to clock it up over 150.
Swan's doing a bit of media work also. He's a commentator, worked with him a little bit, not that much, but he was just there in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, doing that T10. He's a fun personality, loves to have a lot of conversation and always smiling, laughing. Gem of a man.
I think Rob Key has brought him in to work with some of England's young spinners as well. He's generally not been around the England setup very much since retirement. I'm fairly certain that Graham Swan might be working with maybe the under-19s. They have a camp in the UAE. Certainly knows a lot about spin bowling. He did an excellent masterclass for us on Sky last summer. We talked through a bit of his career and all his variations and the way that he bowled. And unusually, he would spin it off his middle finger. He'd have a big gash on his middle finger rather than the index finger, which is where most off spinners get a kind of callus on their finger. Oh, close. It's kept low. Yeah. Finger goes up. The change has worked. Rizwan has reviewed immediately. Maybe he's got a scratch on it.
Yeah, I heard two noises.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. There appear to be some bad there. Give me all trades just to confirm that. Appear to be an inside edge. Standing by Murray. There appeared to be an inside edge. Standing by. Simon, you could probably show me the front on again. If you show me it a little slow, I might be able to make a decision. If you don't have the ultra edge. Standing by. Yeah, he's definitely hit this ball. I'm going back to Murray on field. Murray, you'll have to reverse your original decision. Signal now.
Yeah, a bit of common sense from Joel Wilson. The review was taking too long, but on that replay it was clear that there was an inside edge. All the players had gone back to their mark, they knew, but it was just a warning sign for Rizwan about the difficulty of pulling Mark Wood, who's a short skiddy bowler on a pitch. There's not a great deal of bounce. That might not be the best option.
Also, Ath, in terms of technology, you make a good point. Sometimes when you see it that obvious, you probably don't have to go through the entire process Obvious decision. And as soon as Joe Wilson was provided with that angle with the obvious deflection off the bat, quickly went back to Maria Rasmus on the field. But Rizwan gets into a horrible position here. Ball's hurried on to him, it hasn't bounced as much, and he's got a horizontal bat out to put that away.
Rizwan almost broke the inside edge part of the bat, because that one really hit hard onto the pad. And a bit of kneecap also.
Lovely square drive from Rizwan.
Get round, lads, get round. Let's get another one for Woody.
53 for none. Well, the morning session yesterday on the second day was absolutely England's, whereas today Pakistan have had a terrific session. Couldn't have gone any better for them, really. Oh, it's another good one again from Leach. He's probing away on a perfect line to Abdullah Shafiq. That is where he wants to be, right on off stump. And a bit straighter to Rizwan if he can.
Sometimes as a left arm spinner, you hate too much spin, because you miss bat by a long margin. You like spin, but not that much. You need a smaller sort of cut off the surface. He's landing a seam very nicely on that pitch, on that dry pitch, but it's spinning way too much. And I think what Shafiq's doing well is he's going forward. He's not really going back on his back foot, because every time you go back, then it's more trouble.
Oh, that is nice. Beautiful nut.
Well, he's a good player. He looks very calm to me. I obviously don't know him well as an individual, but he looks as though he's not fussed about playing and missing. That he manages to put the previous ball out of his mind very quickly. He seems to have an excellent temperament at the crease, to me.
Yeah, he's a quiet character behind the scenes compared to his regular opener Imam. but he is slightly more assured of himself. And every time you talk to him, he's confident in the ability he has, and he doesn't stray too far away from what comes to him naturally or what are his strengths. One being that he is very good off his coming down the wicket to the spinners and using his feet. And he does stick to his strengths.
And he plays a mean guitar. He's a good singer as well. I've seen him on social media.
There's another one in that. Azam Khan does a good job with that. Maybe get them together and get a new track going.
Sweat firmly. And that just puts a nice conclusion to a top-class session for Pakistan. Sweat to the fence. Might get one more, actually. Was thinking that that might be the final ball of the session, but probably get one more over. Pakistan 57 for none. Well, Sunday afternoon, if you're watching this or listening in the vicinity of Multan, there's a game on. Pakistan not without a chance here. Babar Azam to come in. Get yourself down here. Just looking at the field set with a fine leg, a man out at deep square leg just in front of square, and then Zach Crawley in a kind of deepish leg gully position. So there are 3 fielders there on that leg side if Abdullah Shafiq wants to take the short ball on from Mark Wood. Crawley's just come into a catching position now. Top edge, takes it on, flies very fine and high, and for 6. Mark Wood won't mind that though. Just before lunch, he'll ask the question again, I'm sure, of Abdullah Shafiq.
Well, that's a disadvantage at times when you have a pace like Wood, because the ball comes quickly. Even if you get an edge is a better way to play actually, because if you middle it, it might go straight into the hands of the fielder, but once you get the edge, it just speeds up and go far.
Another short ball coming here, surely. No, Fuller, and just shaping in, but the way that Shafiq played that pull shot, he was not in control of it. He was almost ducking down his head. He'd taken his eyes off the ball, and it could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, the pace of Mark Wood adds to that as well, and just as you see that replay, he sort of has his head ducking away. Not in control by any means.
Yeah, no control, but the pace did the job for him on that occasion. But if you look at the replay of the second inning first test match back in Pindi, the lack of pace, the ball didn't come and it was not enough bounce, and that's why he couldn't really play where he wanted to. He wanted to go a little bit finer, but because the ball didn't come, got the edge and went in the air, and comfortable catch.
Well, the last ball before lunch, as Zach Crawley just moves slightly deeper, a third man now in the deep. I'd put a lot of money on this being short. No, I'd have lost my money. A length ball. Shafiq survives. What an excellent session for Pakistan this has been. 64 for none. The target is 355. And with this session this morning on the third day, this morning session, they have given themselves a chance. England still in a very strong position, but all those 5 wickets fell this morning for the addition of what, just 73 runs, was it? And an excellent reply from Shafiq and Rizwan. Makeshift opening partnership in the absence of Imam, and they can walk off a little bit more confidently than perhaps they walked onto the field at the start of the third day's play. Got a game on. Shafiq 34 from 52, Rizwan 28 from 38, and the 64 runs coming in 15 overs, so the run rate very healthy. They've played really assertively, looked to score at every opportunity, and therefore the economy rates for Leach, Root and Wood reflect that. Robinson in his 3 overs, very parsimonious. Match situation, Pakistan in their second innings, 64 for none. They need a further 291 to win. Well, for Pakistan, it was all about taking wickets this morning. England were looking to push on. They were in a very strong position with a lead of 281 at the start of the day's play. Brook was becalmed for the first 15 minutes or so, and then a flurry of boundaries took him through the 80s, through the 90s, and to his second Test match 100. That pull off Nawaz, bringing up his second 100, and an excellent one it was too. That six from Stokes off Abrar equaled the record set by Brendan McCullum for the number of sixes in Test cricket. Stokes was looking to surpass that when he holed out into the deep. An excellent catch this from Muhammad Ali. Boundaries a little bigger here in Multan than Pindi. Robinson missed a straight ball from Abrar. Wood fenced Zahid, who'd just come on to Babar Azam at slip, and then Brook falling the same way as Stokes, really, suffering by the size of the boundaries here in Multan. Anderson, the last man to go, he reviewed this, but it looked out and was out. And those 5 wickets have fallen in just 15 overs, so it was a good first hour from Pakistan. They had to rejig their batting order because Imam was taking a scan at the local hospital. Rizwan came out in the opening position, and both he and Shafiq immediately looked to take the attack to England's bowlers. There was a lot of spin at the start. Stokes waiting for the ball to reverse swing till he brings his seamers into play. That was one decision given out, but overturned immediately by Rizwan, a clear inside edge. Shafiq finished with a swept 4 off Leach and a pulled 6, albeit one that he wasn't completely in control of, but Shafiq and Rizwan walked off, having fashioned together an excellent opening partnership of 64. So Pakistan have given themselves a chance this morning, but they still need a lot of runs, 291 runs away. Okay, break for half an hour or so for us, and we've got a lot of good cricket to come for you on this third day in Multan.
been a good session for Pakistan, but Brooks is on his way. He scores another 100 and third inning 100, second time around out there, and he still is the standout batter. Zahid Mahmood had his moments, got some wickets going to wrap up England's second innings at 275, and then this opening from Rizwan and Abdullah Shafiq. 64 for no loss after facing 15 overs in the fourth innings. This is the match summary here at Multan. This game is just going at a rapid pace. 30 wickets have already fallen in 2 days in a session. And we've had, we're already in the fourth innings rather. Pakistan need 291 and they've got a lot of time. Hello and welcome to the Inverx Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I've got my guests alongside me and we will talk in detail about where is this test match heading. I've got Uruj Mumtaz and David Gower alongside me. Just to give you an idea, guys, I was just talking to the groundsman and he tells me just before this, Bangladesh under-19 and Pakistan under-19 played a 4-day game and they needed 300 odd to win this match and they got to 292 and they just ran out of time. Similar thing happened in the two first-class games over here. Feels that the pitch of the fourth day, third day flattens out and the way the rollers have been used, the heavy one last night and then this morning again. So I'll start with you, Ruj, because you seem to be the one with the pitch. Where is this going? I mean, are we expecting something of a bit of a fight back from Pakistan or is it just very temporary?
I really don't think it needs to be a fight back. It needs to be just measured batting, good temperament, stay out in the middle and bat for as long as possible. It was a similar situation in Pindi and you summed it up quite nicely. The pitch has got absolutely no demons, nothing spitting out of it, a bit of natural variation, and the biggest thing is there's plenty of time in this test match. So I really don't think it's... Well, you say it shouldn't be a struggle, but you never know. But they should back themselves for at least as long as they can.
You guys have been talking about the slowness of the wicket and the turn has also gone slow. So will it be easier to negotiate if there is any exaggerated turn or spin later on today or tomorrow?
You're starting to get me worried. I mean, normally speaking, whatever the conditions, if you've got that many runs on the board, this sort of target in the fourth innings of the game, you are normally speaking safe as the bowling side. We've seen the odd little chance in these overs up until lunch. What's encouraging for Pakistan is that both Shafiq and Rizwan have batted very sensibly, really well. So, yeah, every session like that gives you renewed hope. England will go back in thinking, OK, what can we do different again? They'll be using words like patience, all those things that you say when you haven't taken a wicket as soon as you want to. They'll also be hoping that, for instance, what happened in the first innings could happen again. So once you get the two key men or two or three key men out, you know, the floodgates open. It's not time to panic yet, but it keeps things interesting.
David has taught me, whether it's about stats or it's about opinions, always take a second one. Let's go out there to Zainab and Waqar Yunus and find out if they feel the same way as Uruj and David do.
Thanks, Sikandar. Well, it might be a little too early for Pakistan fans to start getting hopeful, Waqar. I mean, is it premature to start thinking that this is gettable?
Come on, let's start hoping at least. You know, I know it's a long way, but yeah, the chance is there and the intent is there, which I think we were missing in Islamabad. So I think, you know, game is definitely on, but how long can Pakistan carry on with this sort of attitude and this sort of intent, and if they carry on like that and don't lose too many wickets and win sessions at the right time, you know, test match cricket is all about winning sessions, and so far Pakistan not won too many sessions, but today we have seen the morning session is won completely by Pakistan, and if they can carry on and, as I said, don't lose too many wickets and stay out there, and if they stay out there, there is so much time left in this test match, they can just take 2 days to score this 291.
From whatever you've seen so far, are you happy with their approach in terms of batting? We spoke about how they were rather limited in their shot range, but we saw Rizwan today, you know, getting off with that sweep shot. So there's definitely been better signs of intent from them.
Look, Imam not there, and you know the promotion of Rizwan I think is worked so far. What we have seen already, 64 runs they have scored, both of them, and they're looking good, and they're scoring at a good rate also. That means they mean business. They want to win this game. They cannot really draw this game for sure. They can either lose or win. So wise to just stay out there and keep sort of defending the deliveries. Make sure if it's there, take a bit of risk and keep scoring runs. The more you score, England will come under pressure.
Batting in the fourth innings on this track, I mean, from whatever you've seen so far, what do you make of it? Do you think it's going to change dramatically, or is it going to stay consistent?
Oh, I think it's gone a little better. I mean, the odd one does spin and spin sharply. But, if you forget about what happened the previous ball and focus on the next one and keep scoring runs, I think it's no real demons in this pitch. Of course, it's only the third day, plenty of time. So I think it's battable, it's gettable. All you need is from Pakistan is the application.
What's going to be the bigger challenge for Pakistan? Is it going to be reverse swing? We saw that troubled Pakistan in the previous inning. Ollie Robinson got Babar Azam on a peach of a delivery. And then you've got the spinners. They've obviously got one frontline spinner in the form of Jack Leach. What's going to be the bigger challenge?
I think Pakistan will look to score runs against a spinner. I think that's their strategy, what we have seen so far. But even the Pacers, I'm not really sure if they're going to attack too much. They'll probably wait for a bad delivery, and I'm sure Stokes also know that that's what Pakistan's strategy is. So he'll probably bowl more Pacers and see what Pakistan's got. So it's cat and mouse, but we have to really play out of our skin as Pakistanis to win this game.
Yeah, they'll have to play out of their skins to chase this one down. Of course, we've spoken about the pitch and how it might or might not change. What do you guys think, Sikandar, in the studio? Is the pitch going to change a lot?
I don't know about myself. I'm sure David has no idea as well. It's just Uruj, because she knows one thing, that this match is not going to day 5, and that's why she's not on any flight on day 5. But she's booked on every single flight starting from tonight to tomorrow. So it can end at any time, either way. Now, let's talk about some top performers. And Harry Brook has been somebody who's impressed us a lot, not just here, also in Rawalpindi. And we've seen a lot of him, I mentioned earlier, in the T20, the PSL version of it. Let's have a look at his innings, which he played just now, this morning.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
The one thing that stands out for me in this game about Harry Brook is that he was prepared to learn from one mistake, first innings mistake, where he skied it in the air, just misjudged the shot. What he did in the second innings was go back to the basics that he showed so well in the first Test match. He's still got the shots. He still plays those shots at each and every opportunity. He's so quick on his feet, so quick with his hands. Anything slightly short from the spinners disappears. But what he didn't do was try and manufacture something that wasn't on. So going from a low score, single-figure score in the first innings to 100 in the second innings shows a man who is prepared to learn and learn quickly.
He has been very, very consistent throughout the series, and we've seen a lot of him. And he's someone to look out for. I'm sure you've got the PSL coming up very soon, so he'll probably be considered, provided if he's not on national duty. Talking about the top performers, and of course, it's got to be Harry Brook, standout performance.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Pakistan was quick to wrap up England and keep them within 70 odd runs to be added to the total that they've been having from last night. Let's have a look at how the spinners went on with their business.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
England came out looking for runs, but taking on the bigger boundaries where the downfall came for Stokes. Excellent catch by Mohammad Ali, who sort of ran around the ball to begin with and then made the adjustment. Robinson obviously had the brief, came out and picked the wrong one. A good catch by Babar. The last one to fall was the big wicket, Harry Brook, again taking on the longer boundary. Saud Shakil again had a very good catch. Pakistan wrapped it up really nicely towards the back end.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
It's a good positive start from Pakistan. They're going at around 4.2 runs an over. They've got 64 in the 15 overs. You almost get a feeling, is it that Rizwan likes to open across formats? He just seems a little more at home compared to when batting at 6. And from what we've seen, it's taken 24 and 29 deliveries to get off the mark.
I mean, in this part of the world, you probably favor playing against the new ball because it doesn't do much in the air, doesn't do much of the seam. With a hard new ball, your scoring shots are open. I think also he has a liberty when you're batting up front with no pressure of wickets that have fallen when he comes in the middle order in the test arena. So it almost comes naturally to him being a prolific T20 opener. And with Imam missing, I think they've put on a really good partnership here. And they sort of feel that they're in with the chase with the start that they have.
Okay. Time for us to take a break. We'll keep David and Uruj here, right here with us, and we'll talk about what to expect from session 2 on day 3. Don't go away. Welcome back to Invictus Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Now we'll just focus on a young batsman who, according to David, is technically very sound. He's had a good start as a Pakistan opener in the longest format, especially in Bangladesh, got a big 100, and here lots is expected out of him. Michael Atherton caught up with him earlier. Let's have a listen.
Amazing start to your Test career, averaging mid-60s now after a handful of games. How pleased have you been with that start?
Yeah, it's a dream start for a youngster to continue your international cricket. So yeah, I'm very happy and excited about that. And till now, I'm performing so well for my country, and just I would like to perform like that in the next matches as well.
Who in the team particularly has helped you with your batting and learning about international cricket?
At that time, our coach was Miss Paul Haq, they saw me and they used to taught me so much things about cricket and batting especially. And after that, our skipper Babar Azam, he used to watch me a lot and he used to give me like so much things about cricket. So yeah, it's a good thing that I have that type of seniors in my camp, so I'm able to learn as much as I can from them. So yeah, I learn many things from them as a batsman. They're the patient, how are they patient to play the cricket, so how they play the ball, how they used to practice, and their routines as well. So I came to know much about them as well.
Talk to me about your family. Your father played cricket, your uncle played cricket. How much did their influence, what was their influence on you as a young man?
Yeah, it helped me a lot, I can say, in cricket, because my background is from cricket. They used to, my father especially, he used to play cricket in his days, and he's a very good batsman at that time. So, and after that, my uncle, he also represented UAE team. So I have got enough confidence while seeing them. Like, I have not seen my father play, but I used to hear a lot about him. So yeah, it's a motivation for me and an inspiration as well to play cricket and to play well for my country.
I watched you in the nets today. You are very technically correct and sound batsman. Did that come from your father, or was there other influences as well?
My uncle, another uncle, he used to feed me lots of ball in the nets and in the practice. So at that time, he worked on me on my basics. So this was a case. I can say that I have good basics, because I started from the basics, and then gradually I have added some things in my game. So I can say that was a thing which is helping me now.
And you have the ability to bat long periods of time as well, which in the modern game, a lot of things are around T20 and scoring rates and batting quickly, but you're a bit of a throwback to somebody who can bat long periods of time. You have great patience.
From the very start, I'm fond of doing batting. So I think this started from there. From my childhood, I used to bat along, like in the practice sessions, and I used to do extra practices a lot.
And you're from Sialkot. I mean, were there players and cricketers that you looked up to from that area?
Yes, Sialkot has a rich history of producing good players, and they like the sports goods and all other things are manufactured by Sialkot. There are many companies, and especially the main bat sponsors were also located there. So yeah, it helps you when you're a kid and you have good reach, like you can easily buy sports goods and you can practice yourself. So yeah, it's good to represent Sialkot as well.
Tell me a little bit about you off the field. Did I see a video of you singing and the guitar? You love your singing and guitar, is that right?
Yeah, it's a hobby of me, you can say. Like, I used to play guitar sometimes, just in my free time.
Does it help you relax?
Yeah, it gives me entertainment, yeah, you can say.
Are you confident that this will be a winning series for Pakistan?
Yeah, it will be a challenging series for both of us. Yeah, we have a home advantage, but England side is also very balanced, a good team. So I think that both of the teams have to work hard to win this series, I can say. And yeah, it will be a challenging series, and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when you actually see Abdullah Shafiq for the first time, you just know that there's a batsman inbuilt in him, and then you just further polish those numbers. And that's a great start for him. Most runs for Pakistan after 9 test matches, Uruj.
Yeah, I think he summed it up himself for himself that he's got very strong basics and he's worked hard on them. Over 900 runs in the first 9 tests for Pakistan. And the best part of it is he looks so assured in his technique and he seems unfazed by the situation, sticks to his strength, and the runs been coming for him.
Yeah, exactly. And David, when you see Abdullah Shafiq or someone like him, is it something that's inbuilt and you say that, yeah, that's a batsman to be, look at and then you can further polish his skills? Or is this something that that has to be cultivated into a player?
I think, as ever, it's a bit of both. I think people like him have a certain natural ability. You don't have that easy flow without sort of the body being put together the right way to start with. But what everyone has to learn is the ability to make it work. At the highest level, you've got to come up against the best bowlers in the world. You've got to have that hunger for runs that allows you to banish as many mistakes as possible and make big runs, which he obviously does. You need to have a temperament which leaves you unfazed by the odd player miss or the odd difficult delivery. So you treat each and every ball on its individual merit. And when you see him play those shots, I mean, like for instance, early on in the innings today, there was the straight drive for 6 off Jack Leach, which is just perfect. If you needed a template for anyone in the world to play that shot, that was it.
Enjoying Abdullah Shafiq's batting and hoping that he can show some more skill out here as he comes out in the second session. Someone else who's enjoying her time around here in Multan is Zainab Abbas, and let's find out where she's taking us today in the City Trail. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
After the calming experience in the caves of Islamabad and the hiking that I did, I thought it's time to try something different now. I'm here in Multan, but on a different mission at this point of time. Because we're talking about Multan, which is the city of saints, it's also known for its rich culture and historical importance. One of the other things that it's known for is its Kussa footwear. They're available in all kinds of colors, variety, and embroidery. Because I've given you now such a nice lowdown, it's time to head over to the shops. इस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूँ घंटाघर में, जो कि मुल्तान के फेमस कुस्सास पाए जाते हैं यहाँ पे, और मैं घूमती रही. I was trying to find the right perfect kussa for myself and I ended up here. अच्छा, ये बताएंगे एक कुस्सा बनाने में कितना टाइम लगता है?
वो इसका बहुत लंबा प्रोसीजर है. इसके यानी कि 7-8 मरहल हैं. पहले क्योंकि चमड़े की धुलाई होती है, फिर चमड़े की फिनिशिंग की जाती है, फिर उसके बाद उसकी कटाई की जाती है. कटाई करने के बाद चमड़े को फिर उसको एडजस्टमेंट किया जाता है, फिर उसके बाद इसकी फिटिंग की जाती है, फिर इसकी सिलाई की जाती है, फिर जाके इसमें पनमा लगता है और फिर ये पाँव के अंदर एडजस्ट होता है.
और कलर्स वगैरह जो है, कॉम्बिनेशन वगैरह, वो कौन बनाता है? कोई डिज़ाइनर या कोई कौन डिसाइड करता है इसमें क्या डिज़ाइन? जिस तरह ये वाला जो है, ये बड़ा खूबसूरत है आपका.
जी जी, ये हैंडमेड कढ़ाई हुई, ये सारी की सारी धागों की, क्योंकि कलर मैचिंग करनी पड़ती है, धागे लेके हमें देने पड़ते हैं, फिर उनकी डिज़ाइनिंग इनकी यानी कि छपाई करानी पड़ती है. इस पर से छपाई होती है, फिर उसके बाद इसके ऊपर कढ़ाई की जाती है, फिर इसकी फिटिंग की जाती है. फिटिंग करने के बाद फिर जूती की यानी कि खुस्से की शक्ल में आता है.
चलें फिर आए और कुछ देखते हैं अच्छे कुस्से और ट्राई करते हैं. Great time exploring all the kussas here in Multan. जैसे कि मैंने कहा, यहाँ के बहुत फेमस होते हैं, बहुत ही intricate काम नज़र आया है, embroideries हैं, colors हैं, and I've chosen the one that I wanted. It's pretty much matching my jacket. थोड़ा सा purplish pink type उसका tinge है, but more importantly, they're so comfortable. If you're ever in Multan, do visit this place, do visit this site, because it's one of the most famous things in Multan, and in the upcoming days, of course, we'll be exploring a lot more.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so now quickly looking into what to expect from session 2 on day 3. We'll start with Uruj and of course ask David the same question. Pakistan's approach, 4.2 runs in over. It's not about that time is not on their side. You just get a feeling that they don't want England to control the session.
I think it's the first time in the test match or in the test series where for a substantial period of time Pakistan has looked in control. Things have gone according to the plan. They've come out with a scoring intent. They've got runs on the board. Not much needs to change, of course, bearing in mind when Imam will be fit, if he will be available. But if the partnership goes long and further into, you just put yourself up with a chance. So England will obviously have their plans like they did in the first test match as well.
You just have a feeling there's a certain level of dependency on Babar. And we saw it in Pindi and here. When he gets out cheap, there is a bit of worry. So it's important, if somebody has to win this, there has to be a big 100.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, as you say, actually, as you suggest, is to wean yourself off that dependency. If it all depends on him, it's just too much to ask. And you need each and every man to assume some responsibility. This is what this opening partnership has done. So you've got two very good players at the crease at the moment, and they will come back. There's nothing they need to change. As we say back in the UK, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay. Thank you to both of you. And time for session 2 on day 3. All set and ready. 64 for Nolas is Pakistan. Let's join Abdullah Shafiq and Rizwan on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to a sunny Multan for this Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. And Pakistan have had a good morning. They got the last 5 England wickets for just 73 runs. And the openers have made an excellent start. 64 for none. New opening partner for Shafiq and Mohammad Rizwan. and they have been excellent. They've got their intent right. They've got their shot selection right. There was an early one where it went past the edge, but that was the shot of the morning from Shafiq, down the ground, straight back over Leach's head for 6. Completely different after Barber's wicket in the first innings. They went into their shell. They've started well here. They've got to continue with this mode if they want to challenge England in this 4th innings. We've been told Imam ul Haq can bat in 7 more minutes. The playing regulations and the laws of the game, internal injury, length of period you're off the field. That's what you have to do if you want to bat again, or you come in 5 wickets down. You're not even sure if Imam's back at the ground. And Pakistan fans will want to say, well, we'll just watch these 2 for the next couple of hours. Thank you very much. Vaikar, you must have been impressed with the way the openers went about it. After going in their shell in the middle order in the first innings, they got the intent right.
Yeah, the word intent was missing in the previous game, so maybe it's just because of Mohammad Rizwan or Babar just giving it a go, saying just go out there and enjoy yourself and don't really worry about losing or winning. Just bat the way you normally bat, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're just being positive, and I think Pakistan in a kind of better position than what they were in the previous match. They were 80 down, or 80 for 2 down when Babar and Shafiq was batting, and England need wicket or 2 to just get Pakistan in a situation they might go back in the shell and they just start blocking it. Then it'll be a different ball game. But at the moment, what I feel, the intent from Pakistan, they stand a fair chance to just trouble this England side, who are already 1 up in this series.
Yeah, the pitch remains good. That was the key thing with getting those 5 wickets quickly. Stokes trying to trip Wood out on the way out. Someone has been injured. You probably want to do it. Both of them, actually.
That was cheeky of the captain, wasn't it? You don't want to see him falling over and just injuring himself, because he's going to be the key going forward in this match.
This is a replay. Wood goes. A little tap on the ankle from Stokes. Nearly doomed for Wood. Well, they need to start again after lunch. Excellent first session like England had yesterday. Can they sustain the pressure on the England attack? England will be waiting for this ball just to get a bit older. Remember, in Pakistan, in general, the best time to bat is at the top of the order. As the ball gets a bit older, it starts to reverse. That's when you just have to be careful. The odd ball keeps low. Rizwan 28 in 38 deliveries. It took him 30 deliveries to get off the mark in the first innings. Jimmy Anderson for his first bowl in the second innings. And the field is for very straight bowling. Sort of the field we had at the end of the innings in Rawalpindi when it was reversing. There was that leg slip catch from Root, if you remember, late on in Pindi. So it looks like it's going to be straight bowling from Jimmy Anderson.
Speaking about intent, and Pakistan have come out looking for runs, and a good move in the end to send Rizwan in opening position, which comes to him naturally, a prolific T20 opener as we've seen. And every time he's come into this test match, there's been wickets that have fallen, and it's a different game when you've got the pressure of being 4 down as a team or 5 down as a team.
On the pitch there, I think this is now a different game from before lunch, actually, with the older ball, Anderson bowling straight. I think the run rate will come down slightly against the seamer. They may attack the spinner still, and Leach is warming up for a change of ends. T20 cricket, if you bowl this line to Rizwan, he'd play that sweep shot when he off the seamer that he goes to over square leg. This time he cuts. Comes back for 2. Good running.
Such a big field. So if you hit a little bit to the right or left of the fielder, there's more runs. More or less 80 yards. A lot bigger than back in Pindi. So a lot of running, a lot of positive running, and when Rizwan is at the crease, you will see that he'll stay busy.
Long chat between Stokes and Anderson, but nothing changes. Oh, what a Jaffa! What an absolute Jaffa! When you need a wicket, you go to Anderson. Rizwan looks on in disbelief.
And that is absolute magic from the legend. Rizwan still taking time to stroll off. Have a look at this. He's just come in with the angle, and oh, that is just brilliant. This leaves Rizwan on his way out to clean up off stump. This is absolute brilliant from Jimmy Anderson. England have their first. Rizwan gets 30. He's been bowled by an absolute peach. Pakistan now 66 for 1.
Again, the first innings, Barbara. Barbara Azam comes in at number 3. Very, very fine player, and you'll need to be a fine player to play that from Anderson. Averaging 48 and a bit in his 44th match. Runs in the first innings 75. Not even Barber would have been able to play that delivery. Absolute seed from Anderson. Seam position. Top of off. May have just hit a little crack, but that is an absolute beauty. One of the all-time greats. Just doing things he's done for years.
A genius at work. Wow. That's all you can say. Wow. You can see that delivery again and again. And especially producing such a delivery on this surface. Only Anderson can do that. Watch that. Wow. Simply outstanding. A peach of a delivery. Just pitched. And Rizwan just stood there and can't believe it. You have to leave the crease. That was a beauty.
Yeah, if I remember right, and he's done a lot of batters, and he's done a lot of batters a number of times, but he did Michael Clarke exactly the same in an Ashes game exactly the same delivery. Going on to hit middle stump and it ends up hitting the top of off. You just hold your line as a batter and you hear the death rattle behind you.
I know some of us be thinking that might have hit the crack. No, that's the man who's done it. Just landed on the seam and all he needed was just maybe 2 inches just to beat the outer side of the bat and hitting the off stump. Aren't you just want to see that again and again? A beautiful sight.
Well, Rizwan would have middled it, but he didn't.
You come to Pakistan and you produce a delivery like this, it brings a big smile on your face, and it deserves that big smile. You can actually laugh on it. Well, Leach was warming up just in the first over, but after watching that delivery, Stokes decided to go with Robinson. I think it's the right move. A pacer is going to be hard to handle on this pitch. Even in the previous match, we saw Pakistani batsmen, they were comfortable against the pacer. It was the spinners. Yeah, that's the right length, right line. I would definitely put a slip in, at least one slip, because the deviation we saw from the other end, you never know, one might just go away and you get the nick and then you'll be sort of sitting and cursing yourself.
Yeah, but that adds to the context of that Anderson delivery, because throughout this test match, in fact throughout this series, we've seen nothing like that. Just from nowhere he produced that magic.
Hey, Vaka, you talk about Leach warming up. With a hint of movement on offer. Don't forget, Robinson got Barber to an absolute beauty in the first innings as well, where he bowled him through the gate with the ball tailing back in. You might be as good as you are, but things like that do play in the back of your mind, and great strategy here from Stokes again to have him on. Yeah, while you enjoy your cricket, you make sure you take care of your teeth as well. And that's one way to do it. Not the ice lollies, but the Sensodyne. But a sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
.66 for 1.
Start you two.
Oh, but not happy with the side screen. Still some sponsorship on it that he can see. He wants it completely cleared away. Right, world-class bowler against world-class batter. This is the battle we came for. On a pitch that absolutely favours the batter. Stokes will want his premier fast bowler to produce something special again. Can he do it? And they used to say that he could only do it on cloudy days with the Duke's ball. Oh, now is there something on that? Anderson not interested. Maybe just the shape coming in.
It was an outswinger for Rizwan, but to Babar, they're looking to attack those pads, trying to bring the ball back in. I don't think it hit anything. It just seamed away or seamed in. It's never easy when the ball's not carrying and is sort of skids through, keeps low as a wicketkeeper. What a career he's had, or is still going on, is still strong. Not sure how long he's gonna carry on. 674 wickets. These are amazing figures.
Nothing on the bats there. Did it clip anything on the pad? Yeah, that was the noise that short mid-on Ben Duckett heard. That's why he was interested. Stokes wasn't.
You look at those numbers from Anderson and you imagine the magic he's produced over the years, but the 674th wicket as well brought him so much joy on a surface which has done absolutely nothing, and he enjoyed every bit of that.
Well, each of those columns are fascinating, aren't they? The wicket, 674 as a seamer, average, excellent, 32.5. Well, the first one is the most amazing as a fast bowler. Wakar will tell you. Wakar used to run in a bit further, but 177 test matches as a fast bowler. Seriously, Jimmy?
It's crazy, isn't it? .67 for one. Sachin Tendulkar is the only one who's played more test matches than this man, Anderson. And every time captain gives him a ball, he gives more than 100%. Yes, he's got more wickets in England in those conditions, but equally good in India, in Sri Lanka. And now he's proving that on these slow pitches, he's still very, very good. I didn't even play half of his game he played.
You ran in twice as far there. 159 test matches, I think, Stuart Broad. It's a reflection of the central contract system in England that came in. They are well rested for test matches. They don't play the pair of them white ball cricket for country anyway. Just focus and concentrate on test match cricket, Anderson and Broad. Robinson doesn't play white ball cricket for England. What a great opportunity he's had in the last couple of years to be in the same dressing room as Broad and Anderson and learn their skills. England don't have a fast bowling coach here. I'm not sure they need one with Anderson. Spin bowling coach, wicket keeping, spin, you know, everything you need, but they have Anderson to help them with their fast bowling skills at the moment. That's his trademark shot, Babar Azam. A little bit like Root, just punches it off the back foot.
You saw from Jimmy Anderson targeting Babar Azam's pads a similar feel, or the field suggesting it's going to be gun barrel straight here as well. Looking for the one that dips back in. He's a very fine player, Babar Azam, and he'll take something very special once again and to pick up that prize scalp for Pakistan.
That just kept a bit low.
Well, strategy is very clear. All they want to do is just bowl nice and straight, that off stump line, the odd one little straighter. Try to bring that pad and LBW and, of course, stumps into play. Well, back in the days, you pick up 300 wickets as a fast bowler, you will be called a great of the game, but not anymore, I guess. Guys are taking ridiculous wickets in the modern Test match cricket.
Tapal, tea moment. Vakar, I think you ought to make yourself way down there as well to enjoy a lovely cup of Tapal. Fans have been enjoying it. It's time you get down there as well.
Yeah, I might struggle to get there, but I'll ask someone to bring me a cup of tea.
Oh, he's left one. He's left one, and it's hit off stump, halfway up. And that's 2 in 2 Robinson has done for Babar.
It had to be special. He's delivered something really special here, twice in a row now. And it's the one that comes back in. Babar completely bamboozled. This has been special from England. First from Anderson, and now this from Robinson. It's come off the surface. It's nipped back in. Babar Azam shell-shocked. Pakistan lose their second wicket now for 67. The skipper goes for 1.
So still no Imam al-Haq. Saud Shakil comes in at number 4. And what a scalp in both innings for Ollie Robinson. Got him in the first innings playing a shot. Got him in the second innings playing no shot. Ball that was way wide of off stump. Maybe just hitting a crack, maybe a bit of reverse. Oh, but couldn't believe it. A little bit like Rizwan couldn't believe it. That is late movement in.
How many batsmen you've seen just leaving the ball on this pitch? And Babar must have been thinking this is way outside the off stump, and ball just nipping back from at least the 6th stump. Another set you can take it, and literally spun, and it came very, very quickly, hitting the off stump. I'm not sure we're still playing on the same pitch or what, because we have seen 2 deliveries in this series so far which we have not seen at all in this series. Wow, one from Robinson and one from Anderson. Watch that. Excellent. Shocked him. Barber looking at the pitch afterward, but unfortunately had to leave.
You ask your bowlers to hit the top of off, but to bring it in from that far out, absolutely ridiculous. This is some special stuff we're witnessing here.
Two different bowlers have found top of off two different ways. Anderson nipping it away, Robinson nipping it back in. Suddenly a pitch is seaming from nowhere. I wonder if they can get a short leg in for that reason. May just be the cracks. This pitch definitely more cracked than any other, even the ones out there and the ones in Pindi. Can't really see it from that angle, but when you go out there and you look down on it, there are definitely more cracks.
Beauty of Test match cricket is that things can change very, very quickly. You look at this pitch at lunch break and you say runs, more runs, or maybe the spinner might say that I'll get something out of it, but not the pitch which produced the deliveries that we've seen straight after lunch.
Anderson will know his experience that he'll just have to be patient. The pitch could go quiet for half an hour again. He'll know that it's not suddenly a pitch that's snaking around all over the place. Be patient, and if it goes again, make sure it's in the right area. And again, the team selection now looks an excellent team selection. The four seamers. The debate whether they needed maybe a second spinner in there on this surface. Need an attack the bowler side out twice. And Stokes and McCullum have picked those four seamers, showing their worth now in the second innings. Let's have a look at the ball before the Barber dismissal. Just went nicely onto the middle of the bat. Similar area. Woof. That is a lot of movement. Two great reactions from Rizwan and Barber. .67 for 2.
England bowlers have got a clear plans, and it goes to south, and the ball at him, they go round the wicket, and Shafiq, they go over the wicket and look to aim at the stumps more than anything else.
Played with soft hands, it just died in the pitch, that one.
Yeah, this pitch has really shocked people, and we have got this reaction for about few batsmen where the delivery was outstanding. One from Abrar to Stokes, and look at his faces. Look at that face, just mouth open and was not sure what to do. And then, of course, Rizwan never wanted to leave the pitch. And what about this one? Wow. It's just an amazing delivery. They're just too good at deliveries to sort of handle as a batsman.
Yeah, all special deliveries, and on a pitch that hasn't been like that all the way through. I think that's what makes them outstanding, really. It hasn't spun big, so the Abrar wicket of Stokes was special. It hasn't seen much. The 2 wickets we've just seen have been special. And bemused batsman, where did that come from? Umpire Erasmus just having a word with the 3rd umpire there, so Robinson may be pushing that front line. .68 for 2. Square leg umpires going on a walkabout. Wonder why? Maybe because deep square legs out and he's worried about 3 men behind square. So he's got root and he's got fine leg. I think he's just making sure Wood out in the deep is in front of square. That's why Alim Dar's changing sides.
Yeah, just to explain that you cannot have 3 men behind square on the leg side. Alim Dar obviously looking at that. Front foot check on technology. Erasmus signaling that no ball from Robinson. He's done that a couple of times, or more than a couple of times during this test series. He's overstepped.
Oh, have you not been watching?
He was on the other end. He saw that happen, so there's no slip there. Just play that. This wasn't far away from that off stump. That's another beauty from Robinson. Came in really sharply. Almost there.
.69 for 2.
Pakistan batted pretty well just before lunch. No, they lost 2 big wickets. Rizwan, who looked pretty good, he was scoring runs quickly, and then Babar batted for 10 deliveries and received the ball, which was literally unplayable unless you just decide to put bat on. He was leaving it, and the ball came back and hit the off stump. And in comes the fast man. The changes, the bowling changes have been spot on.
Yeah, it's role reversal, isn't it? In England, you bowl your seamers, and then it's an afterthought, your spinners. Here, they start with their spinners, and then they go to their seamers when it starts reversing. Stokes said before the series he made an absolute intention in his mind that he was not going to bowl his seamers when it wasn't doing anything. And he just holds them back. Robinson didn't bowl to what, about the 30th over in the first innings. Anderson didn't bowl till after lunch today. So he bowls his spinners, waits for it to reverse, and then he goes to his quicker men. Change of plan now for Saud Shakil. There is an extra man out leg side. There will be the odd short ball.
It's much better crowd here on Sunday, and it's getting better. Although Baba's gone, they'll be a little bit disappointed, but I'm sure they'll stick around. They'll feel that these two can really do the job today. I just want to take this opportunity to thank PCB security and law enforcement. Yeah, much better crowd.
I've seen a few not carry and die down, and the slow nature of the pitch, lack of bounce as well, and it'll have to be a real effort ball from Wood, angling into the left-hander, the short one for which he has two men out, even the leg slip which he's persisted with in Joe Root. Slightly wider route, normally it's a little bit finer than that.
Short ball just shoveled leg side.
Yeah, it was the effort ball. It was well directed. Didn't quite get as high as he'd wanted. He's done well. He's rolled his wrist over the ball and looking to keep it down. So obviously not the tallest, so Mark Wood really doesn't have to get too far up.
Showed before lunch, didn't we, Shafiq getting bounced out in that previous test match, and again same fielder that took the catch in Pindi. Brook is out there for the hook shot.
There you guys are. Just want to thank all the security provided by PCB and law enforcement in Multan. They've been wonderful looking after us, looking after the team, and making this possible. It's been 16 years that Pakistan have played Test match cricket over here. Also, thank you to Barmy Army who've just turned up and really enjoying the game and also being part of this series. 70 for 2.
Well, I'd just like to echo what Vakar was saying, and also just very good time to thank everyone. The whole welcome when you come to Pakistan for things like PSL, the T20Is, just a couple of months ago, this test series. The overall feeling is that so many people are so pleased to see this game being played back in Pakistan as of the last 12 months plus. Might not be quite a full house, but it's an enthusiastic one. The other thing actually is that they're prepared to give credit. England have dominated the series, and although of course you'd expect a home crowd to be patriotic, they've certainly been prepared to give full credit to England for the way they've played their cricket. And first of all, just for being here has been a major thing. Just go back to that little tour that was cancelled just over a year ago now, the little couple of one-day matches that were scheduled and abandoned. I mean, they were so upset, rightly so, when that was abandoned. And then mighty relieved and mighty pleased when the 7-match T20I series was scheduled and performed, and the script writers got it right, because it was 3-all with 1 to play.
Yeah, and just looking back at these tours, that Australia tour, there was a lot of build up to that. A lot of excitement created before the tour. It was a big deal in Pakistan, and that tour went along really well, the test series that went along. But I think this tour with England coming, it's gone up a notch. The excitement levels or the anticipation of England coming after that Australia tour, this has been more of a build-up, more of a buzz around every city than that Australia tour even.
Yeah, of course, the 3 test matches for this series. The comeback tour for England after 17 years. Extraordinary test match, that first one. One of the best you'll ever see anywhere in the world in many ways. England in control of the second test in Multan, as it stands anyway. Karachi will be just that bit warmer as we go further south. And in the meantime, Robinson plugging away as he does so well. 70 for 2.
Would you permit me to suggest, David, that on a session-by-session basis, this second test match in Multan has been more watchable than the first in Pindi?
You are indeed allowed to suggest that on a session-by-session basis that has been the case. I'll have a word with the judge, and the verdict is coming out. Yes, there's been much more going on with the ball turning on day 1, with Abrar playing. Amongst many other things, many other factors in this game. You're absolutely spot on. And that first test burst into life, really, 4th evening, 5th day. So whether or not England would be capable of pressing through for the final victory, which they were with, in effect, 15 minutes to spare. Whatever happens here, just to keep it open, as it were, there will be time at the end to spare. Certainly wasn't in Rawalpindi. But yes, if there's something happening, and that's the golden rule, if there's something happening with the ball, be it a greener pitch, help with the seam bowlers, the quicker bowlers, the ball flying through, or be it turn, then it just makes everything more of a challenge and just that much more interesting. Thank you. Council can return to the bench for a moment. Takes a bit of effort to get that bouncer going through. You see it dying as it heads towards Ollie Pope. Shafiq unconcerned, it seems. He does watch the ball well. He's very good at just assessing these very, very quickly. Sways out the way. It's not really a full duck. It's just all he needs to do to make sure there's no contact between ball and helmet or any other part of the body. Tried another one, that dies even more. I mean, Ollie Pope's on the ground as he takes that one. Just a reminder now that Osaka will be sponsoring 10,000 Pakistan rupees for every boundary hit while the boards are lit up. Yesterday, 70,000 Pakistan rupees went into the players' kitty.
And just on that previous conversation on the build-up, normally, David, after my stint, I roam around. I go to the media box, find Athos there. But talking to the journalists before the series, they say whatever the series is like, at least we'll have plenty of articles to read. Wherever England plays, there's a lot of people covering, writing articles and all that, which comes with the series. And so before the series, there's that build-up whenever England are touring, and this was now the time when England were touring Pakistan, and the build-up, and also so many journalists make the trip here and so many people write about it that it's always something going on. So that also adds to well, I won't say theatre, but adds to all of that England coming back and all that test series. It becomes so much more relevant, prevalent as it goes on.
Again, this time the left-hander underneath it. 71 for 2.
Yeah, print may be in decline a little, but newspapers still send their journalists in good numbers to cover England tours. Who's there? Simon Wilde, front of the desk. Sunday Times, Dean Wilson, Daily Mirror, Lawrence Booth, the Daily Mail. Nick Holt's just going to get himself a coffee and sitting down wearily, the chief correspondent of the Telegraph. Here in good numbers. It's been a much anticipated tour, actually, both for journalists, many of the journalists, although Nick Holt was here in 2000 for that Karachi Test match in the dark, but for the vast majority of print journalists, a first trip to Pakistan to watch Test cricket, and for many of the Barmy Army that are here as well. So you often tend to go on the same circuit these days for Test cricket, but Pakistan, for all those reasons, has been the exception, and a much anticipated tour.
And I wonder how many of those esteemed, experienced scribes could predict anything that's happened in the last couple of weeks.
I was saying to you, Bazid, that Abdullah Shafiq reminds me ever so slightly of Mohammed Yusuf, with the amount of time he seems to have. When he plays that forward defensive, it's a very kind of languid, easy way that he plays it, and it just reminds me of that fine batsman that I played against, and who is there on screen now, Mohammed Yusuf, just seemed to have so much time to spare. There, just that shot. You were a bit dismissive of my comparison, weren't you, Bazid?
Not really dismissive, but because I'd played with him and sort of looked up to him throughout my career, it was difficult for me to compare him to anybody. I sort of stay away from that. But I take your point. I take your point in the way that he has time. All these great players seem to have more time than others.
Well, his time and timing. He's tucked away, lots of people trying to guard that onside. He found a way through.
The man to your left, Bazid, you know the title of the very first book that he wrote? With Time to Spare, I do believe. It was on my bookshelf.
It was a slim tome. Yeah, well, thank you for mentioning that. No copies are available. It was one of those ones that was written on the back of early success. So I was still only 21 years old, I think. So it was sort of like an early life story. Basically, got as far as the birth, and that was it. It was certainly the birth of a career. One or two nice photographs.
Yeah, the only bowler you tend to struggle against were the one who gave you too much time to spare. Well, that's another. You just run up and sort of float it up, and you'd struggle. There's a fine line when you have time to spare and too much time to think about.
Very true. I much preferred either sort of the quicker pace or the challenge of spin. You're right, Madassa, bless you, wherever you are. Did swing it though.
Just going back to Mohammed Yusuf, Bazid, where would he rank amongst those batters that you played with and of your era? Are you putting him right at the top or near the top?
Yeah, the big debate is Inzamam or Yusuf. I have a slight inclination to the way that way Yusuf batted. He just made it look so pretty and so easy and elegant that I always sort of looked it that way.
Are you prohibited from mentioning family members?
No, he said the players I played with. Yeah,
right,
so
sorry.
Not going there.
Sorry. 74 for 2. In a different question, is there someone in your family who might easily have also qualified for the same degree of elegance, ease and style?
Yeah, there might be one.
I'm going to have to shine a bright light in his eyes soon, just sort of force the answer out of him. We had supper, didn't we? Joined the great man, Majid.
Yeah, and the last time, no, not the last time. The tour before, where Darren Goff and Caddick came, had a side game at Bagajina, and the story goes that the old man walks out and goes to the fast bowlers, tells them that I'm now getting on, so just go easy on me. So after about 3, 4, 5 boundaries, they said, no, we're not going to go easy on you anymore.
Right, back on the field, we have had a lot of pace bowling since lunch, and it's brought the dividends of the 2 wickets, 2 very important wickets too. So 74 for 2, it's back to spin. Jack Leach opened the bowling again, and he's now back in its familiar end, the players' end, the pavilion end, to see if this 25 overs old ball will offer any grip for him.
Nice boy, nice boy. Great starting up. Oh, Nata, yeah, boy. Beautiful start, bud.
He was interviewed this morning about his expected role. I mean, there's always an added pressure towards the end of a game. Certainly fourth innings of a game where the spinner, especially here in Pakistan, is expected to do something.
Oh, nice turn, boy, nice turn,
First of all, I think the thing for Leach is always just to get that rhythm going, just find that same line as we've seen for these first three balls, the rhythm, the length.
Oh, nice nut, nice nut. Jeff. Just in front.
This is actually very much like a couple of those pitches in the Caribbean in March that Leach bowled an awful lot of overs on, in first of all in Antigua, then Barbados, where sadly pitches like the one in Barbados has lost its verve from the heydays. Very slow and low. Well, it's not quite the out of the centre of the bat shot that we saw earlier in the morning. That's encouraging for Leach, because we have seen Shafiq play these shots with absolute consummate ease, straight down the ground. He's opened the face just a little bit. Ends up as perfectly safe, but hasn't quite come out of the bat in the same way as it did earlier in the day.
Oh, that's nice.
2 runs to be over, 76 for 2.
Well, a bit of good news for Pakistan is that Imam is back from having had his scan and he's available to bat. We don't know the results of that scan and whether he's got a minor tear, and therefore we don't know how that will affect things going forward to the next test match in Karachi, but he is available to bat here, which is good news for Pakistan, needing 279 more.
Yeah, the next piece of news on there, he was off the field with that strain for 64 minutes, so absent from fielding. We've certainly had more than that 64 minutes of this Pakistan second innings, so he can bat as and when and wherever they would like him to. No further restrictions on that.
Yeah, the squeeze is on, and it's the fast bowlers really that applied that pressure to Anderson and Robinson with a peach each, where they've got wickets, but they've not conceded many runs either. About 12 overs since that boundary. And Nazar Hussain touched on this point in the previous commentary stint, where he said that Stokes has been brilliant in the way that he's used his fast bowlers. The first innings, Anderson has bowled only 5, Robinson himself has just bowled 5, and Mark Wood has bowled just over 11.5. But that in turn now gives him the leeway to actually use his fast bowlers more. Not to mention Stokes hasn't bowled at all in the test match.
Yeah, he's packed his team with seamers here, hasn't he? He's got 4 of them.
yes, of course. The Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, accompanied by fizzy and cold and sugar-laden drinks, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
There's an interesting tweet from Andrew McGlashan, who's a journalist working in Australia, just after Anderson bowled Rizwan. He said, yep, I can tell you that the press box has stopped what it's doing in Australia in the middle of the test match between Australia and West Indies to watch and admire Anderson's bowling, or the delivery at least that Anderson got Rizwan with. It was an absolute one of his best. He's bowled so many pearlers down the years, but maybe in his top dozen or so, he'll take that one as well. Given how one-sided the test match is down under, maybe the viewing is better here. Not much seam movement here in Pakistan, but what a beauty that was from Anderson. The angle in, and then movement off the pitch, actually. A beauty.
Well, you can understand that, say, just to take a ground at random, Trent Bridge with a covering of grass. It's an extraordinary delivery. It's a freak of a delivery here. .77 for 2. Yeah, the point you were touching on just now as well, the economy. I mean, figures of 5 overs, 1 for 7. And that's on a pitch where England have scored even under control at sort of four runs and over again, quicker in the first innings. Pakistan have themselves scored at reasonable rates through most or some of the game. 5 overs, 1 for 7. Stokes will keep trying whatever he can to prize out the next wicket. He's been very adept at that in this series here in Pakistan. The first test, of course, saw elements of magic in the field placings, the bowling changes. Do you make your own luck as a captain, or is it just, well, just luck? I think people like to think that a good captain will create things, or at least give things a chance of happening, and that's what he does. Adjustments being made in the field again. The square leg goes out, and Wood comes from point to behind square on the onside. We've got the short leg in, the slip, the short, silly mid on rather.
Oi, nice.
Too short. Shafiq unveils his own version of the same shot that Harry Brook, for instance, has played so often in this series. Just rocks back so quickly. And if it's just a little short like this, well, the class batsmen know what to do with it. First boundary in 78 balls.
Oh, get down.
Little tuck away, good diving stop. Well, very quickly towards short leg. Harry Brook, you just never have a lot of time in these positions, and that's played off the face. You don't have a lot of time to react. He did well to get a hand to it because you've got to go, admittedly, only a few inches to his right. Some people might have caught that on a good day. It'll go down as a technical chance. Oh, hang on. 83 for 2.
Yeah, it was a sharp chance, but more of a chance than those that we've seen occasionally in this series, where batsmen have forced it off the back foot and it's just hit short leg. Here on this occasion, a forward prod with Brook just under the lid. That was, yeah, a chance, a half chance, tough, but a chance. Let's have another look at it. Just turned by Shakil. Yeah, a really good short leg might have snaffled it. It was tough, but a definite chance. Jennings might have got it. He's not playing, obviously, but we've seen him on the field as 12th man a lot in this series. I reckon he's England's best short leg from what I've seen. He's done it often before here in the subcontinent.
Well, there's a bit of time being taken to set the field very, very precisely. Long leg was moved something like 10 yards to his right. Oh, he's got him. Well, whatever it was, it's nailed that stump back onto the ground. It's found its way through, kept low, I think. And England once again have the knack of showing a bit of patience, waiting for something to happen. And it's the seamers today who are doing the damage.
Certainly is. Anderson first of all, then Robinson, now Wood. And each of them have been exceptional deliveries. This time a bit of break back from Wood, who actually fell over in delivering the ball. But that combination of pace and movement right on the top of off stump. It needs a good one to get rid of Abdullah Shafiq, who's a very good player. He got a good one from Mark Wood there. 45 for him, 83 for 3.
There was pace, there was movement off the track. It might have felt that it stayed low, but it was just the pace that burst through the defense. It's come back a long way, and Mark Wood is very brisk. Made sure he celebrated, was up very quickly once he hit the ground, and that's another impressive display of reverse swing fast bowling. And as Pakistan lose their third, it's time for a drink.
Hold on.
Yeah. He's in now.
Offside.
Welcome back after the drinks break. Imam ul Haq makes his way into the center. He was at the hospital earlier this morning. Right hamstring scan, and I'm guessing it revealed nothing. And he looks okay to come out. Pakistan in huge trouble now. 3 down, 3 absolute pearls delivered by England. Jimmy Anderson to Rizwan, Robinson to Babar and Wood to clean up Abdullah Shafiq just before drinks.
Another magic delivery from the Englishman. What a delivery. Great length, bit of seam movement, bit of reverse swing and good pace. He was down but not out. They bowled so nicely, England, this afternoon. 13 overs, picked up 3 wickets, haven't given anything away.
That's just left the left-hander. Gets a very thick outside edge. Boundary, not controlled to get off the mark.
What do you think it has been since lunch, Waka? Do you think it's been seam or reverse swing? 3 wickets from seamers. How would you describe them? As seam wickets or swing? Hitting the crack? What do you reckon?
I can't really judge if it has hit the crack, but the first one was a beauty. It was a definite seam because it wasn't really swinging at all before that, and that one came down nice and straight, hit the seam and just moved only a touch. But the length was so good that Rizwan sort of was falling over and allowed the ball to sort of swing and have enough on it to beat the bat. That was definitely a seam. And this one more reverse and then a little bit of crack, I would say, because it was coming in already and then it hit the crack a little bit and then just quickly came in. This one another reverse swing. But all these deliveries, if you look at the length, and that's the success. You bowl that length on these pitches, targeting that off stump, you're always in the game.
Yeah, you look at the one especially from Robinson to Babar. Now, that one just looks like it's come back a long way. It was well outside off stump. The one from Wood to Abdullah Shafiq, we can see tailing back in and continues on slightly more off the surface with the angle. If we have a look at the one to Babar, it's gone a long way. The class of the man left clueless, did not offer a shot. Both those deliveries from Anderson and Robinson can't really fault the batters. They're just brilliance with the ball. Once again, a leading edge from Imam. 29 done. Pakistan 88 for 3. Not a pretty looking scorecard. Shafiq 45, Rizwan 30. It's been an excellent display of bowling. 88 for 3 now, Pakistan. Shafiq, who was looking good in the middle, got an absolute peach from Wood to get rid of his off stump. Spin now into the attack. Leacher will have a go at the left-hander. Slip, a short leg. Short mid-wicket as well. Another man catching. Stokes has been very proactive with his field placing. He's making sure himself as well, standing right in front.
Well, mid-on is the key position for both of these. In the last game, Imam got caught out at long on, having got 100. And in this game, Saud Shakil just chipped it. He thought he chipped it wide of Anderson, but Anderson took an excellent catch running back. So Anderson again now in the field, a key position. And whether the hamstring of Imam lets him come down and give it the full kitchen sink, or if he can just shimmy with those hamstrings.
Yeah, Stokes has gone in front. He's timed nicely. Pick up a couple of runs.
Two lefties in as well. I wouldn't mind a bit of Joe Root, bit of off spin. It depends how many's Wood bowled in this session, Mazza. So far his spell 3. They may give Wood one more. 2 left-handers in, maybe that man. Giving the skipper a hint there, Joe Root.
Short leg, a key position as well. I saw Saud Shakil get one. Brook got one hand to it, went straight in and straight back out. His right hand, it's one of those that stick. It didn't for Brook.
Oi, nice boy.
Pakistan 90 for 3.
Right come round.
Pakistan have obviously been very quiet. They had a good start when Rizwan came in with Abdullah Shafiq. Imam not fit at that point, and after that start it's been downhill. Nas, as you suggested, to the left-handers, Joe Root into the attack with his off spin.
Well, another reason I can think of Root to coming and bowling is of course Hampshire. I beg your pardon, Imamul Haq's hamstring injury. Hampshire. Have a look at that, coming down the pitch, and I'm not doubting the injury, but if you have such a problem that you've gone for MRI, oh, what a delivery, what a start. It will be difficult for Imam to come down the pitch and just lunges forward. This one landed in the rough and spun sharply. Good wicket keeping.
Yeah, you could go off spin at both ends actually with two left-handers. Seamers have done a stint now. You could go jacks as well with that rough outside the left-handers off stump.
The sweep, it is the top edge, and it lands just in front. Mark Wood at the boundary there.
Yeah, first error from Stokes there. Often he's had his man on the sweep in 20-30 yards. Waqar's spoken about the bigger boundaries here, and Wood was way out there. And for the top edge sweep, that was absolutely perfect, and Wood was too deep. He's way out. He's come in another 10 now since he's landed short of him, and now he brings him up a few more. In fact, he brings him up all the way. He wants him sweeping.
Two slips now. Mark Wood into the circle. Short leg. Yeah, he is very comfortable using his feet. Imam just feels he can get to the pitch of the ball, kick it away. Not a big sweeper of the ball, Imam.
Yeah, he's got to be a little careful, especially with that man, a short cover when you're driving the ball, because once the ball lands in that rough, you don't know how much it's going to spin and bounce.
Mark Wood's done really well there.
Now we'll see where Mark Wood goes. He's in because Imam doesn't sweep much, but Shakil does, and you don't want him too deep right on the boundary. And he needs to come in 5 from where he is now. He's a bit better there for the top edge sweep.
92 for 3. Pakistan still required 263, but it's more of a surviving game at the moment. Runs are hard to come by, and the England bowlers are getting the ball to talk. Off the seam, reverse swing going, but spin from both ends. Now Leach will continue. And Duckett as well in amongst the catches in the middle. 3 men around the bat. Push that one in slightly through the air. We talk about the movement of the surface in the air. Joe Root knew exactly. He's on the money there, isn't he? That's the spot. Oh, what a beauty of that spot. Got the ball to dart back in. Top-notch vision, Joe Root.
See Robinson in that replay. I think it was Robinson. Root said it did a bit. Robinson, the bowler, pretended it pitched about 5. He will have to come back to the bowling here live.
Down the wicket and chipped. Excellent effort there. They'll have a look, but Anderson's done well.
Yeah, Root was pointing to exactly where it pitched, and then Robinson, the bowler, came in, and he comes in and say, "No, Rooty, it was like 3 yards wider." It didn't do that much, Ollie.
Vakar, what do you have to say about that? Would you have done the same? No skip. It came in from that far out.
You guys didn't notice that everyone was laughing out there in the middle after when he pointed that the ball pitched that line, that length. Good fun. Yeah. That's a batsman for you, telling where exactly the ball pitched, and then the bowler want to say, "No, I did a lot more than that." There we go. That's where it pitched. No, it didn't. Come on, Robinson.
Absolutely brilliant. See the funny side of that, and Vakar, you'll know that's what fast bowlers think. Yes, we've obviously got it to tail back a long way in. Something you did quite prolifically throughout your career as well.
Well, whatever he was, or whatever length he was showing, it doesn't really matter because the deliveries were just too good for the two batsmen. It was just amazing. Great to see, great viewing. Not very good viewing for the batters.
Now Stokes now standing in a very fine leg position, probably for the paddle that might top edge and go straight to him. Mark Wood is at the boundary for the sweep, for the hard sweep square.
Well, Stokes playing a mind game more than anything else, because that fielder, which is a short fine leg, with almost behind the wicket keeper. How is that ball going to go there unless he scoops it?
Yeah, asking them to play against the turn.
I think the top edge, really. There are 3 there now for the top edge sweep. They see Shakil as someone who does sweep. He's already had a top edge, and they had the fielder in the wrong spot, so they're now covering all bases. If Saud Shakil is sensible, he should probably put the sweep shot away now with 3 men there for the top edge.
Even for a sweep shot, normally you don't see a fielder that fine. Is more maybe 5-7 yards to the left of the picture that you're looking.
Yeah, he hasn't played the sweep since he top edged that one. He's a good player of spin, has done well at the domestic circuit, got runs in this series as well.
That's the balance as captain, Aruj. You probably want him to play that shot, so he brings a man in. If you put too many fielders there, he'll put it away.
It's been such a glaring aspect of Stokes' captaincy and brilliance that he brings with the captaincy, constantly thinking ahead of the game, proactive. Funky almost, isn't it? .94 for 3. This test has progressed at a rate of knots, and we're halfway in day 3. 281 from England, plays 2-0-2 from Pakistan. They had a lead of 74. And then 275 from England bowled out Pakistan in pursuit. Pakistan need 261. Looks like a mammoth ask from the current position they are in. While the players get back into position, the fans have thoroughly enjoyed themselves at the Tapal Tea Lounge and a Tapal Tea moment. He's dropped back and he's timed it nicely. And racing through the boundary. Another 4 for Imam ul Haq.
Just a touch short from Leach. And Imam ul Haq just moving away and making room for himself. And the timing was just spot on. And picking up the gap nicely.
A question to both of you, really. There's been obviously plenty of talk around how England have evolved, how they've taken the game on, their approach and intent sort of resembling T20 fashion almost. But behind there's obviously some method to it. You look at the first-class experience that England bring to the table, and you look at Brooke or Jacks or Duckett, and you sort of label them as T20 players. It's not really the case. They have a lot of first-class experience behind them. Duckett 119 first-class matches to add to his 174 T20s. Brooke 58 first-class matches. Even Will Jacks 42 first-class matches, and it just then shows how they can easily sort of adapt to this game and then bring that experience. Pakistan, obviously, on the other hand, very limited with that experience.
Well, I think it's the absolute key in producing international cricketers still is having that first-class experience behind you. Even someone like Surya Kumar Yadav coming into that T20 World Cup and into the Indian T20 side had played a lot of first-class cricket. And it's something you fall back on as a player, always, that experience you've had against the red ball. If you're just a white ball specialist travelling the world. And Harry Brook spoke about it before this test match, that he sees people doing it and it'll happen more often as the franchises become more popular and more lucrative. But he feels the benefit of having played first-class cricket for Yorkshire. He can adapt to situations and pitches and read conditions. Basically, it makes you the more complete player. Others may not see it like that. It's 98 for 3.
So Will Jacks, for the first time today, there was a wonderful burst of seam bowling after lunch that wrestled back control for England, and 3 beautiful deliveries that picked up the wickets of Mohammad Rizwan, Babar Azam and then Abdullah Shafiq, the 3 big guns really in this lineup. And if they can get rid of Saud Shakil, they'll feel a whole lot happier. That's one way to do it. Bowl when the batsman's not ready.
It's a different kind of off spinner from Root. Taller, higher arm, you get more bounce. Whereas Root, with that slightly low slingy arm, will skid it onto the left-hander's front pad. Jax offers a different problem. And may offer more scoring opportunities as well. He's a less experienced spinner than either Leach or Root. 100 up for Pakistan. Really sweetly timed, because Jax has that high arm and he's quite slow through the air. If you want to sit back and play him off the pitch, you can do. This was lovely from Shakil, who just gets himself in a nice position and then concentrates on timing the ball rather than forcing it.
Just the pattern of play that has developed with this Pakistan innings. Whenever spin is on, they're much more comfortable. And it's the faster men who are squeezing them. Also getting wickets, but not going for many runs. 105 for 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be a long old spell for Will Jax. This is one of those, let's see what happens with a slightly different style. He's got that higher action. If you compare the two off spinners in this England team, Root almost slings it, very comparatively round arm. Jax goes almost, well, he does brush his ear. It's the highest action you'll see, and he then loops it even further up. He's tall already, loops it even further into the air, but he's got to be so precise with his lengths. And if he does get a few revs on it, maybe the odd one might just grip. But there's been so little of that, actually. Ironically, everyone assuming that this pitch would get worse and worse, turn more and more. It's, in terms of turn, it stayed pretty much the same throughout.
Well, I think if that assumption was made, it would have been made by perhaps people not that au fait with conditions here in Pakistan. That spin on the first day, there was a bit of residual dampness or tackiness on the pitch. Pitches here don't tend to break up as they do in India and Sri Lanka. There's no question that it's as good to bat on today, on day 3, as it was on the first day, and I suspect that will be the case tomorrow as well, however long, however much cricket we get on the 4th day.
Yeah, it's the other factor here is that because we play in winter, the strength of the sun obviously is not the same. We obviously couldn't play in summer because the temperatures will be ridiculous, but once you leave that pitch really dry, it doesn't tend to break up with the winter sun. I reckon if they experimented and had a pitch in the summer exactly the same, and with the summer sun beating down on it, then there might be an opportunity for that to break up.
You volunteering to play in 45 degrees?
Not
Basit?
at all, not at all. Never.
It gets brutally hot here in the summer months. Well, there was a long single there, but Shakil was unmoved at the non-striker's end.
What's the highest temperature you've played in, Michael?
The opening day of an Adelaide test in 1998, it was about 44 degrees. Those days when the wind turns and it blows in off the desert in South Australia. We lost the toss, inevitably. Spent the day in the field, 106 for 3.
I remember playing same ground, Adelaide Oval, one dayers, mid-80s. And I think the official temperature was 45, 46. They worked it out with the reflections and the open reflections off the stands, the concrete that used to be there as well. It was 50 plus in the middle. Quite warm.
Times have changed a bit, haven't they? If you think of that wonderful double hundred that the late Dean Jones scored in, when was that have been? Chennai, 1986, would that have been around then? You know, lack of regular drinks breaks. I think Dean Jones spent the night in hospital on a drip. 1986, yeah. I think that wouldn't happen today. There'd just be more of a perceived duty of care to players with regular drinks breaks and fluids taken on board. I think it was Dean Jones, wasn't it, who asked Alan Border if he might have a drink during that innings, and Border said, "Nah, that's for the kind of soft Victorians."
Yeah, a little
I'm a hard Queenslander.
Little
Get on
interstate
with it.
rivalry, yeah. Well, PSL, when PSL had to go to Abu Dhabi 18 months ago, whenever it was, midsummer, I mean, the temperatures there were ridiculous as well. Playing as much as possible under cover of darkness. And the temperature in the day there was in the 50s officially. By the time they started the games, if they had a day game or sort of day-night game followed by a night-night game, I hope desperately the temperatures might have sort of dropped into the 40s. There were a lot of very hot-looking players in their sparkling team uniforms then.
And more recently in Multan, we had a one-day series with West Indies in June, and the temperature was about 45, and they actually made a little heat stroke clinic right on the ground because it was so warm.
Well, it's just about perfect today. Low 20s with a nice cooling breeze. But it does mean that this pitch is holding together nicely for Pakistan in the second innings. 107 for 3. Stokes switching things around. That hour of seam that brought him great control and 3 wickets has been replaced. The second hour of the afternoon, it's spin. Leach first of all, Jacks from the media centre end, now Root switching to Leach's end.
It's a little bit of a needle in a haystack for all these bowlers, and all the more amazing that, for instance, the deliveries we've seen take wickets today, those 3 deliveries, 3 different seamers, Anderson, Robinson, Wood, have all just done that one little thing, or that one big thing, whereas everything else has carried on as gun barrel straight for most of the time. It's as if there's just a little pop-up blade of grass or something, or a little crack that sort of opens up for a split second just at the precise moment. Gets a ball to do something for the spinners. Leach had one early on, and the ball was very new that gripped. The edge was found, but it deflected so much it went off Ollie Pope, over the slips, off Ollie Pope's thigh.
Oh, nice boy.
A round arm sling of Joe Root's.
Hasn't tried his bouncer yet in this game. All three up in Pindi.
Oh, get it.
This ball into its 38th over. Wondering when Stokes will actually think of it bringing himself on. The time now just to be looking for that reverse swing. Maybe a bit of shape, but we haven't seen Stokes bowl at all in this test match.
Lovely shot. It's Imam who, in that first test match in Pindi, on numerous occasions showed how well he can use his feet. Generally, during that innings, that 100 up there, it was to Leach that he skipped down to hit with the spin. He's got the off spinner this time, and he takes Root directly over the bowler's head. Beautiful shot.
Root 1 to boundary.
Oi.
112 for 3.
Well, Baz's point's actually quite a good one, because in adversity, and when the wickets do seem to dry up, then Ben Stokes has often tried himself. He's often been tried by other captains. Wonder what he's thinking now.
Well, as yet, Will Jacks hasn't been able to bring the batter forward. Everything has been played off the back foot. Shakil wanted 3, but Imam at the non-striker's end, who we understand has got a little bit of a hamstring strain, says no. Looking at that, just looking at that ball, and just how fine Stokes is on the sweep there, as if it was deliberately bowled. He's so fine. Very unusual position.
Osaka boundary contest. Whenever boundary is hit wide, the Osaka display is on the LED boards. Batsman is awarded 10,000 rupees.
Stokes has moved himself onto the drive now.
He talked about Imam using his feet, and he makes a conscious effort himself in the nets, where every other delivery he comes down the track, no matter what the length is, and then if it's not there, he'll actually play a defensive shot, and if it's there, then he'll go over the top. But he practice that every single time, and that's why he's so confident just to leave his crease. And even we've seen so many times that he's not to the pitch and he's able to then defend.
Oh, that's a nice ball, Jacko.
117 for 3. Seamers that have done the damage for England. One for Robinson, one for Wood, one for Anderson. Three absolutely gorgeous deliveries, and it needs a good one to beat batsmen on here, because the pitch still very good for batting. And to beat three batsmen of the calibre of Babar Azam and Abdullah Shafiq, Mohammad Rizwan.
Nice, Joe. Nice, Joe.
No. He's hunting his 50th Test match wicket, Joe Root, but he'll have to get it a bit straighter than that. At what stage can you be classified a genuine all-rounder? How many Test match wickets?
Good question. Is it maybe more on averages? The minimum number. Let's give him. Well, let's start at 50 then. It's basically when so the rule of thumb is largely in very broad terms when your bowling and batting averages are give or take in the same postcode. And well, let's set them up. Let's set them up. 40 for the batting, 28 for the bowling.
28. Oh.
I don't want a huge list. You know, I don't want to list the length of a massive tome. Just a thought, top of my head. I'll give you 30 if you want a bit more leeway.
Problem for Root is that his batting average is so outstanding. If his bowling average was in that vicinity, it's not so much for it.
No, that was. Oh, there we go.
Oh, down it goes. Will Jacks, it was hit very firmly, but straight at him. He didn't have a lot of time to react, but it was a chance put down from Imam.
Yeah, if he'd managed to instinctively get his hands the other way up, he might have had a better chance, but trying to keep the fingers pointing down and take that was impossible.
And as if his mind was still on the drop catch, he then serves up a filthy delivery.
It is watch here. It is hit firmly, yes, and it's just too high for him, or maybe just too quick for him, to be honest.
Oh, nice boy. Very nice, Jacko.
Yeah, for Imam, there's almost not much need to create something with Will Jacks, because he gives you so many loose deliveries to cut every over.
Oh, Jacksy, that's beautiful, boy. Top bowling that, Jacko. Hey. Nice boy, nice boy. Come on, lads, get in a softie, lads. Get his softie halfway now, come on. Oh, that's a nice shot for us, boy.
That's where they've picked Will Jacks off square on the offside. 119 for 3.
I'll drag you back to that all-rounder conversation for a moment. I mean, my ideal, and it is an ideal, is sort of, it's high batting average, low bowling average. So
over a period of time, we need to get some figures up. We need to think of sort of the great all-rounders, say of my era, who were both Imran, Kapil Dev, Richard Hadley, all of whom would qualify in anyone's book as all-rounders. A bit further down the line, bit more recently, Jacques Callis so often seems to escape mention, but he had magnificent figures as a batsman and as a bowler, sometimes a reluctant bowler. In my mind, the greatest ever all-rounder would have been Garfield Sobers, Sir Gary Sobers. All points for discussion. And I'll then redress and rebalance those figures accordingly. I'll make the facts support the theory rather than the theory support the facts.
Well, Root would consider himself very much a batsman who bowls, and part of the conversation is that our producer behind us is Australian, and he said Root's got the same number of wickets now as his childhood hero, that was Doug Walters, would be very similar classification, an outstanding batter who bowled usefully. And from a captain's perspective, if you've got one of those who can just bowl you 10-15 overs a day, it's priceless really, as Wood comes on now in place of Root. So think of the top-notch batters who just offer you a little bit. Mark Waugh, Steve Waugh, these guys that just enable you to have 4 top-class bowlers and then handy bowlers to fill in,
okay,
pick up wickets.
So we're now drifting from the genuine all-rounder to the expert in one field who can add a bit more in the other. A different category entirely, my lord.
Stokes feels that this partnership has gone on long enough. Comfortable against spin, as indeed Pakistan have appeared for most of the day, and therefore it's back to his seamers with this old ball to try and pick up the odd wicket.
Yeah, all 3 wickets for the fast bowlers, and our statsman Mazhar has just half an hour ago gave me a stat, and now he's twisting my arm and saying, please mention it. And the stat is the only time, last time Pakistan lost a test match at home inside 3 days was West Indies Faisalabad 1990, and the bowling attack was Bishop, Marshall, Ambrose, Walsh. So the story would be that if England are to force a result or England are to go on to win this test match, it has to be the faster
Bishop,
men who are going to get
Ambrose, Walsh.
That kind of pace. Well, slightly less.
And height.
Well, it's worth looking at the 3 wickets again. So good were they. To my mind, the best of them is this one from Anderson. Angle, late movement off the seam, and look of astonishment from Mohammad Rizwan tells you everything. This one was another beautiful delivery that came back sharply off the seam or off a crack, and then Mark Wood dismantling Abdullah Shafiq's off stump. 3 gorgeous deliveries by any standards.
Well, having looked, Mike, at those 3 wicket-taking deliveries, it's 122 for 3. Having looked at those deliveries, they have to go down as freaks. In the context the rest of the day, and what the same bowlers have managed to get out of this pitch the rest of the day, nothing compares. And that's a delivery you'd see at Trent Bridge with grass on the pitch. That's broken back. Woods has come back a little bit as well. The pace helping, of course, Mark Wood's case. Just came back just enough to find a way through. I think you're right. The Anderson one was, you know, pure Anderson. But if you played it without the background of Multan and gave someone the chance to say, where do you think this happened? 99% of answers out of 100 would say, well, somewhere in England.
Yeah, a remarkable ball from a remarkable bowler. But it's got to that stage where Stokes now is searching for a wicket. You can tell that by the number of changes he's making. Jack's had a brief spell, has now been replaced by Leach. Well bowled. Just floated up into the little bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump, and he had Shakil just reaching for the ball.
Yeah, almost same shot. You look at it again, but fuller. So first one where he was trying to aim it where Shakil was trying to play it towards mid-on, because it dipped a little bit and gripped a little bit. It was just fractionally through the shots. Ends up on the offside. Puff of dust, but that's a little bit fuller.
Anderson replaces Robinson at mid-on. If the left-handers are looking to work with the spin, then Stokes wants his quicker, more athletic fielder there, and that would be Anderson, even at aged 40 over Robinson.
Nice boy. Run down this ball, lad. Oh, that's nice, boy. Nice, lad. Like that line, boy. Oh, that is nice, lad. Come on, lads. One before tea here, boys.
It's a very good Sunday afternoon crowd. Crowds have not been as big here in Multan as they were in Pindi, but today, the day off, come in good numbers. Maybe that first session as well, which Pakistan took 5 wickets and made a spirited reply for the first wicket, maybe that encouraged more to come in at lunchtime as well. On 23 for 3.
Well, if they're thinking of coming in to watch, for instance, Babarabat, which is one of the great attractions in this part of the world, it's so far out of town. Once you've got it, you might as well stay. These two are worth watching. Let's face it, there is actually, although it's not won games yet, there's quite a bit of talent in this Pakistan batting lineup. Some of that talent hasn't played as much first-class cricket as their English counterparts, nor as much Test cricket. But Imam knows what he's doing. Shakil, first time I've seen Saud Shakil, and he looks a very sound player.
Yeah, picking Waqar Yunus and Wasim Akram's brain about reverse swing, and both of the opinion that the right armour will get the ball to reverse back into a right-hander, and that is, it reverses more, sort of the in-swing reverses more than the outswing. And now with two left-handers on strike, it is quite an issue getting the ball back into the pads, reversing. And that is the danger ball, the ball coming back into the stumps here on this kind of surface. You won't really get the ball to move away and then nick them off. So the issue here is that you've got three right armers who would prefer to bowl to right-handed batsmen as the ball swings back in, reverses back in.
Tickle fine, Duckett is fine himself and therefore cuts it off. It's just another example of why left-handers have it lucky in this game, Bazid. Can't be out at outside leg stump.
You make your own luck, Michael. You make your own luck. Almost tea time for the players. Already tea time in the Tapalti lounge. It's more than a moment. It's a way of life.
Clock ticking down towards tea time, but a captain's work is never done. You can't afford to switch off just because we're moments away from tea. You should always be thinking about how to pick up a wicket or keep the batsman thinking. Stokes, long conversation with Wood, who changes his angle of attack, comes round the wicket. The catcher's dotted around, but none at slip, leg gully, gully. That reflects the conditions, really. The number of catches we've seen at slip in this series, non-existent. Imam threads one through the leg side, picks up a couple. 128 for 3. Well, it's been good ebb and flow today. first session belong resoundingly to Pakistan. The first hour after lunch to England and their seamers. And then this second hour before tea has belonged to Pakistan again. This partnership between Imam and Shakil that is worth, what, 45 now, has just restored matters as far as the home team are concerned. 1 over now until the tea break. Stokes is bringing up deep mid-wicket. That's where Shakil was caught in the first innings. So he's brought Duckett up to a catching position at mid-wicket. Straightened Crawley up in the deep, dropped Anderson a little. So he's trying to encourage Shakil to go over the top just before tea. And he takes the opportunity. Stokes is saying, go on, if you want to have a go just before tea, I'm going to keep my field up. And Shakil obliges.
Yeah, does it well. Even though it was quite wide, he had to still stretch to get there, but keeps his eye on the ball well and just decides to go straight, which is the better option. No need to toy with that deep in wicket or try and get it wide of, say, mid on. Straight down the ground like that. Plenty of space there. It's good to have that silly point up as well, because yeah, it just, you're trying to cover all bases in many ways, but you've got the silly point up there, which is a kind of traditional thing to do just before tea. Just see if one pops out there. Batsman's going to be wary of him in his eye line.
Not struck quite as cleanly, but the result is exactly the same, over mid-off this time. This is good, positive batting by Shakil. Look at how he got out in the first innings, though. This is why Stokes is encouraging him, because he did loft one in the deep in the first innings. It was Anderson taking a very good catch from the position he's in right now. And that's what England are trying to encourage Shakil to do. He's hit 2 good shots down the ground. Stokes keeps the field up. And that should be tea. A very good second hour to this session from Pakistan, who are 136 for 3 at tea, 219 runs away from a record 4th innings chase here in Pakistan. But England will be happy enough with the session. They were superb in that first hour after lunch. Each of the seamers, Wood, Anderson and Robinson, producing something special to get a wicket. So England's session, really, 3 wickets in the session on this surface. I think you have to give that session to England, as well as Shakil and Imam played in the second hour of it. A good test match this, and the conclusion of it yet not quite certain. Pakistan 136 for 3. They need another 219 and 2 batsmen are set. There's nothing there for the spinners, as you can see in the wickets column. It's all to the seamers so far, who are relying on a bit of reverse swing to get their rewards. Beautifully balanced test with those scores in between 200 and 300 suggests a good contest between bat and ball.
That started off magnificently. An absolute cracker. Just straightened on Rizwan. Rizwan couldn't believe it. And then it carried on like that. Another exceptional delivery. Comes back a long way. Abdullah Shafiq, meanwhile, he batted really well, is very composed, bit of a half chance right off the bat into short leg, but then Wood came on and with pace and with a little bit of in-swing, burst through Abdullah Shafiq's defenses. Then Imam walked out and him and Saud Shakil batted pretty comfortably, especially against spin. The odd ball hit over the top. The rhythm to the partnership was quite good. The opportunity there with a cotton ball, a sharp chance, was hit really hard. And right at the back end, when Stoke challenged Saud Shakil, he took up the challenge a couple of times in the final over before tea. And that means now Pakistan require 219 more runs to win, while England, they need 7 wickets. And we'll take about 15 minutes for tea and we'll be back after that.
Good session too for England in terms of getting Barber and Rizwan, and of course the prize wicket of Abdullah Shaki has been in good form, putting Pakistan in a bit of pressure. Their scoring rate slowed down from where it was just before lunch, and we still have 219 runs to get. This is what it looks like. As we know, England won the toss, decided to bat first and got 281. Highlight from Pakistan was Abra's 7 wickets for 114. Pakistan had a good start and then they eventually lost too many too quickly. 202 all out. England well in command, 275 more, making 355 as a total. Pakistan are still to score 219 with 7 wickets in hand. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. This is the tea break, so it'll be fast and quick. I've got David Gower, Waqar Yunus alongside me. David, surprised that when England is getting more from the fast bowlers compared to Pakistan, all spin with the 20 wickets?
Well, it's horses for courses. I would have to say that England's fast bowlers are better anyway than Pakistan's fast bowlers. If you imagine, Fahim Ashraf, Muhammad Ali, they're not the finest. I don't want to be rude. They're not the finest quick bowlers that Pakistan has ever produced. And these three for England are very, very good bowlers. But if you look at the way they've operated, actually they've found very little out of this pitch. It's just a sort of just a magic moment in the sense, because the 3 deliveries that have taken wickets have almost just been freak deliveries. They've, the rest of their spells, they've tried hard, they've tried everything, but they've not managed to reproduce any of those 3 wicket-taking balls at any other stage. So actually, you've got to sympathise with Mohammad Rizwan, with Babar Azam, with Abdullah Shafiq, because they are the victims of freak deliveries.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But those deliveries were absolutely unplayable and they were just perfect where the bowler would like it to be. And let's run through the first one, Mohammad Rizwan. You just get a feeling that nothing you can do as a batter.
Well, that's straight after the lunch, wasn't it? He's played the right line. He was expecting the ball to sort of come in with the angle, and once it landed on the seam, and the seam was pretty hard at the time, and it just deviated a little bit, not much, and hit the off stump. I mean, it's a delivery which you don't see normally here in Pakistan. Maybe in England it's a different game with those Duke cricket ball, but Kookaburra ball on a pitch which doesn't offer much, no grass at all, and if you can make the ball go away from the batsman and hit the off stump, it's just something very special. The only experienced man like Anderson can do that, and he's done it extremely well.
Yeah, it's not the first time. We were just discussing in the lunch break how important Babar Azam's wicket would be, and that'll probably set the tone in the way Pakistan goes about.
Well, this delivery from Robinson, again, as I say, it's a freak because it's a fast off break. Now, if you look at the original line, Babar Azam has every right to say that's going to go way past off stump. It was an easy leave until it pitched. And then once you've decided to leave like that, you just look in horror as it comes back. And again, you look behind, he couldn't work out what had happened. It is, I mean, if you ask any of these guys to repeat those deliveries, and Robinson's tried, he's tried doing that thing again where you push the fingers over the top of the ball, try to cut it. But none have worked in such a dramatic fashion as that one. So in a key moment, absolutely key moment.
Yeah.
It's a very similar delivery which I bowled at you at the Oval, isn't it? Just to nip back.
Yeah, but you didn't mean to do it.
Okay, let's talk about Abdullah Shafiq, another ball that just undid everything. I mean, the man who's known to be very technically sound.
Well, he covered everything, didn't he? He was just maybe a little late because of the pace and the bat coming from maybe a little bit outside from the off stump. If that bat would have come straighter, he might have just got a little inside edge onto it or might have survived. But yeah, full marks to the length of the delivery and the pace behind the ball. It was just quick and swinging, and it was very, very difficult for Shafiq to control.
Good, you mentioned about the length. Let's have a look at the lengths through the pitch map, what the England Pacers have bowled, and what do you see, Waqar? Is this the correct one on day 3, what's required against Pakistan?
What England bowlers have learned from previous match and this match is don't go too full, because the fuller you bowl, it becomes easier to sort of tackle that length. But if you're a little bit back of the length, and if it is a little bit reverse there or swinging a little bit,
you know, you're always asking the question and you're always sort of targeting stumps and, you know, and if you bowl with the pace which Wood was bowling, you know, there's a delivery which has got your name on it as a batsman.
Yeah. Okay. Time for us to get the expert predictions, fast and quick. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So, David, dinner in Karachi tomorrow? Yes or no?
Well, I'm going to Lahore actually. But the game is done tomorrow, whatever happens. I mean, Pakistan only, if they score at this current rate of just under 3 and over and don't lose 10 wickets, they'll get there just after tea tomorrow. I mean, that puts the whole thing in perspective. You know, the game is raced ahead in terms of time. So it is purely a contest between England trying to eke out or trying to edge out these 10 wickets. Pakistan can eke their way through to the required target, you know, to 355, which would be extraordinary.
We've been told it a yes or no from you. So will Pakistan make it to 219 more required?
You always put me on the spot. I mean, I'm no way I'm going to say Pakistan can't make it or will not make it. Pakistan will give their best, but tough work, hard job.
It's really a battle of nerves from here on. For both sides, wait for your opportunities. As a batter, just survive the session. Bowler, wait for the chance that you get those 3 deliveries again. Let's watch the final session. Enjoy it. It's a great crowd out here. Thank you, gentlemen.
Welcome back to Multan. Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022 from the Multan Cricket Stadium. There is the match summary. England won the toss and made 281 and 275. It was good work from Pakistan this morning. 73 for 5 England lost, which brought Pakistan back in the game. And they are 136 for 3. They need 219 runs to win and level the series 1-1. If England gets 7 wickets in the next 2 and a bit days, they will win this Test series. Nothing happened in the first session as far as wickets for England. Then suddenly, after lunch, the genius that is James Anderson produced the ball of the series so far. Rizwan still hasn't worked out what happened to him, nor has Babar. That ball pitched a long way outside Babar Azam's off stump, and he left a straight one that came all the way back in. Mark Wood got one to reverse swing between bat and pad. 3 brilliant deliveries from 3 England seamers.
Well, Nas, I don't think you're fair to the other 2 deliveries. You said that first delivery was the ball of the series, but what about the next 2 deliveries? Especially on this pitch, producing that sort of delivery, especially the one to Babar, which sort of came in about foot and a half. That's just outstanding, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe, and this is maybe, the Anderson one was bowler skill. And maybe the Babar one was helped with a crack. I do not know. I went out there and had a look at tee, and there is definitely, we saw root pointing to a line of cracks. So bowling from the media centre end, I reckon there'll be a bit more of seam and reverse swing and trying to belt those cracks. So it'll be pace definitely at one end and spin the other.
Well, the Yorkshire boys, they're out there and doing really well. They understand each other well. They play so much cricket together, and it's great to see the 2 really quality batsmen being really good friends, and friendship required for Pakistan also. Saud, Imam out there, they need a big friendship and partnership just to understand each other and make sure that keep talking to each other and take this game deep, keep going. Pakistan need a session without losing any wicket.
Yeah, and this is always the shortest session of the day, isn't it? Hour and a half before the light closes in. So Ben Stokes would have gathered his thoughts and realised there's still, as often is in Test match cricket, still a lot of hard work to be done.
Plenty of heavy roll has been done on this pitch, and the odd time we have seen that the ball kept low. The odd one, not every delivery. That's purely because of the cooler weather and so much heavy roller gone on it. Cracks hasn't really opened that much, but they're there. They're small cracks, but anything hits those cracks have deviated and caused issues for the batsmen. Not much of a problem against a spinner, though. Normally you expect going into the 4th innings, what we saw in the 1st innings, spinners taking bulk of the wickets, and now it's the pacers doing the job for England.
These 2 have played nicely. Remember, Imam had to move down the order because he'd been off the field with that hamstring problem that he's had. So Shakil has played nicely again. He looks like one for the future, definitely. 32 from 75. 2 lefties, so England are going to start with the off spinner. The way they do nowadays, try and spin it away from the bat. Interesting who they go this end. Jack Leach is still warming up, so it may be spin at both ends. And we'll also try and find out who's off the field, because we have 2 subs on. Overton's on and Rayan Ahmed's on as well. Mark Wood is off the field. We're trying to find out who the other one is. Can't see Anderson out there. Could be Jimmy Anderson.
see you clip it in, Joe.
Yeah, the question before tee and again after tee is, when will Stokes bring himself on? He hasn't bowled at all in this test match. England have bowled over 100 overs combined. And it's been established that it is the fast bowlers who are making an impact in the second innings.
Not making an impact out there because I'm not sure any of them are on. Jennings is on the field as well. Driven nicely. See Robinson at mid-on, maybe. No, I think all three seamers are off at the moment, so it's going to be spin at both ends.
I don't think they're going to stay off the field for too long, because England will be requiring them pretty soon. Yes, England bowlers have picked up wicket. They put in a lot of hard yard, but don't forget, even in the previous match, the England team were in the field for more than 250 overs.
Oh, that's a nice ball. Nice Joe.
More than 250 and 107 overs.
Oh, nice.
England in the field.
Stokes, seen the way that Shakil plays out in front, has just brought himself up at silly points, short mid off, very straight there.
Oh.
137 for 3. So it can't be the three big lads who have got wickets. It won't be Stokes. He's not getting loose. So it's going to have to be spin at both ends. Always as a skipper, you just have a look at where the rough is and see which spin bowler the rough suits at which end. So Leach has changed ends. See if there's a bit more rough out there for the left-hander bowling from the media centre end. The seamers have liked it because there are a few more cracks bowling that way. Pitch has held together pretty well. It's been a much better surface than what we saw in Rawalpindi. Slip, a short leg, and two men catching leg side for Leach for his first bowl after tea. Just ease to the leg side for 2.
Both the left-handers have managed Leach pretty well. No real issues, although Leach is trying to land the ball in that rough outside the off stump.
Mid-off was very close there. I know Stokes is attacking, but he's really close. Rayan Ahmed, the substitute fielder, he's not the tallest, and it was belted back over his head.
Yeah, no chance. Imam very aware of the opportunity. He likes hitting down the ground, but he knows the opportunity is to hit offside. So he went very close.
Well, what Stokes is hoping, you see Rayan Ahmed there, he's almost like what you'd have in schoolboy cricket, schoolgirl cricket, where someone, your bowler just wants a chat with mid-off. And he's too close. But what Stokes is hoping is that The two lefties try and hit it over mid-off and then drag it to the man there in shot on the leg side as it spins. They'll take the single to the man in the deep.
Stokes got loads of runs to play with. He can take a little bit of risk. He's not really bothered about the boundaries. So he's putting his fielders in catching positions. He means to pick up wickets. Now the mid-on fielders have come a little bit closer. It's not really close enough. You can really push and take a single from there. But if you go hard at it, which we saw previously, South did play that shot and hit it in the air and went almost to the mid-wicket, and then Anderson ran and catch. That was in the first inning. Brilliant catch taken by Anderson. Sensible there by South Shakil.
.145 for 3.
Yeah, South Shakil was very aggressive yesterday, and he was looking to hit over mid-on, and the ball sort of spun a touch and bounced a little bit, and brilliantly taken by Anderson, because that ball was going away from him and the fielder at mid-wicket was coming at him, so there was a bit of risk also involved. But Anderson kept his eyes very close on the ball and picked it up beautifully, and that's what I think Stokes trying to do again when Leish's bowling.
Well, I reckon we have two of our bowlers back on, and that is Wood has come on definitely, and Robinson's on at mid-off and mid-on.
Oh, nice boy. Great drifting, Joe. Nice drift ball.
Overton and Ahmed are done. Wood's on at mid-on, and I think it's Robinson at mid-off.
Stokes always thinking ahead, and how long will he persist with the spin?
That will test his hamstring a little bit. His arm didn't open because he had that hamstring injury, and he went for an MRI scan. He was just slow getting off here. Got up speed okay.
I think it was just a stiffness and the way he ran the last run. It clearly shows that he's not having any issues there. You know, he's sitting down, standing up. Normally, when you have a bad hamstring or a cord, you sort of struggle to go down, and he's done it beautifully.
Oh, nice, Joe. That's nice, boy.
And the pitch, they've used their feet beautifully. There is a long off for Root. 147 for 3. Mark Wood came on and has just popped off again. Rayan Ahmed's come back on. The bib's off.
Oh, nice turn, boy. Lovely that nut.
I don't think Imam is liking the field set at the moment. Normally he does not sweep, so he's brought all the men from that behind the square on the onside up in the circle, and the rest of the fielders are very, very close to the way. He's cut all the angles and then he pushed two fielders deep. So if he wants to go over the top, take a bit of risk, be my guest. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that was just easy pickings. He didn't have to worry about the rough there. That was too short. And he's just punched that away for a boundary on the offside.
Very accomplished against spin. Here's Saud Shakil. Full face off the bat. He picked up length and then eased it through the offside. Stokes being patient, keeping the spinners on.
Come on, boy. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Great shape, boy.
Lengthy innings is required from these two.
And the pitch again over mid-off. Again controlled, doesn't try and hit it all the way. Realises he just has to clear Robinson at mid-off and he'll get the boundary. And that's exactly what he does. 156 for 3. Pakistan now lead less than 200. 199 more needed.
Well, when you're playing this sort of shot, you've got to make sure that you stay away from the ball a little bit and make sure that you open the face of the bat. There is a little bit of risk if the ball spins sharply, you might miss it, but once you're on top of the ball, the shot is on. A very good control shot by Saud Shakil.
Sort of stats you put up and then immediately there's a wicket. The moment you start thinking, could they, can they, and suddenly 1 or 2 wickets and your hopes go. You're a Pakistan fan, and that's what they got to guard against it. And you just feel with Pakistan and their batting, as in the first innings when they lost 60 for 8, there is a collapse in there. That's what England feel. Pakistan have got to say no, there is no collapse, not today, not tomorrow.
I guess one of us got to go to the OB van and tell the director to not to put this stat up. He's done it in Pindi. I remember what you're saying, Nas.
Oh, nice try.
No good. We don't want to see that. Maybe once we get to 50 required with 3 wickets down, I'll be happy to see that then.
Maybe it's not the stat, maybe it's not the director, maybe it's somebody else who reads out the stat.
But he's the one who orders, isn't he?
Commentator's curse, we shall see. Quick on his feet. Both these batters, both these left-handers, that's why they're good players of spin. Another look at seam at some stage, 3 wickets to seam. Stokes hasn't bowled, not been over bowled, have they? Anderson Wood. Anderson's still not on the field, he's coming back on now. As is Wood, Anderson, Wood, Robinson. On 57 for 3. Little jig and a dance. Wood mimicking Jimmy Anderson there.
So much respect for that man. He's gone all around the world and has performed almost 700 wickets. At the age of 40, he still looks good, looks lean, he looks young. And that big smile always there. A champion bowler, without a doubt. 674 wickets. I would like to know how many he has taken in first class. Mazhar, can you just find out? Definitely well over 1,000.
Finds the outside half of the bat with a couple of runs.
I think he was searching for a spin, and that one just went with the arm. Yeah. They were edgy, but 2 more runs. 1,072 wickets, first-class wickets. Simply outstanding.
On the pitch again, puts it through that gap between the 2 men catching. Will only be a single.
I love the strike rate. That's what I look for. 53 times he's taken 5 or more wickets in first class, and of course including test match cricket. I remember him bowling 140, 42, 43 at times. Pace has come down a little bit, but the experience you can't match.
Well, I'd be getting one of them loose, that is for certain. One of the big lads. See if it's reversing, see if they can hit those cracks a little bit harder. On the pitch again, whipped again this time. Just stopped by Stokes. I don't think it carried. I think it just hit him in the wrist, if anything. Lovely shot. Same as the previous over. This time it's Imam off the back foot, just a back foot punch. It's been a good session either side of tee for Pakistan. It's 165 for 3.
Yeah, spin has not been the answer. That one Stokes maybe just hit him on the leg, but this one able to just maneuver himself leg side and push it through the covers. They've been very comfortable against spin throughout this partnership. Partnership now 82. And you just feel that it's now time for the paces, because they've not created anything of the spinners. It's not been a moment that you thought, right, the spinners are in.
Well, they've only bowled a few overs, haven't they? Anderson, what's 5 overs? Robinson 7 overs, Wood 7 overs. They weren't overworked in the first innings, so they're fresh-ish even in back-to-back test matches.
So Nas, who would you bowl right now? You've just seen the numbers, that the amount of bowling or the workload or whatever you call it. Who would you pick right now from your 3 paces to come and bowl?
I think Wood, if his body's fine. Wood gives you 2 dimensions, obviously the bang in, but also that reverse swing that he got the wicket of. They're 3 pretty special bowlers. Ollie Robinson this year has taken his wickets at 16 and a bit apiece. Test match cricket, he's getting them at under 20 apiece. And one of the finds, Ollie Robinson.
Well, all 3 of them are warming up, so they're not giving us any clue if they're going to come and bowl.
Well, just to differ with Nas, I'd go Stokes. If there is a bit of reverse, I'll probably also think that he'll bowl better to the left-handers if there is reverse. Ask you this, Wakar, I said this on air, and just to reconfirm.
Beautiful shot, mid-off, long off, will try and cut it off, he won't. And they're playing spin really well, these 2 Pakistan left-handers.
Yeah, Imam again with that use of feet quickly down, and he then has the opportunity to hit it where he wants once he gets close enough. Yeah, the question I'd like to ask Wakar is that with reverse swing, you normally say right arm bowling, the ball swinging, so the in swing into the right hander is the easier delivery, it goes the longer way. And the ball coming, sort of going the other way or swinging away for the right arm or swinging into the left-handed batsman is the more difficult.
Oh, that's a nice ball.
And so reverse swing, swing back in is more potent. And with these 2 left-handers in, 3 right armers who predominantly will swing the ball away from them if it's reversing. The problem is that you don't have a left armer, you don't have somebody who can reverse back into the left-handed players to be more potent. Come back to that. 171 for 3.
Well, we were debating which one it would be, and it is Wood. This is the end for the seamers, definitely. The magical delivery from Anderson was from the other end, but just a few more cracks bowling from the media end. Although that's to the right-hander, to the left-hander. I still think there are more cracks, so I think this is the right end for Wood. 2 left-handers, and he'll probably start over the wicket and then change. Yeah, you can see there's more cracks to the left of your shot there. In that area, that was to the right-hander. And Wood would be have to be a lot more to the right of that bowling to the left-hander.
Well, you asked me, Baz, regarding the reverse swing to bring the ball back into the left-hander or take the ball away from right-hander when it's reversing. It takes a lot to do it. The length is a little bit different. You have to bowl a little shorter, and the energy doesn't really go through in your action when you're looking to take the ball away. When you're bringing it back into the right-hander, the force, you can clearly see that the force from Wood goes from left to right because he pushes the ball in and then he falls away at times. He falls away quite a few times on the pitch, but because he's forcing the ball in, he just, the body sort of goes more toward left, so the force go against it. So the best way to go on this sort of pitch where there is no real bounce to bowl an outswinger, you need the pitch to have a little bit more bounce to carry it to the keeper or carry it to the slips. But from over the wicket, right arm, I think the best way to go is just go cross. Just keep bowling that delivery, that last one, and hope that the odd one might just hit the crack and just does a little bit more. Or the other way around, you can go round the wicket and try to take the ball away, bowl a little fuller, ask Imam or South Shakil to drive. Because they've got 184 runs to defend, so they can really afford to just get hit for a few boundaries. They shouldn't worry about that, but from there, if they can pick up a wicket, that will really open up things for them. Well, I think that's not a bad delivery. Just keep it up there, bowl a little fuller.
Another back foot punch. Doesn't get through this time. Stokes does well. Opens the face, moves to 49. 172 for 3.
Well, what a terrific fighting partnership this is between these two left-handers, Imam and Shakil. It's worth 89 after that hour after lunch when England's seamers turned things with those 3 wonderful wickets from exceptional deliveries. It's been all Pakistan, but they're in there scrapping, and that's all you can ask. Almost halfway to the target. England will know, though, how quickly things can change. Just one bit of magic in the field, one good delivery. It won't be easy for a new batter to settle if the ball starts to just reverse swing, and not so easy for the right-handers as Imam celebrates his 50. Nice moment for him, born here in this city, first Test match for him in Multan. Didn't get any first innings, but in there battling away with 50 in the second.
Yeah, it's an important knock for him because of that link to the city of Multan, and obviously a very important knock to Pakistan's cricket team, because it is very much keeping things and keeping them in touch with this game. You talk about, you know, one little delivery, one magic delivery, changing things round again, opening a door, maybe. We've had three magic deliveries, but out of what it is now, 53 overs and 2 balls, that's it. And the likelihood is low.
Yeah, pitch still good. I think the fact that 2 left-handers at the crease is important when the ball is reversing. Left-handers have a little advantage against the right armour, and certainly an advantage against Leach.
Aruj, you looked at the pitch this morning, as did many apparently. It's a very popular activity. Can you bring us up to date on the crackability, please?
Do you want my version or Buzzard's?
Just the truth. The latest update.
Yeah, like everybody's been saying, it is not going to dramatically break apart. It's not going to become a square turner. What it probably will happen, it remains a little bit slow, and a little bit low, but nothing major changes. And take nothing away, there were 3 special deliveries that were bowled by Anderson, Robinson and Wood. These are images at lunch where maybe down the other end there is a line of cracks which you might see slightly more wider. We have a closer look. There's nothing that is coming off the edges of those cracks to say that it is falling apart where the movement might come from. Pure brilliance of the fast bowlers.
Round the wicket now, Robinson to a ring of 3 fielders catching on the offside. Imam started to set off for a single, then realised he might have been a bit premature as Pope got round quickly to his left. He turned to make his ground and then had to set off again. Not necessarily good if you've got a little hamstring problem. Got there in the end. It is very flat still, 175 for 3.
Well, it's certainly belied any expectation or hope even of constant deterioration, because it's probably playing, it looks as though it's playing better now than this pitch than at any stage during the game. Interesting problem for a captain where everything you try comes to naught, because spin's not turning, seam's not seaming, swing's not swinging, bounce isn't bouncing. What else is there?
Sweat and toil and perseverance, that's what there is, and maybe a moment of inspiration somewhere along the line. But for the moment, it's these left-handers, Imam and Shakil, who are in control. So an excellent innings this from Imam in an unaccustomed position at number 5. He was in hospital having a scan when Pakistan's second innings started. That's why Rizwan was pushed up to open. Those figures for Leach there, that's just thrown a spanner in the works for Stokes today, with the 3 seamers picking up a wicket apiece. He would have hoped for a little bit more from Leach, but he's been stymied really by these 2 left-handers.
Imam ul Haq in particular averages high when he comes around to bat the second time, over 50 his current average when he comes out to bat in the second innings. On debut as well, got a 70 odd in the second innings against Australia in the first test. He swapped positions today obviously because of his hamstring, where Rizwan came out to open. Never easy when you've lost a few wickets and when the ball's done what it did before he walked out. You look at the game now and where Pakistan are, 92 partnership from 156. Imam's got runs, Shakil just shy of his 55 runs off. And the 180 target looks a lot more appealing. And they haven't played any high-risk cricket. It's been get bat on ball, time it through and run hard and pick up the boundaries that's on offer. Yes, it is a matter of sessions and the game can change dramatically, but I think the Pakistan batters out there in the middle have done extremely well.
It's a thankless task. Mark Wood is about as quick a bowler as there is in the world today. He absolutely belted that into the middle of the pitch, but it got out about waist height and Imam had all the time in the world to play that shot.
He bowled a couple to Saud Shakil as well, which probably didn't go past shoulder height as well. The one that I can remember is the one that he bowled to Abdullah Shafiq just before they went off in the first session. Got it above head high and got him pulling in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, the ball was a little newer, a little harder at that stage. It's almost 55 overs old now, so the Kookaburra does go soft here. There'll be a hint of reverse swing, but makes it more difficult when the ball is soft. That got up a little more towards maybe the throat area. 176 for 3.
Yeah, you can never blame him for lack of effort, can you? Now it's that moment we've all been waiting for, the Sensitive sensitivity-free moment, because life is indeed, isn't it, Aruj?
Too short for sensitive teeth.
An expert has spoken.
One of your favorite moments, isn't it,
Oh, yes.
DG?
Oh, yes, it makes the day.
.176 for 3. Shakil looks a really solid player. He's played beautifully actually in these 2 test matches. Always got to factor in that Pakistan have quite a long tail. Really think that these 2 have got to try and take this deep into the final session. It's a good partnership so far, but they need more. That second new ball will become available when do we think? Probably tomorrow morning. We're going to have a shortened session here. We've been going off around about 45-50 minutes from now, which maybe 10 overs. Maybe we'll have the second new ball within the hour tomorrow.
I was having a discussion with Waqar and Nas earlier about how first-class experience, time in the game, number of games allows England to field what appears to be T20 cricketers in the longer version. Although numbers suggest that likes of Duckett, Jacks, Livingston, Brooke have all had extended periods of time in the first-class system. Now, Saud Shakil has been thoroughly impressive, and he's one of those who's got that experience behind him as well.
Yeah, it was encouraging to listen to Harry Brook before the start of the game, talking about his ambitions in the long format as well as the short. I was a young player. I'd want to play all formats. If you like batting, you get more of an opportunity to bat in Test cricket than you do in other formats when you're limited just simply because of the time on offer. Driven firmly, but to one of those three men waiting there. These unorthodox fields that Stokes has been forced to set really on these pitches that are offering very little for his seamers. You have to be inventive as a captain. And he's got those two catches there. Root is the third, who has just had a quick word with Robinson and will come into that catching position, the straighter of the three.
It just highlights how good these two have been, Imam and Shakil, because with nothing really happening off the pitch, we've had three balls, as we've said, that have done something dramatic and have all taken wickets. As a captain, you either want your bowler to create something, or, in a sense, you have to wait for a mistake. And these two have been hiding their mistakes or keeping them for later if they are going to make one. It's been a very, very good example of playing the right shots at the right time and just keeping out the errors. In essence, those three men on the drive are there for one that is just finely mistimed, whether it be something off the pitch, just holds it on the pitch, or just one of those little things that a batsman can do now and again, just mistime it, just play a little early.
Shakil. He dropped his bat at the non-strikers end then. It's a good job that there was an easy 2 runs and he didn't have to stretch for the crease just at the moment that the ball is delivered. He drops his bat and then has to set off. .178 for 3.
Well, was it him who did the same thing the other day? Just standing at the non-striker's end as I think it was Robinson came into bowl. He dropped his bat and just stood there saying, in effect, someone pick it up for me.
They're trying to emulate Root, aren't they, probably from last summer. Do you remember in one of his hundreds where he just stood his bat up because he's got a flat bottom to the bat? He just stood it up. And somebody, as you can't escape anything these days, somebody took a screenshot of it and it looked as though his bat was just miraculously Standing without any attachment. And then Kohli tried it. Virat Kohli tried it, but I think his bat had a curved bottom and he just couldn't make it stand up. Now it's that time. The lights are on. About 45 minutes of play probably remaining if we're offered a similar time this evening to the previous 2 days.
It's been a really good session for Pakistan. Stokes has been innovative throughout for his field placings, but this session they've scored 43, and just before they go off today, as the lights come on, they'll want the Pakistan team will at least want the 2 men in the middle to stay. And sometimes towards the close of play, you almost expect for things to happen, and batters might just lose some sort of concentration.
Is it? There's nothing from Pope. There's an appeal from Root and an appeal from Wood. Pope, the man who you'd think would have the best idea, he didn't seem to react when he took the catch down the leg side. You're out of time, Ben. You're out of time. England have already lost one review. Suspect this one just flicked the pad down the leg side.
Yeah, the sound is more of a light thud, which doesn't necessarily comes off when it does come off the edge of the bat. It was a shocker of a review from Joe Root, the one that England obviously lost. A good decision in the end. I'm sure Ultra Edge will confirm at some point. Just hoping I heard it right.
Temptation is always to review, isn't it? Driven square and firmly for 4. Beautiful shot. What a terrific partnership this is between these two left-handers, Imam and Shakil, and that's now 100 between them.
Yeah, 100 and 172. Right, breaking news. There is the tiniest of registrations on Ultra Edge from that review that was turned down, which might have been enough for umpire Joel Wilson in the third umpire's chair to say, Murray, revise your decision. Got to say, it's so tiny, that fleck, that you can understand, for instance, why Murray would not have heard a thing. Amazing that Aruja, of course, heard it clearly.
Heard something, wasn't the right thing. But like you said, it was the faintest of tickles, and you have a look at the technology again, and you're looking for those spikes that go up like an ECG. And just on the way out, he's trying to sort of roll it down his leg side. Ollie Pope didn't go up at all. It was Joe Root who obviously added in with Wood. Did not manage to convince Stokes. It's been dropped twice now, Imam. There is a technology. It is the faintest of murmurs, isn't it?
You'd have to overturn that on that evidence, I would imagine. Joel Wilson in the third umpire's chair. And of course it was Root who persuaded Stokes to review initially. Maybe once bitten, twice shy as far as Stokes is concerned, because Root wanted the review. Pope, the wicketkeeper, didn't, and Stokes went with Pope on this occasion. It was such a fine one, very difficult for the standing umpire to tell as the ball passes down the leg side. Was it a tickle? Was it pad? We all thought pad up here, so no great criticism really of Maria Erasmus on the field. But technology would have encouraged the third umpire to overturn that decision, I'm sure. Second no ball in the over from Robinson.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be overstepping if Imam does call the falls short, or Shakil does, and he's had this problem throughout the Test series. He's overstepped on a number of occasions. Imam was on 19 when he hit one back to Will Jacks. Just felt maybe the reverse cup, it rushed on to him, but that's a chance that went down. And this is a chance that didn't go down but wasn't reviewed. On-field decision was not out, a review was not taken. Technological support showed us otherwise. Would have been a wicket that they would have wanted England to break this partnership. It's done well now. 102 it is.
Adds another aspect, doesn't it? We saw up in Pindi, Zach Crawley almost trying to persuade the opposition captain not to review when a ball went down the leg side and Crawley pointed to his shoulder. He wasn't trying to dissuade the umpire from the decision, I don't think, at least. He was trying to dissuade the fielding captain not to review. Imam just stood there unmoved and motionless, praying deep down that Stokes wouldn't call the review, no doubt.
All of us who've played the game, and no matter at what level, 99 out of the 100 times you know when you've hit it. And we all come up with ways to distract the umpire when DRS was not there, the opposition, and you sort of act all cool and it's like, no, I'm standing my ground. But you know when you've hit it, don't you?
Tempted Yorker, but not enough pace to squeeze it through. 185 for 3. Should have been one. We had one. If they don't review, what would we do? 15 seconds.
So Pakistan need 170 more. England needs 7 more wickets, set up beautifully again. It is Groundhog Day, really. You look towards the sunset and see what time they may go off. It's a bit brighter this evening, maybe half an hour more cricket, and it's Groundhog Day as well. It's set up beautifully for day 4. It was day 5 in Pindi, day 4 tomorrow. We will have a result. Which way will it go? Thrilling test match.
Well, it has been just steady, controlled progress. Excellent partnership. It's now 103. Has been the odd chance. There's been that chance of review just turned down, which might or might not prove costly in the end. It'll be very annoying for Ben Stokes when he gets back into the pavilion in maybe half an hour's time or just over.
Well, they're hoping for another tickle down the leg side, this time into the hands of Joe Root at leg slip. It's just wide of him, more leg gully.
So far, going's been good for Pakistan. This partnership developing quite nicely. Not much experience after this. South Shakil has played a lot of first-class cricket, so he knows these sort of situations. He's been in these sort of situations before. Imam has played some wonderful knocks in the past, but losing a wicket or two tonight, that's not going to help. So important for Pakistan that these two are there when they finish this game, when they call it off.
Short ball played nicely to the sweeper in the deep.
Yeah, this pitch has done a lot just to blunt the pace of Mark Wood. Even when he's pitched it up, he's not really found anything like reverse swing in any noticeable fashion. So he's tried his hardest to get something, find some life somewhere in this pitch, but it's been decidedly moribund.
Interesting if Stokes thinks about loosening up himself at any stage. Yeah, maybe he'll save himself for the morning. Bowled an 11 over spell in the second innings in Pindi, back-to-back tests, a body that's that he struggled with. He's getting someone else loose as well. Whether he'll save himself for the morning or whether he can have a couple this evening. Anderson getting loose. 189 for 3. Pakistan need 166. Time for drinks. Well, a big 20 minutes or so left before the light fades here in Multan, and that's the equation. Pakistan need 166 runs to win. England needs 7 wickets to wrap up this Test series. Here are the wickets. An absolute jaffa from James Anderson. Angling in, nipping away, and this one angling in and nipping back in to Babar Azam. 2 wickets in 2 overs for Anderson and Robinson, then Wood with a bit of reverse swing, finding that off stump again, and at this stage England were at top, and since then a wonderful partnership between Imam and Shakil has brought Pakistan back into this game with all results, well, not the draw, that is for certain. This isn't going to be a draw tomorrow, and England go back to their veteran James Anderson. 5 overs, 1 for 7. Can he produce that magic again? Big 20 minutes, because if Pakistan can get to close, and they need 150 tomorrow with 7 wickets in hand, you'd have them as slight favourites. If England get 1, new batter in, the door's open. Massive 20 minutes ahead.
I mean, the point is, from everything you just talked about, they're absolutely spot on. The point is, those moments of magic have been it. I'm sure all 3 bowlers concerned have tried to replicate those 3 magic deliveries, but it just hasn't happened. So the other side of it is they've been trying to keep things. With Anderson's figure, they've been trying to keep things quiet. Anderson as effective as anyone I mean, what is he now? 5.2 overs, 1 for 8. So he's done that bit. I mean, the one was special, giving it quite another thing. The spinners, I mean, there've been opportunities against the spinners to hit the boundary, and they've done that, these two. So it's been a brilliant partnership for Pakistan.
Very good here, Jim. Awesome, mate.
Another thing one should mention is that this game is not going to go on the 5th day. For sure. Still 2 days remaining, but if you look at the runs and the wickets column, is only 3 down. They need 7 deliveries. Pakistan need 1. Probably be needing, say, 150 if they don't lose any more wicket from here.
Cut nicely, well stopped. Zach Crawley, a short third man.
Imam little disappointed on that because he timed it nicely and he was on the left of the fielder and he definitely saved a boundary there. Zach Crawley.
Another thing to bear in mind, tomorrow England will have a new ball in 20 overs time, and I reckon they'll take that straight away because for the spinner and the seamer it'll just do it a bit quicker. This one hasn't reversed that much. Brilliant fielding again, really good. First it was Crawley, and then it was Overton who's on the field. They've had their sub-fielders on. They've had 3 at one stage. The big man has gone down and done really well. That's 8 runs saved this over in the field.
This sort of effort from the fielders, it really lifts the team and of course frustrates the batsman because he was hoping 2 boundaries, got nothing.
$190 for 3. Really good partnership, 2 excellent left-handers. It's the way England play their cricket, really. That collapse this morning when they were 73 for 5 just opened the door for Pakistan. The declaration at Rawalpindi just opened the door for Pakistan. Previous England sides this morning may have been ruthless and just batted time, tried to get the lead up to 400, tried to get Pakistan batting later in the game. Day 4, day 5, when the pitch would have maybe worn even more and more cracks. England don't see it like that. They try and play in fast forward all the time. The other thing with Leach, and it's always a discussion between captain and bowler, is mid-off and mid-on. Leach, I reckon if asked him, what really would you want? He'd want 1 back. All the way back, because he gets belted over his head a bit, but it has got him wickets, and there the conversation happens again. What it means is at times he's dragged it short because he is worried about being belted over his head. Hold a bit short in this game on a slow, low pitch. Now Leach pointing that he wants a man out for that on the offside. Leach gets his way with Stokes. Yeah, he's gone out.
Well, it should always be a collaboration between captain and bowler, and you hope to build up an understanding. Occasionally, captain will have some direct wish that he has a plan that he'd like the bowler to put into operation. Then you have the other times where bowler needs a bit of understanding of his own.
Oh, will that get through? No. Brook does well, backing up.
Just an adjustment, of course. Shaquille is on 49. So the man in the deep at mid-on, they've just brought him a bit closer again, but he's still rather deep. So the firm push to mid-on still gets the one.
Just like that. Just like that. A firm push to mid-on. And he gets 50, his third 50 in the series. He looks a fine prospect, as Saud Shakil. Played beautifully here. He's got to tell himself that the job isn't done yet.
He's very, very well organised, this man. A great array of shots, very good temperament, good balance. I mean, it's all there for him. The things that everyone has to learn when they come into a test side is basically how to play test cricket, how to enjoy the extra length of a game. He's played beautifully here. 50 from 115 balls. Beautifully judged. Unlike Imam, I don't think he's given a chance. He's just played everything accordingly and played it very well.
Another thing he has done really well is adjusting from number 3, which is normal number in first class cricket, to number 5. And I think he's done well. He managed the bowler really well. So because coming at number 5, you have to deal with the spinners straight away. And I think he's done extremely well.
Edged and gone. A very sharp catch from Joe Root. He can't believe what he's done there. Brilliant catch from Root. England needed a wicket. They've got one.
Well, it's taken time. It's taken perseverance. And it's taken just the merest of errors from Imam ul Haq. It was so full and wide of off stump there, so full that I think Imam thought he could easily drive it. Maybe just a little bit of dip right at the end. And it's a very sharp chance. Went straight to Root, yes, but it's gone pretty quickly. And that is the reaction of a man who knows that he was so close to doing exactly what was needed, i.e. seeing the day through for his team. And that dream has suddenly faded. Imam goes for 60. It's 191 for 4.
Well, a promotion for the all-rounder Fahim Ashraf. Got 22 in the first innings, lower down the order, averaging 31 in Test match cricket. Played well in first-class cricket this summer, averaging 50. And this is a different kettle of fish completely here. He's got to see this team to the close. He'll be surrounded with a slip, a short leg, 2 men catching, leg side. And a rough to deal with outside his off stump. So full, that's what Imam will be disappointed. It was so full, it was there for driving, and it looks an easy catch on the replay, but that went quickly. Root's close on this slow pitch. That's the danger shot. New batter has to get used to that rough, and driving out of that rough, as we've just seen, is fraught with danger. Going hard at it. 191 for 4.
Well, the crucial figure for England in this late stage is the 4. For so long it had been just 3. They've stuck to it, stuck at it. Joe Root clings on, went in very, very nicely into the hands. I'd imagine Imam will be inconsolable for quite some time.
And it means now spin at both ends. We're getting towards that time again where the seamers may not be allowed to bowl anyway. And Stokes may have been given the nod and have to bowl spin at both ends. How crucial a wicket that was, just to lift spirits. If Pakistan were 3 down overnight, they would have fancied it. As it is, it's even Stevens, and England will fancy a famous victory tomorrow.
Osaka will be adding 10,000 Pakistan rupees to the kitty every time there's a boundary hit with the LEDs lit up on the boundary boards. So far, 110,000 of them. And if the players, it goes into a kitty, if that kitty goes into the flood relief fund even, that'll be very, very good news. Just a hint.
New batter on strike, slip and the gully. Now he was going hard at Leach. Try and play with soft hands.
Oh, yeah, boy. Oh, Joe, nice drop, boy.
For him is a natural stroke maker, so he will play his shots.
Which I always think is a better night watchman. I mean, he's a batter, he can play, but I think having someone who can play shots, so tomorrow morning, if he's still there, he'll take the attack to England, and the 160, 150 required will come down quicker. But he's there to survive, protect Salman and Nawaz. Still a couple of batters to come, as opposed to just a blocker as a night watchman, just promoted and then you go nowhere the next day.
How many night watchmen you see who comes in the morning and look to get on with the job or hit the ball or look for boundaries? Mainly you see looking to waste time.
Yeah, not many. 192 for 4.
I don't think Fahim Ashraf has been sent out there that because he's protecting those two batsmen. Is very much capable of scoring runs and scoring runs quickly, and I think that's what Pakistan need. You need someone out there who can put bowlers under some sort of pressure, because just keep blocking or just being out there, it's not going to really work for Pakistan. Still plenty of runs there. You got to keep scoring runs. I think a lot will depend on South Shakil. He's got to stay out there till the end. He's got to come not out if Pakistan to win this game.
Well, your Dafa News fact, Harry Brooks century, England's 21st in this calendar year. First time in Test history that England have achieved that, England batsmen have achieved that.
Oh, get down. Nice Stokes there. Beautiful nut.
although the sun is beaming down, but the floodlight, the artificial light, has started taking some sort of effect. You can see shadows, 3-4 shadows around the fielders. So maybe another 10 minutes, the most, I would say.
That's why how Fahim Ashraf plays. He is a genuine batting option, but just not tonight. Tonight has to be about survival. With 10 minutes to go, it's about survival. Yeah, if they bowl you a bad ball, put it away, whether it be tonight or tomorrow. But if he's there tomorrow, if these two there tomorrow, they both score quickly, actually. And he's off the mark. Good South Shakil, willing to take every run. Not about protecting him, he just wants runs, and he wants runs for Pakistan. 195 for 4. Where do you stand on the whole light issue, David, with floodlights on? I mean, if Stokes said, I'm just going to bowl spinners, and the batters are picking the spinners, okay, is that a problem for you? Should you be going off for light with spin on?
Well, if you can see it, let's face it, no. We've evolved a system, haven't we? Well, they've evolved a system where the light meter is king. And the light meter thing is designed to make sure it's all even, isn't it? Across the board, across every day of a test match. So to try and, in fact, get rid of these sort of discussions. Because there are so many vagaries. There's obviously no danger. That was the original criterion years ago. Was there any danger, extra danger, if you played in semi-darkness?
Yeah, I just think obviously if Wood was bowling now, there'd be danger and you're right to go off. I guess, like I said yesterday, maybe the danger's towards the umpires a bit. I see no danger. I would say Pakistan are seeing the ball fine off the spinners. Obviously no problem bowling it.
I've always, as it were, tried to understand, there is an element, there is a time I mean, the two sides of it are entertaining the public who paid to come, entertaining TV audiences, where broadcasters have paid immense amounts of money for the rights. But there's a time also in my book where, this is the highest form of the game. It has to be played at a certain level to make it fair on all concerned. Sometimes that level it breaches the other two considerations. People say, well, come on, we can see it watching from 80 yards away, why can't they? Trying to pick, I mean, it's just, I'm just playing devil's advocate. If you are, for instance, looking at a mystery spinner, trying to get your clues from the hand and you can't really see the hand properly, well, there's a potential issue at times like that. You're trying to gauge something out of the hand of a reverse swing bowler, say a Mark Wood at pace. Obviously there's a time where that becomes trickier. So there is a cut-off point in my book that is somewhere before total darkness.
Stokes continues to attack. Another man comes in. Slip gully, silly point, short leg. Can Root just get it a fraction shorter? He's been a bit full to Fahim. That's the length. Spot on.
We're getting one more. Will you drop back, please, Matt?
All right, let's go back 22 years from here on.
Go, Brookie.
It wasn't this dark, was it? When you were there, out there batting at Karachi.
197 for 4. I think it was probably darker than this, Wacker. You were running in, actually, especially when you were running into bowl. It was dark.
Right, let me come between you two. Okay. You know, the combatants on the day. It is 22 years to the day that Nasser Hussain's team won in Karachi in the pitch black darkness, pretty much. Well, the only thing I can say is, as a batsman, you know where it's coming from, even if it's coming at some sort of pace. So there is that. As a fielder, deep square leg, third man, they haven't got a clue where it's gone. And I remember clearly, fielders in the deep, the ball could almost pass their boot and go across the boundary before they'd realised it. Anyway, the arguments about the light are no longer valid because the umpires have their light meters don't change, and the light meter says it's time to finish for the day.
And you can see the smiles on Stokes' face because of that one wicket. It's amazing how one wicket can change things. If Pakistan were 198 for 3, they would have been the happier dressing room. 198 for 4. And Stokes realises his side have a big chance tomorrow of wrapping up this series 2-0. But Pakistan will have a lot to say about that. They only need another 157 more runs. As we've seen in this series, anything can happen. And tomorrow will be fabulous viewing.
Another very entertaining test match cricket day. Third day, normally they say moving day, and I think this game has been moving from the word go from the very first day. 5 wickets fell in the first session, 3 in the second, and Pakistan batted very, very nicely with a lot of defensive mode. Only lost 1 wicket, and that of Imam just recently, and that really gives England that hope and energy to come back and wrap this up quickly. Wonderful knock by Brook. Earlier we saw getting his second 100 of this series. There's so many good performances we have seen in these last 3 days. Great test match in progress, and we will have result tomorrow. We might not go into the third day. Happy camp, without a doubt, and a happy captain.
Yeah, another brilliant day's test match cricket. Some absolute beauties in there for those first 3 wickets. The ball of the day definitely belonged to Jimmy Anderson, the ball that got Rizwan. Then the one that came in to Barber that he left. He made 1. Shafiq got a beauty from Wood as well, 45. Shakil has played beautifully, 54 for him. Fahim Ashraf promoted, and he'll play some shots in the morning. He's a good player. He's 3 not out, 198 for 4.
Bowling figures, well, the 4 wickets shared between 3 seamers and 1 spinner. And you've got to say the 3 wickets, the 1 each to Robinson, Wood and Anderson in any order, were absolute pearlers, dream deliveries. And that one from Jack Leach at the end of the day, supremely vital to England's cause.
Set up perfectly for tomorrow. England 281 and 275 all out. Pakistan 202 and 198 for 4. Pakistan need 157 runs. England need 6 wickets to win this test series. Session in the most part that belonged to the 2 left-handers, Imam and Saud Shakil. Played spin really well, either using their feet or sitting back and punching through the offside. Both Saud and Imam played Leach really well. Same with Joe Root, just opening up that offside, and then they turned to the quicker men. Imam went to 50. And that was the one, a little feather. Pope wasn't interested, Wood was, and they didn't review it. And there was a little something on ultra edge, just there. And the third umpire would have overturned that decision. Saud Shakir went to his third half century of the series. He'll want to convert tomorrow and get a big score. And then the big moment, the sharp catch from Joe Root. In the eyes of Jack Leach, tell you everything you need to know. A big, big wicket. Stunning days of Test match cricket today, and I reckon tomorrow will be exactly the same. We will have a result tomorrow. Who knows which way it will go. So it's set up perfectly for day 4 for the DAFA News present KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. We're on air tomorrow, 9:35 AM local time from the Multan Cricket Stadium. England fighting back. Pakistan had a commanding position at the start. Nicely played.
Harry Brook is a serious talent with a massive future in the game. What a 100 that is.
Yeah, gone. Wood's not hanging around, so the change has worked. Swept away by Brook, and it's comfortably taken.
This might be out. This might be out. It's given. Oh, what a Jaffa! What an absolute Jaffa! Oh, he's left on. It's nailed that stump back onto the ground. It's found its way through.
Really sweetly timed. Lovely shot.
Imam celebrates his 50. And he gets 50, his third 50.
Well, it was yet another 100 for Harry Brook. He's been magnificent this tour of England. And then it was the bowlers in action. Ollie Robinson amongst the wickets once again. But then we saw a bit of a partnership between Imam ul Haq and Saud Shakil to steady the ship for Pakistan. Well, the match is evenly poised at this particular time. Pakistan perhaps would have been in an even better position had Imam ul Haq been on the crease, but they need 157 runs to win, whereas England will be eyeing those 6 wickets. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show, and I've got a very, very special guest next to me, of course, Bajat Khan and the coach of Pakistan cricket team, Saqlain Mushtaq. Saqi bhai, ये बताएं कि इमाम उल हक की जो विकेट थी उसकी टाइमिंग शायद थोड़ी सी होगी, बट अच्छी एक पार्टनरशिप डेवलप हो रही थी, तो ओवरऑल पहले बताएं मैच की सिचुएशन को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
वाकई सिचुएशन जिस जगह पे वो आउट हुआ है वो तो अच्छी नहीं थी। पहले मैं ये ज़रूर बताना चाहूँगा, इमाम उल हक सुबह हॉस्पिटल में था, उसकी MRI स्कैन करवाया गया, हैमस्ट्रिंग थोड़ा काफ़ी टाइट था, थोड़ा नहीं काफ़ी टाइट था, इश्यूज़ थे, बट जिस किस्म की उसने करेज आज शो की है और जिस तरह की कॉन्फिडेंस उसने दिखाया और ख़ुद आके मुझे कहा कि सैकी भाई मैं ख़ुद जाऊँगा बैटिंग करने के लिए, हॉस्पिटल से आते ही मैं ये समझता हूँ कि वो हमारे ड्रेसिंग रूम में करेज और कॉन्फिडेंस लेके आया और उसके बाद जो उसने नॉक किया है, आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्मेंस दिए। आई थिंक ये जो जैसे मैंने पहले कहा करेज और कॉन्फिडेंस लेके आया, ये कुछ स्पेशल इंशाल्लाह, अल्लाह से उम्मीद है ये कल ये टीम कुछ स्पेशल करेगी इंशाल्लाह।
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि साउद शकील हैज़ बीन वन ऑफ द स्टार परफॉर्मर्स ऑफ द पाकिस्तान साइड। पिछले मैच में भी उन्होंने स्कोर किया था, इस मैच में भी किया था। खुशी होती है देख के क्योंकि वो डोमेस्टिक के एक कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मर रह चुके हुए हैं। तो आपका क्या मैसेज, यू नो, व्हेन यू सी हिम डू वेल, कोई क्या आपकी टिप्स होती हैं या क्या गुफ्तगू होती है आपकी उसके साथ?
देखिए, पहले तो थैंक्स टू PCB कि डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट जो है उसको वो खेला और जिस तरह की क्रिकेट वो खेल के आया, परफॉर्मेंस दी, उसने नॉक कर रहा था पहले भी। आई थिंक बड़ा कॉम्पैक्ट कंपोज है, बड़ा काम है और गेम को काफ़ी रीड करता है, रन्स बनाने आ रहे हैं। जिस तरह उसकी अगर आप बैटिंग को देखा जाए ओवरऑल रन्स कैसे चुराने हैं, ढूंढने हैं, तो वो उसने जो डोमेस्टिक में परफॉर्मेंस दी उसको वो जो है वो रेप्लिका कर रहा है। अल्लाह करे कल भी जाए और अच्छा करे। बहुत ही अच्छा लगता है कोई यंगस्टर आगे परफॉर्मेंस दे रहा है।
एक और चीज़ इंग्लैंड की तरफ से जो हम बेसबॉल की बात करते हैं कि उनकी अप्रोच ऐसी है, यू नो, दे रियली गो आफ्टर द बॉलर्स, देयर बैटिंग इज़ लाइक दैट, वेयर उनकी अप्रोच ही ऐसी है। पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ऑब्वियसली एक अपना स्टाइल ऑफ बैटिंग है, तो आप जब बात कर रहे होते हैं कि एक टारगेट को अप्रोच करना है, तो आप फिर क्या कहते हैं?
देखिए, जैसे बेसबॉल आप बात कर रहे हैं, आई थिंक इन्होंने सबने बैठ के इसके ऊपर, इस फिलॉसफी के ऊपर बहुत बात की होगी, इसके ऊपर इसके प्रोज एंड कॉन्स देखे होंगे, सबने डाइजेस्ट किया होगा फ्रॉम टॉप टू बॉटम। फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा जी हमने इसको इस तरह ट्राई करना है। अगर ऐसी बात है, अगर ऐसी नहीं है, बहरहाल अगर वो खाली आया और उसने कहा ऐसे करना है, वो कर रहे हैं, इसके प्रोज एंड कॉन्स बाद में वक्त के साथ आएंगे। वो नई चीज़ ट्राई करना चाह रहे हैं, वो करते रहें, वो उनका अंदाज़ है। हमारे पास यंगस्टर्स हैं, अभी देखा जाए तो मैं अभी बाजिद को यही कह रहा था कि हमारे टेस्ट कितने हैं टोटल और उनके टेस्ट कितने हैं टोटल। तो हमारे पास ये जो लड़के खेल के आ रहे हैं, आई थिंक 124 हमारे टोटल टेस्ट मैचेस हैं, ये टीम खेल रही है, और उनके 535 हैं, ये 40 हैं। तो उसमें और इसमें ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क है अभी ना। तो हम एकदम ओवरनाइट अपनी पूरी गेम चेंज नहीं कर सकते। जिस तरह लड़कों ने परफॉर्मेंस दी हुई है, जिस अंदाज से खेल के आ रहे हैं, हम नहीं चाहेंगे कि ओवरनाइट एकदम आके जनाब वो गेम को चेंज कर दें। और सारे यंग लड़के हैं, तो आई थिंक वो उनके लिए काम कर रही है, ये चीज़ हमारे लिए काम कर रही है। हम गेम के अंदर हैं। पिछले मैच में भी हम लोग थोड़े से अनलकी रहे और हम लोगों को बहुत दफ़ा ऐसा फील हुआ कि हम ये गेम को ले जाएंगे और जीत जाएंगे। बड़ी दफ़ा ऐसा हुआ, सम हाउ दी अदर जो रिज़ल्ट आता है वो लगता है, ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई एक ही साइड पे हो गया, बट हमें फील होता है, हमने हमारी कैलकुलेशन ये कह रही थी कि पिछले टेस्ट मैच में भी हम लोग मैच जीत सकते थे। हमने कुछ बड़ी गलतियाँ की, छोटी नहीं बड़ी गलतियाँ की, और इस मैच में भी हम काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं अपने अंदाज से। उनका जो गेम है उसको हम लोग कंट्रोल किए हुए। कल का दिन स्पेशल है और इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है हम अपने अंदाज से अच्छे रिजल्ट पाकिस्तान के लिए प्रोड्यूस करेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
बिल्कुल, कल का गेम आपने कहा स्पेशल है। ओवरऑल अगर आप इस कंडीशंस को देखें इस टेस्ट मैच में, तो हमें ऐसा लगा कि पहले दिन ज़्यादा स्पिन हो रहा था, ज़्यादा बाइट था, फिर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता वो डाई डाउन कर गया है। शायद आज बैटिंग बहुत अच्छी हुई, लेकिन लगा ऐसे कि शायद पिच बैटिंग के लिए बेहतर होता गया।
बिल्कुल आप सही कह रहे हैं 100%। और आज बल्कि क्लियर मैसेज था कैप्टन की तरफ से भी और मेरी तरफ से भी इन द मॉर्निंग कि भाई विकेट जो है वो बहुत बेहतर हो चुका है। बल्कि कल भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा था विकेट, डे 1 में टर्न ज़्यादा था। तो इंशाल्लाह कल भी जो है हैवी रोल लेंगे हम और इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे कि इसको थोड़ा सा और डाई डाउन करें।
कुछ एक हमने जो डिसमिसल देखा था बाबर का, जब वो बॉल क्रैक को हिट की थी और अंदर आई थी, तो एक रिवर्स स्विंग का भी पिछले मैच में, पिछले जो पिंडी में जो मैच हुआ था, वी सॉ दैट इनटू प्ले। सो यहाँ पे कितना इम्पोर्टेंट होगा पाकिस्तान के जो बल्लेबाज हैं टू काउंटर दैट, बिकॉज वी विल गेट टू सी इट इन प्ले।
देखिए कल जो है ना 15-16 ओवर नए गेंद से पहले वाले बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट हैं। जो पिछले मैच में रिवर्स स्विंग हुआ वो गेंद बहुत अच्छा था, ये काफ़ी सॉफ्ट हो चुका है। आई थिंक कल के 15 जो ओवर्स है ना ये हमारे लिए बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है। उस तरह का रिवर्स स्विंग मेरा ख्याल है कि नहीं होने वाला, और चीज़ें जो है ना वो पहले कल का जो 1 घंटा 1.5 है ना वो हमें काफ़ी फेवर देगा इंशाल्लाह।
और लगा ऐसे ही जो 3 विकेट उन्होंने ली वो ज़्यादा गेंद पिच से पड़ के हुआ है, ऐसे हवा में इतना ज़्यादा नहीं हो रहा।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। जैसे बाबर का और रिजी का तो बहुत ही आउटस्टैंडिंग बॉल हो गया। वो दुनिया के किसी भी बैट्समैन को गेंद करता तो मैं ये समझता हूँ वो खा ही जाता उसको। तो एक ही आउट हुआ है वो जो
अच्छा एक पॉइंट था जब पहली इनिंग्स में कुछ सॉफ्ट डिसमिसल्स थे पाकिस्तान की तरफ से, क्योंकि लग रहा था कि शायद अब पाकिस्तान जो है एक टाइम पे लीड हासिल कर सकेगा। सो ये जो की मोमेंट्स हैं टीम के काफ़ी आए हैं सीरीज़ में, वेयर दे थॉट के दे माइट बी डोमिनेटिंग द पोजीशन, बट वो चीज़ उस तरह से नज़र नहीं आई। तो वो क्या रीज़न है आपके मुताबिक? आप लड़कों के साथ होते हैं, आपने उनको देखा भी है। इज़ इट इनएक्सपीरियंस या कहेंगे कि थोड़ी सी अभी ग्रूमिंग की ज़रूरत है, क्या कहेंगे?
आपके सवाल के अंदर ही जवाब है। मैंने अभी बताया था कि हमारे ये जो इस ग्रुप के अंदर है 124 टेस्ट मैचेस हैं और उनके 550 और डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट वो कितनी लंबी चौड़ी खेल के आ रहे होते हैं। तो थोड़ा सा क्योंकि ये यंग है शायद उसकी वजह से भी है, शायद नहीं बल्कि मैं कन्विक्शन के साथ कहूँगा ये उसकी वजह से भी है। बट इनके अंदर पोटेंशियल बहुत ज़्यादा है, ये किसी वक्त भी कोई भी चीज़ कर सकते हैं। और आई थिंक उन्होंने डिसिप्लिन के साथ क्रिकेट खेली है। हमारा डिसिप्लिन का थोड़ा सा इशू है, हम डिसिप्लिन के ऊपर इंशाल्लाह काम करेंगे। टेक्टिकली भी वो थोड़े बेहतर हैं, डिसिप्लिन और टेक्टिकली ये दो उनकी चीज़ें हैं। बाकी बेसबॉल जो है ना वो इतना काम नहीं, मैं ये समझता हूँ वो इतना वो नहीं है कि जो हमें डैमेज कर रहा है। क्योंकि अगर एज ए बॉलर आप बॉलिंग खेल रहे होते हो, एज ए बॉलर बॉल कर रहे होते हो और बैट्समैन आपको इस तरह की शॉट्स खेलने की कोशिश करता है, अगर आप टेक्टिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग हैं और आप डिसिप्लिन हैं तो आप बहुत ज़्यादा गेम के अंदर हैं। अगर आप डिसिप्लिन नहीं है और टेक्टिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं है तो फिर बेसबॉल थोड़ा सा काम कर जाता है।
हाँ, सवाल फिर यही बनता है जो मुश्किल सवाल है। काफ़ी मतलब मोस्टली टीम्स में कोलैप्स होते ही हैं, लेकिन जब कोलैप्स हो रहा होता है तो उसको रोकना कैसे है? ये मतलब मैंने भी डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में हर जगह कोलैप्स होता है, लेकिन उस सिचुएशन में कैसे एक हेड कोच कैसे इनपुट दे सकता है कि काम किया जाए या कोलैप्स रोका जाए?
देखें जब कोलैप्स आता है ऑब्वियसली वो प्रेशर की वजह से आता है और प्रेशर डिसिप्लिन की वजह से आता है। जैसे इंग्लैंड अगर बॉलिंग कर रहा है वो डिसिप्लिन है और टेक्टिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग चल रहा है, प्रेशर आ गया। अब आपको प्रेशर को ब्रेक करना होता है, या तो आप प्रेशर को ब्रेक करेंगे या उस प्रेशर मोमेंट में जो प्रेशर क्रिएट कर रहा है उसकी जो एनर्जी आपको उसकी एनर्जी को ख़त्म करना होता है। तो अगर आप एनर्जी ख़त्म कर रहे हैं तो उस वक्त आप प्रेशर को ना सोचें, आपकी जो मर्जी जो दिल के अंदर आ रहा है, आपका ब्रेन और हार्ट ये एक पेज पे होना चाहिए, क्लियर होना चाहिए। या तो आप उसको थका दो या फिर आप प्रेशर को ब्रेक कर दो। ये दो सॉल्यूशंस होते हैं। तो हमारी तरफ से, मेरी तरफ से क्लियर मैसेज होता है, इवन यूसुफ की तरफ से भी है कि अगर आप ये समझते हो कि प्रेशर बिल्डअप हो रहा है, वो डिसिप्लिन है और टेक्निकली स्ट्रॉन्ग चल रहे हैं, तो अब आप पे ये है कि आप उस प्रेशर को ब्रेक करना चाहते हो, आपको इजाज़त है, जैसे मर्जी ब्रेक करो। बाउंड्री मार के ब्रेक करना है या सिंगल्स करके ब्रेक करना है। और अगर आपको नहीं मिल रही है और आप इधर डिफेंस के साथ उसकी बॉडी को, उसके अंदर जो एनर्जी है या उसकी जो एनर्जी बैटरी है उसको बिल्कुल डाई डाउन कर दो, ताकि उसका जब अगला स्पेल आए, समहाउ दी अदर पिछले टेस्ट मैच में नहीं हो पाया, इस वक्त मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये लड़के कर पाए हैं और काफ़ी हद तक है। कल का नया दिन है, नए गेंद से पहले का सेशन आई थिंक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और इन लड़कों को कल का जो पहला सेशन है उसके ऊपर डोमिनेट करना पड़ेगा इंशाल्लाह।
यानी कुदरत का निज़ाम नजर आएगा हमें।
कुदरत का इंतकाम भी है। आज मैंने पढ़ा है कि कुदरत का इंतकाम और कुदरत का निज़ाम ये बहुत मशहूर हो चुके हैं।
जल्दी से बता दें जाते जाते, आपने ऑब्वियसली टीम के साथ इतना टाइम स्पेंड किया है, सबसे अच्छा मोमेंट कौन सा रहा है अभी तक आपके कोचिंग करियर का विद द टीम, और सबसे बुरा कौन सा रहा है? दुख
देखिए मैं इसको ड्रेसिंग रूम में मैं अक्सर जब से मैंने इनको ज्वाइन किया, मैंने कहा यहाँ आप जीतते हो या सीखते हो, तो बुरा मोमेंट कोई नहीं होता। जब भी कोई टफ टाइम आता है वो आपको कुछ सिखाता है, अगर आप सीखना चाहो तो, एज ए कोच भी। और मैं अपने इन प्लेयर्स को भी यही कहता हूँ कि मैं यहाँ पे ये जो स्पोर्ट्स स्टाफ टीम है ये सीखने के लिए आई है और तुम्हें सपोर्ट करने के लिए आई है। जो आपको चाहिए आप हमें बताओ और हम सीखते चले जाएंगे, आपकी खिदमत करते चले जाएंगे।
जिम्बाब्वे वाला बुरा मोमेंट था।
जवाब नहीं उन्होंने दिया। मैं
सीखा उससे,
सीखा।
हाँ आप सीखते हो। अगर आप कहोगे यार ये मोमेंट अच्छे नहीं थे तो आप की सोच किसी और तरफ चली जाती है। अगर आप कहेंगे नहीं मैंने सीखना है,
सीखा,
तो आप
ठीक
सीखते
है,
रहते हैं।
ठीक है। Learning experience is what you're saying, but thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
thoughts. Of course, tomorrow is going to be an important day for Pakistan, and they'll be looking to win this and basically level the series with England. On that note, we'll take a short breather and we'll be back just in a bit with a new guest. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show, Pakistan need 157 runs to win. England will be looking for those 6 wickets. I've got David Gower now in the studio. David, I mean, that wicket of Imam ul Haq. Things were sort of going Pakistan's way. There was a bit of a partnership that was building, South Shakil and Imam ul Haq. But that momentum at the end shifted towards England.
Yeah, momentum can go both ways. And if things go back the other way in the morning, it's a big if, then the game stays wide open, absolutely wide open. But yeah, England were desperately craving that wicket. You could see the delight on all faces because they tried everything. They tried switching the bowling, they tried, nothing was happening. The ball wasn't spinning, it wasn't turning, it wasn't seaming, it wasn't swinging, it wasn't bouncing. And finally, just that little, drifting wide ball guided to slip just gave them exactly what they needed before the end of the day. It's still wide open.
Yeah, you're talking about seaming and drifting. We saw that, a brilliant spell by Ollie Robinson, and the seamers generally looked really good, and there were some unplayable deliveries from them as well. Let's revisit some of them. Let's have a look at the fall of wickets.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, this was superb. It pitches about middle, just straighten his top off. Doesn't get better than that. Anderson producing a magic delivery. Angles in, seams away. I don't think many players could have got a back to that. The expression on Rizwan's face said it all. And then this, it's gone like an off break from way outside off stump. And again, the expression on Babar's face said it all. Maybe it's hit a crack because it's come back a long, long way. And it's sort of deviated so much you could do nothing about. This, I think, was sheer pace. There was a bit of movement, but I think Abdullah Shafiq was beaten by the pace of Mark Ward. It skidded off the surface. You'd think it kept low, but he was late in getting to it. And there was that sort of moment where you thought England are now going to surge through. But wasn't to be. That long partnership, and in the end, England really needed this. Because Imam and South Shakil had batted so comfortably, so well, and it looked as if England were going to stumps, slightly dejected, but this elevated them. The spirits are now higher.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Bazid, I know that you spoke about not finding movement in the air today, but we saw the ball hitting one of those cracks, and that is that a concern for Pakistan at all for tomorrow? Will we get to see more of that? Will we get to see the cracks sort of open up even more, or it's not a worry?
Yeah, you look at the whole day. One delivery where Anderson bowls such a magnificent delivery, that was just pure skill, and then that one delivery that comes back from Robinson, you think yes, it is hit a crack, but you can't plan for that. You can't sort of go into the next day and say, oh, if it is a crack. That was basically unplayable. But overall, if you look at the way that the pitch has played, there's nothing in it. Nothing in it to suggest that you can't get runs. Nothing in it to suggest that it's unplayable. Nothing in it to suggest that you can't go at a fair clip. And almost it sort of got better and better to bat on. The first day, there was a bit of spin, bit of bounce, bit more pace, and then it's died down. So the pressure of the situation is what they'll have to deal with. I don't think there's any gremlins.
Well, you're talking about something that South Shakil really validated today. He's a young, promising star of Pakistan cricket, scored heaps of runs in the domestic scene and now sort of transferring that success on an international level. He's also our top performer of the day.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, I'll give you a left-hander's view on a very, very good left-hander because he has all the right things. He's got a lovely temperament. He's got the ability to make that decision, that key decision, when to go hard, when to defend. A natural stroke maker, a natural timer of the ball. Shots like that one over mid-off are just key shots when you're playing spin under these sorts of conditions. And he obviously likes batting. I know he's normally a couple of spaces higher up the order in first-class cricket. We've got to fit into a side wherever you can. And the figures are good, but he looks good. And that's the thing. We all make an impression about how a man looks, both just the stylishness, yes, which is always nice, but just the temperament. Signs of a good temperament, which I think are very much there.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
David spoke about temperament and how South Shakil has that. There's so much talk about baseball and that kind of approach, but when you look at South Shakil, he's like the proper conventional test batsman, has a hard grind out there. It's nice to see that he's being able to do that on this level, because you know more than anyone else, Bazat, that he's played so many first-class games and done so well there.
Yeah, and the average in those first-class games is very good in the fourth inning. So that already tells you that he thrives under pressure. The fourth inning is obviously the hardest to really get going and get runs, but he prospers then. And those 98 innings have sort of set him up towards international cricket. He's got those matches or those innings before he's actually been pushed in, and for him, he says he's been ready for a while, and it's better to be ready and then being sort of into the test side. It's much better that way, wait a little longer than being actually come earlier than you expect, or pushed into the side earlier.
Well, it's nice to have someone like Kumar Sangakkara as your idol. Growing up, that's what that's the kind of player he wanted to be like. When you look at him, he's got that timing, David. I mean, what's been most impressive for you, apart from the temperament, just in terms of the kind of skill that you saw, the technique you saw?
Well, there's a lot to pick on. I think what I like actually especially is when you're tackling the spinners, it is that blend between defence, so keeping out the good balls, the balls you can't score off, but then the ability, I think, to come down the ground straight. So you see people sometimes, say you're facing Jack Leach, left-hander facing Jack Leach. Well, the tendency for most is to go towards long on, maybe wide mid-wicket. He's so good, what he's done so many times now is come straight down the ground, get himself down the pitch, but in a position, I'll just change hands here, in a position to get the bat straight and get the ball going straight down the ground towards long off. And I think that takes talent and judgment, of course. You've got to pick the right one to do it.
Yeah, the best thing is the left-hander. Bats the right way around, so nothing can get better.
Well, I didn't want to say that because there might be a bit of bias creeping in there, And I don't like to offend people I like and work with,
No, I think you should offend Bazat. He's someone we like to offend Bazat, but we're looking at the experts' opinion, and one thing is for sure, that if Pakistan is to win tomorrow, they'll have to avoid that batting collapse. Let's hear from the experts what they have to say. How should they avoid it?
Have your say. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Right, Bazat, realistically, how much of a chance does Pakistan have? Can they avoid that batting collapse? We've seen that throughout the series. There's a wicket that falls and then it sort of goes down in clutters.
I love the way she says realistically. Pakistan do have a...
I'm just being realistic.
Pakistan do have a big chance because of the pitch, because of the behavior of the pitch. There is, as such, I didn't see anything today which would alarm them. Now, the only problem here is that he lost that one wicket which sort of tilted it towards England. Now, the first 15 overs is vitally important, and just to calm the dressing room, if you go out there and lose a wicket early, then the jitters start. Just to calm the dressing room, they need to get a partnership flowing. They still have batting. They've got Nawaz to come. Fahim Ashraf is pretty good with the bat. But if this partnership carries on for a bit, gets 30, 40 runs, then the pressure will shift to England. So I don't know how you avoid a collapse, but I can tell you those first hour and a half will be so vital.
The new ball is due in the 16 overs, DG. England are favourites for you for tomorrow?
Yes, but not by a huge distance. I think the odds are just in their favour. If you want to put a figure on it, probably with that last wicket falling today, possibly 60-40 England. But that can change very quickly if, as my good friend, the man I don't like to offend, is absolutely right. If you get a partnership and if you get through that new ball, then suddenly the whole dynamic changes. And it's really about each and every batsman tonight sort of going to bed dreaming of being a hero. You take responsibility. Someone might get a good ball again, and there's nothing you can do about that. But if you get in and get settled, then it's incumbent to make it count. So then you just whittle away that down below 100. Then the whole feeling changes.
Yeah, well, David Gower is talking about having that kind of self-belief with the Pakistan batsmen. I can tell you tomorrow is going to be really interesting. But yeah, you heard from the experts on Have Your Say.
Have Your Say. Brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
That first session is going to be key tomorrow, isn't it, Basil?
Yeah, I think that the first 15 overs, yes, the new ball hasn't been a huge threat on this track. It's more about the ball reversing. And if England come out tomorrow morning and have a spell where Robinson, Wood or Anderson get the ball to move sideways and get a couple of wickets, then it's all England. But those first 15 overs till that new ball, they are so vital.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. But we, of course, will be meeting, which is going to be an enthralling day's cricket. We'll be seeing you guys once again tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. live from Multan Cricket Stadium. Yeah, we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. It's going to be Test Day 4, which is going to be a crucial one. Whether it's England, whether it's Pakistan, I'm sure that all of you are going to be tuned in. From here until tomorrow, it's goodbye.
England fighting back. Pakistan had a commanding position at the start. Nicely played.
Harry Brook is a serious talent with a massive future in the game. What 100 that is.
Yeah, gone. Wood's not hanging around, so the change has worked. Swept away by Brook, and it's comfortably taken.
This might be out. This might be out. It's given. Oh, what a jaffa. What an absolute jaffa. Oh, he's left on. It's nailed that stump back onto the ground. It's found its way through.
Really sweetly timed. Lovely shot. Imam celebrates his 50.
And he gets 50, his third 50.
Catch it! Oh. क्या बात है, ये तो बस आजा बहुत सारे कैच करो कैच करो